Good morning. This is Morning Brew. I just wanted to go ahead and get started today. I hope everyone's doing well. Let me go ahead and send out the link to my group. Unfortunately, because of some things that have happened, I've had to change how the link's set out. So let me take care of that. And now that's taken care of, I probably have somebody joining me shortly. But I hope everyone's well this morning. And so, what's going on? Just said just getting started this morning. I did want to go ahead and grab my cup of coffee this morning. So let's get this shared out like I normally do. And we'll see what's going on in the chat. I think I'm going to need some extra coffee this morning. Just saying. It feels like one of those mornings. Extra coffee. Maybe I should use some get some Bracticino. Oh, there we go. Nothing like a fresh cup of coffee. So it's Friday, and so I don't know what's going on this weekend. I'm gonna have to ask. When people can. And good morning, Mar. You're playing Cyberpunk. Well, that's cool. How is that? How is that going today? And I've got Jedi Bill in the back. Hey, Jedi Bill, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. So, what do you think of the new way of notification for getting people to get on?
Oh, excellent. Great choice.
Because it's like, I want to. Now, granted, it's not going to totally eliminate because somebody's going to be able to send out the link, whether intentionally or accidentally, but it's going to limit access at least. And of course, you're able, I know Nina's not a part of on Twitter, so you're more than welcome to send her the link.
Yeah.
I would never exclude Nina.
Well, I never know when she's when she's at her sister's.
Right, exactly. So at least while she's at her sister, she's probably not going to be joining us anyhow. But so what's been going on, Bill? How did the soup go?
Good. It was short tonight, but I was just talking to Drew, so I had a good night. I had a good talk with Darth Astor and Drew.
That's good
working
to
out
hear.
some
I hope it
some
went well.
things.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, it did.
Good to hear. Let's see here. I love when my brain goes into I'm just waking up mode.
Mm-hmm.
But what was the topic for the soup tonight, or was there one?
Oh, there wasn't one.
Okay, okay. I didn't know if there was anything that particularly happened, or just.
No, it went well for the time that I streamed.
Well, that's good.
I just got tired, and after 2 hours, ended the show.
Well, you know what? That's that. The thing is, you did it in a way that you wanted to, and that's
Mhm.
what's important. Rather than going this long ass stream, uh, you kept it short, you kept it sweet, and you still had it on.
Yep.
And that way, nobody's going to say anything bad. Everybody's going to be happy. Uh, so, how long do you think they're going to be gone?
At this point, I don't know because
Any word
I
on the vehicle?
I don't know if they had. I have to find out if they're going to get that vehicle looked at. I did remind her that the engine light was on, and she said, "Yeah, she knows." So I guess her and her sister were gonna take, hopefully, take care of that. Hopefully, it's nothing major.
More than likely, no. But you know, it's always better to be careful.
Yeah, yeah.
How? Uh, I don't need to know the exact age, but how old is the vehicle? Like, is it over?
Probably a 2010 Kia
Okay.
van.
Uh, yeah. Most likely, it would be a computer reset. That's all. But yeah, again, always better to have it checked
Mm-hmm.
because I remember with the vehicle I had, uh, all of a sudden the computer, check engine light came on. I panicked. I was actually out of town, but I realized that there was a dealership nearby, uh, the same kind that my car was. I thought, okay, I'll go there. I can't drive home. So, and that's, I found out because like I said, I was afraid it would be a huge bill. And I was like, oh shit, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
So I just decided, okay, I got to go anyhow. So I did it. And we're looking in the chat. And Joseph Patrick, greetings from the future.
Greetings, future man.
You have a massive workload. You'll listen. Cool. Glad to hear it. And yes, the lemons. Yes, it is midday there. You're right. I'm sorry, Joseph, about that. I was not intending for it to be bothersome to anyone. And Nano Reaper morning. And Happy Dinosaur 8000 is backstage.
Yep.
Good
Hey,
morning.
dinosaur.
Hey, happy morning to you both. Merry
Happy morning
Christmas.
to you. And Merry Christmas. What is going on?
Yeah, not much. I tried one thing. I had my dad drive me to the comic shop up in my collection the last time for the manga, but he's like, "No, no, that's irresponsible. You're acting like a child doing that." I'm like, "Nah, I'm an adult. I'm just gonna get a taxi to go there. Your approval is irrelevant."
Mm-hmm.
So how was your night?
Yeah, good overall. Oh, can't complain. And I basically was talking about my quest of weight loss, getting some success, and basically trying to get in shape.
Mm-hmm.
I showed my human form or in the Madhouse DMs. And I was laughing because people keep thinking I was Hispanic.
Hmm.
It's funny because I've never. There are a lot of people I've talked to. It's like I don't really even consider their.
I'm not really considering my race East that much. I don't think about it.
Right.
But I just surprised by it. It's out of nowhere. Yeah, but still, I'm pretty happy. It's casual Friday today, so I'm wearing jeans.
Well, that's good to hear. It sounds
Yep,
quite comfortable.
size 36,000 dino size.
Hey, that sounds like it's a good place to be in dado size.
Yep. Well, there's some that are 100,000 size, so I'm not going to complain too much.
Exactly. But you don't want to be too, you don't want to be, anorexic dino. That's kind of bad.
Nah, it's better to be bulimic. Only slightly better. These both are terrible.
Uh, so, yeah. I'm assuming you're on your way to work.
Yes, I am, as usual.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
I hope that you have a happy day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's yeah, go ahead.
So I was thinking about one thing. Like, I'm actually gonna have some eggnog today.
Really?
Ooh,
Yeah,
no.
I'm gonna finally try that. Like, the reason I haven't tried it yet is it sounded a bit gross to me. But I'm gonna finally give it a try.
Well, that's good to hear. It's always good to try new things.
Yeah.
It's funny because I grew up having it, so it's nothing new to me.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. Um,
Hmm.
I'm pretty happy to some extent. I'll try to show you one thing up here. Basically, one thing I like about getting out this time waiting for the bus this time of night, this time of the morning, is that I'll show you one thing. Um, can you see the moon?
Let me try to. So let's see here. No,
See it
nope.
Almost saw it for a moment.
like now?
Yeah, there it
Yes,
is.
there it is. Okay, took a second to adjust the light. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Hey, it doesn't show. Yeah, it's occasionally sometimes full moon when I'm out here.
Happy Chomp Chop Friday, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Merry Chumping Friday, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's see here. What have you got going on for today, other than your normal work?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll probably schedule that cab for today, for tomorrow or the day after. And after that, I might just kind of hang on streams, even take some time on Twitter.
That
How much?
sounds good.
How much for my day road? Uh, my mask on, get on my bus when I see it.
Let's see.
Oh, ah.
All right. Morning, hope you're doing good.
That's one of the
All
things
right.
with. Let me go ahead
Yeah,
and
happy Friday to you. Merry Christmas. All right, I'm back.
awesome
Yeah.
to hear.
I basically decided. I forget finish. Basically, I'm bringing some pizza to put in the fridge to do my job today. Maybe I might do that.
The rear doors and sit behind the accessibility reserved seating area.
Ah, great.
Access is only for
Yeah,
passengers and either supporting ramp or operator assistance.
yeah, stupid narrator.
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be much worse.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
the fucking bus is doxing me.
What's up, Bo?
Hey, Poe. Uh, hey, sci-fi guy. What's going on?
Everyone
Hey,
gets
sci-fi guy.
What what's going on with you all the chat? I know that Happy Dino's on the bus now. So he's on his way to work.
Yep.
And shout on.
So what's up with you, Jedi Bill?
Nothing. Just chilling, hanging out. Friday morning.
Oh. Here, Nano Reaper says could be worse. You could have to have an oil change today. Yeah, that's that's not a good thing.
Yeah. I never had a car, but at least I don't have to deal with that.
Oh yeah. And Nano Reaper says oil changes are around $350 for him.
Every 3,000 miles.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no! You do not change your oil every 3,000 miles. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie.
Well, that's a good roll, though.
No, it's not. You don't go anything under 5. Never go anything under 5. In fact, most cars now, no. All that does is waste money and oil. Seriously.
Yep. I figured that'd be the case. He's creating job security by himself by lying.
In fact, there are some places that the cars now recommend having it changed every 7,000 miles, but the oil places always put 3,000 on there. Why? They get more money.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And people are used to the old myth. It's like, this is what was recommended forever, and so it must be true. No, it's not.
Yeah.
They like to make money. You can't blame me. And it was easy to remember. 3 months, 3,000 miles. Well, it'd be nice, but it's more like 6 months, 5,000 miles.
That seems more logical.
Belch Boulevard and Mary Oaks.
Damn it. He's picking right up.
It's funny because I have absolutely no idea where you're at. So what's being said doesn't tell me anything. Banana Reaper, my truck motors and oil. Well, tell me when it's degraded and need to be changed. Exactly. That's the other thing. You got to keep on top of it. Look at how the texture of the oil is and the oil level, and that's why they have a dipstick in there.
Shopping center.
Ah, yeah. Yes, if Patrick agrees, pure BS. I'm changing every 9,000 miles or yearly. Agreed. And you're right, Nano Reaper. Every 3,000 miles was before synthetic oil. But it also was before cars started to be improved. So even with the natural oil, it wasn't being processed as cleanly as before. So now the car's running more efficiently. So it doesn't take as it doesn't go through as much.
This thing sounds like using a floppy disk on like a new MacBook Pro or something like that.
And Mark Reller, you get a German car, 20 years, never changed oil. Okay, there's got to be a joke in there somewhere. Let's see here. Poe, 2019 Honda Accord. Let's see. Oil changes are free for the next 3 years, but only 7,000 miles. That costs $70 at Honda. Yeah, that's that seems a bit excessive. Yeah, I remember being able to just go in for a quick change.
That's going good. The beeping's reminding me. You ever been to Disneyland with that alien encounter thing where like you basically had a discount xenomorph?
It's been so many years since I've been to Disney. Wow.
I haven't been there since I was around like 9 years old, and I freaking hated being there. I hated the waiting, the nickel and diming.
See, I was a kid. When I was a kid, I absolutely loved it. I went to both. I went to Disneyland first. That was when I was a kid. I was in about 5th grade. And then went to Disney World later on. And Epcot Center was open, of course. I had fun. I did. Of course, of course, a lot of things have changed since then. It's like prices are way higher than they were.
Yeah. It seems almost unsustainable nowadays, like most Hollywood.
And thank you, Vance, for stopping by. I know about your productions. And yes, thank you for reminding everyone to be safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Vance. Have a happy day. Merry Christmas to you.
Let's see here now. Let's see here. Couldn't. See, that's the thing. I wasn't, when I added people to the list, I added people that I trusted, that I knew wouldn't be giving out the link to just anybody, and I really wasn't thinking I can always just send Joseph the link directly. So obviously he can. Part of it was I didn't want to send out 20.
Your cat's meowing, Bill.
Yeah, at midnight.
Didn't want to send 20 notifications to everybody. Yeah, but it's what's midnight doing?
Just being very talkative.
I think she's probably saying pet me.
Give me
No.
attention. Nina's not here. Give me attention.
Or I must.
There he is.
Oh yeah.
It's like, notice me.
Hello, midnight. Yes, I know.
Yes. Actually, you
I
are.
speak animal. So basically, it's saying, hey, I want to go on your belly.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
just
he's quite comfortable. He's
rub
quite
his
comfortable.
chin. Yeah.
He wants attention.
Yes. That's how he is.
He loves getting the attention there.
Yes.
Yep.
Because that's
What? All right. I won't stop. Jeez. You're so demanding. You're so demanding. You know that. You're so demanding. Yes, you are.
well, yeah, that's what a cat does. It
You know,
gets demanding.
I never cleaned kitty litter before. Like, how is it? Is it difficult? Is it annoying?
Yes. Part of it depends on if you have the old style kind or the clumpable kind. Because the old style, you just had to basically, yeah, it was a pain. The newer kinds that they have now, basically just clump up and you just dump it out, scoop it out.
Like, basically, I didn't want a cat that would basically shit inside my house when I use the toilet.
Right.
That's kind of why I'm a big dog guy. I take no shit outside. It's the neighbor's problem, man.
And of course, there are going to be some kinks worked out in the show in over time. It's something brand new. I don't want to try to come off like I'm some kind of expert because I sure am not. I'm still new to this regular streaming thing.
Yeah. It takes a while to get used to.
Yeah.
Oh, I have absolutely no doubt about that. There are some people I know I could ask, including yourself, because granted, it's only been around 30 minutes, so it's not, not like it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And
Cat butt.
Poe, I can get that link out to you. It's just like I said. In fact, go ahead and send me a DM on Twitter, please, if you can. And Nano Reaper says cat poop is nowhere near as bad as snake poop for the smell. Well, thankfully,
how the hell does cleaning up snake poop work?
I don't know what it smells like, and I don't think I want to.
That's for sure.
I'm sorry. I know people who have snakes around. I'm not one of them.
I didn't think they had buttholes.
Well, they do. It's just a little different for snakes than it is for any other animals.
I wonder if it's like cat dog. It just goes at the bottom of the tail.
But so you're more of a dog person then.
Yep.
Same here. I've had cats, but
I just find what you were saying?
what's going on there on the bus?
Well, same as usual. Pretty much nothing. I think except beeping. sleeping. Like occasionally, or not occasionally, but I'm mainly just stuck at one place for a bit. We'll go for a break.
I've never really gotten a chance to thank you. It always means a lot when you tweet out when you're on your breaks. I think
Thanks.
that really makes people's day to see you take the time to think about them, send out a message.
Thank you. I do care about you all. Oh, like it is mainly fun for me to get some interaction. And I do legitimately give a shit. I hate whenever I tag someone, check up on them, but all I get is a like. That always frustrates me to some extent. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Oh,
asking,
I
hey, how
do.
are you? For you, and it's like just clicking like and going.
Oh, well,
Like you didn't answer my question.
yeah, I know. I've been guilty of that as far as the not quite answering the question. I would say hi, but not
Like, there's like,
really.
from a smart view of how she had COVID, I basically was slightly annoyed by understanding where it's like okay, how are you? I just got like there's like one time I think it was like the day before yesterday. I was doing this. I basically tagged nearly the entire fandom menace to ask them what they wanted for Christmas. Christmas in America. It was like basically I tagged 100 people.
Wow.
People like Germ was like Resolute Germ was like you've got to tag crazy. You dino.
Well, it does
I'm
sound
like,
like you went a little tag crazy.
yeah, but I didn't get a lot of responses.
And let's see here. The good thing about snakes is only poop about once a week. And Nano Reaper has dogs, reptiles, fish, cats, chickens, cattle, and horses. Oh my word! Ugh.
It must be a farmer.
It sounds like it.
That's the only excuse to have that many animals and not be a hoarder.
Yeah, it would. And oh yes, 47 Yorktown. More cats for Yosef.
He will become the crazy cat man in a few years.
Of course. Well, all we have to do is get a message to his dogs to bring home more cats.
Well,
And
if
we
I
have Slasher McSplitter backstage.
all right.
And good
Everyone in
morning,
Slasher?
Slasher.
What's up? Hang on. I gotta mute myself, put my headphones in.
No problem.
All right. So what kind of meeting you're at? Like basically, I had a meeting yesterday too, but basically it was
Okay.
just my boss trying to get rid of the leftover cupcake she had.
All right.
Had
What kind of cake was it?
cupcakes, basically vanilla.
Ah.
With the yellow.
Well, you're right. Nano Reaper cattle don't count as pets because they are future dinner.
But what if it's a really nice cow? What if you feel like sparing it?
Well, I mean,
No way.
I know people who have actually raised cattle as pets. Believe it or not, but for the most part, yeah.
It's like raising a pig as a pet. It's possible, but
Yeah,
the meat
that's what I'm
tastes so
saying.
good.
I don't want to. I don't want a pig as a pet because I like bacon. I like
I like
ham.
it. Yeah, give me that. I see stuff like, I know pigs are smarter than dogs. You shouldn't kill them. And I'm like, the dog is cuter. The pig tastes better. So kill the
Well,
pig.
I like bacon and I like ham. I don't want to have to put down a pet just to eat the bacon and the ham. I'll leave it up to the, butchers.
And hello, Admiral Oliver Franklin
Morning,
Doom.
Admiral.
How are you?
Hey, Admiral.
By the way, how's everyone doing? I spoke to Jedi Bill earlier. I know Jedi Bill's going. You doing good?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm okay. Doing good. I had a very good day today,
Yeah, nice.
That is good
and
to
maybe
hear.
it could turn into another.
Excellent.
How about you, Dino? Good.
I am doing dynamite, my friend.
Right on.
Basically, the one I'm
Why?
hoping to show, if the show, if I'm able to be on the show long enough. Basically, on the way to my work, they have there's a city Christmas display that's actually all lit up.
Really
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, they got the tree lit up.
I know how you were doing
Uh,
before, but you seem to Jedi Bill seemed to be easing up a bit, so that was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I'm
But
coming.
Jedi Bill, hey Jedi Bill, fuck people,
Yeah.
Ah,
I've already
fuck
washed my
motherfuckers who
hands of
wanna,
it.
yep,
I've
fuck
already
fuck
washed
you.
my
motherfuckers who
hands.
wanna try to shut your shit down. Fuck them.
I've already washed my hands. It's done. It's in the past.
good
It's
deal.
in the past. It's done.
Now we got to fast forward reference.
Hmm. Never give up. Never surrender.
I grab Thaw's hammer. You know, I don't think you can make the movie today and have it be relevant after Star Trek Discovery.
Actually, I think it would be fairly simple if somebody has uh, a passion for something, and
Oh
that's one
yeah,
thing I think that's lacking in the media today is they're making things they have no knowledge about and have no passion for.
yeah. Basically, my problem with Hollywood is mainly it's too big to succeed with too much red tape, too much contractual obligation, and refusal to change and adapt to society as it continues to evolve.
Oh, don't worry, Admiral. You'll get filled in. Christian, we'll fill you
You know
in
what I
later.
mean?
Oh yeah,
I basically, okay, we're alone with society. Here's a streaming service, pay $50 a month.
and Slasher's back.
Whoops, I dropped.
Ah,
Welcome back.
Whoops,
yeah,
I dropped.
Admiral, this is
Wait. I'm sorry. I just want to ask Jedi Bill. You said you're gonna wash your hands of everything.
Wash
of the
of yesterday of
of yesterday.
the incident. The incident. We'll just call it the incident.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna stay here very long because I've been up for fucking I don't know since like fucking 9 o'clock this morning. I haven't
Wow.
slept yet. So I'm just gonna say, Jedi Bill,
Yeah.
you don't have to wash your hands. You don't have to do
Oh.
that. On on the behalf of everybody else, I'm gonna get my hands bloody, and I don't give a flying fuck. So we'll just leave it at that.
Well, Dave G Sound, let me make this concise as possible. What happened was there was a troll on Jedi Bill's stream,
Oh yeah.
not last night, but the night before, who got in. They things happened on the show. Things kind of got a little out of whack. Uh, some feelings got hurt, and so that is why I actually changed the way that I send out the link on here because uh, before I'd been just sending it out in chat. Uh,
Belt and Wachovia Bank.
I have a grudge. I have a grudge that's unsettled. So bloody hands upcoming.
the
Yeah,
so anyhow, the whole thing just you know caused me to rethink this,
Yep.
and
Definitely.
I decided to create my own group on Twitter to send out notifications.
Yeah.
And Sci-Fi Guy, thank you for sending out the link for the channel for Jedi Bell.
Thank you.
That is much appreciated.
Very appreciated. Thank you, Sci-Fi Guy.
I'm pretty happy. The bus is finally moving again.
All right. Success.
Excellent, Raw.
Chomp, chomp, chomp. Friday.
Jump, jump.
Well, it is Friday, yes.
Yep, like that shitty soft up for Rebecca, like a black.
So, anybody have any big plans for the weekend?
Yeah, you got some laundry done. And we use washer.
Yeah, I need to get some laundry done myself, but I was thinking a little more fun. When are you going to have the eggnog there, Happy?
Today actually. Go over get some of my schizophrenia medication to eat, and just make that one there from Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Operators can only drive buses when they are healthy. In order to preserve your bus service and the health of your operator, wear a covering on your nose and mouth while riding a GRTC bus or van.
Yeah, don't quote me when the freaking thing says that. You're right. You ever seen Gremlins too?
It's been a while, but yes, I have. In fact, Bird of Prey 5 is going to be showing it sometime soon, I believe.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's no problem. That is no problem. I figured it was some kind of issue that happened, and it just
It has
dropped
nothing
you.
to do with words, but
Huh?
my grudge has nothing to do with it. I mean, yes, words started it.
Right.
My grudge didn't just have to do with words.
Right.
It also had to do with actions.
I ruined
Exactly. And unfortunately,
And I keep
Go ahead.
I keep dropping. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Captain Trek. I keep dropping, so I don't want to keep dropping in and out. But before I go, I'm just gonna say, if anyone is willing to get in the dirt with me, you're welcome to join me, because I'm going to do this.
So going to war with if I join it.
In the dirt, in the fucking dirt, in the dirt. So before I drop again, I'm just gonna say good morning to everybody. Hope you all are doing good. Captain Trek, Jedi Bill,
yes,
Dino.
Yep.
I am so glad that you want to join Slasher. It means a lot. Join when you're able to. I absolutely love having you on.
I just don't like when I keep dropping over and over again. That annoys me.
And George Witt School.
Well, of course it would be annoying.
Yeah. But my grudge is not over, and I know I'm not the only one that has the same grudge. So just saying out there, if anybody is listening out there,
trust me, people are.
Anyone wants to get their hands bloody? Not literally.
Yeah, we're never going to see
you and no problem.
Well, internet blood.
Metaphorically.
But
yeah, okay.
Symbolically, you see.
Yeah,
symbolic blood.
Exactly. It's coming up soon. It's coming up soon. So.
But yes, Dave, you sound you're correct. It is basically more secure.
At George Witt High School track.
Yeah, I know.
Judas Priest, they got another thing coming, right, Slasher?
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So, three of you guys, have a great morning. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend if I don't speak to you before that.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Have a good one, folks.
You
Later.
too.
Later.
Yeah. Have a good day, Slasher. Merry Christmas.
Attention GRTC riders, please eliminate all non-essential trips
damn it.
and follow all recommended health precautions.
Please just ignore that. But essentially, I'm passing up the church again.
Uh-huh.
As usual.
Front door access is only for passengers that need the boarding ramp or operator
But essentially, I do find it interesting. And I have seen people there during the lockdown times.
Right.
Not many, but a couple. Going back. A couple back when it was back when my state was in lockdown. As far as it's not really in that time anymore at the moment.
So what's going on, Bill?
What do you mean? What's going on?
What do you got going on there?
Oh, not a whole lot. I mean,
I'm finally reviewing on Deadly Ground when I get back home today.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna add make the title card basically the picture of the video. Basically, say Fat Steven Seagal is on deadly ground. I didn't want to do that or Under Siege, where it's like Fat Steven Seagal has the breakfast bar under siege.
Assaulting a GRTC employee is prohibited. Violators will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
I get the
Result
point.
in a felony charge and possible jail time. Midlothian and 37.
wow.
Okay, that audio just sounded absolutely stupid.
Yeah, I know. Well, I hear it every freaking morning. I try not laughing.
It's like, well, first of all, because of the distortion, it almost sounded like it said adopting a driver with is prohibited.
And 34.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So like, okay.
And 33rd.
Oh.
Midlothian and East Lake.
Yeah, I'm getting very close to that Christmas display. Time earlier. In a few minutes, I'm going to change my seat so I can get a better picture of it for you.
Okay. Well, that's kind of you. It's not necessary, but it's kind of you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're able to, Admiral, I did send you a DM with the link on Twitter. And as things, things may go back to normal after a while. It just depends on if we keep getting trolls come in or not.
Yeah, we really got to watch out for them trolls. Them stupid trolls.
They're just no good doors.
I like this. Yeah, Dave G Sound. Oh my God. Well, the announcements just read War and Peace unabridged. That would make more sense.
Basically,
Ah,
never heard
and
this thing.
Admiral Clueless is in.
Greetings and salutations.
What's
And
up, Admiral?
greetings, Admiral.
Ahoy, Admiral Clueless. Happy morning to you, man.
So this is what YouTube looks like when I'm not directly involved.
Oh yeah, you missed a lot. You have missed a storm.
I've already been questioning some people's behavior.
Yep.
Like somebody running a stream while they know that.
Let me take care of that.
What? I didn't hear that. Can you turn down the
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
That's
Oh, he didn't beat me up, Admiral. Well, it's not very hard, you know.
Go ahead.
You know.
Go ahead, Admiral.
I did somebody running a stream while they know that Bill and I are on, which is kind of funny because I noticed that Bill's watch numbers were higher than I've seen in a long time.
Oh yeah. Even the thumbs down, so I would laugh at that.
I don't know what's going on. I almost don't care.
Yeah. Better not to, actually.
Just, I've seen some very strange things going on when I have a chance to jump up into onto YouTube long enough to see what's going on, because with everything I've been doing lately.
Yeah.
Too old for the drama.
Yeah, I ain't got time for drama also.
But, like the old saying says, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Oh, yeah.
The stupid is, the stupid does.
And, well, nobody deals with stupid people quite like I do.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Depends on which side of the stupid meter you're on.
This is true.
So, I'm just trying to figure. I'm hearing drama, and I'm like, what in the hell?
10 and 20 seconds.
And now Bill's got a second cat there.
A tiger.
Yep, Bill is sure likes his kitties.
Hello. Hello, tiger.
Yeah, true, Joseph. Very true.
Oh, yes, Joseph. You're right.
10 and 14.
Yeah, for some reason, I think things will hopefully change once this
10 and 12.
lockdown garbage ends. Hopefully. One day.
I don't. So, as I understand it, you had a troll or two on your channel, Bill?
No, there was like 12 of them.
This was the day before yesterday?
Right.
Yep.
Is that live stream still up?
No, it's gone.
10 and 10.
That's what I thought, because I was on there and I was watching and you had like over 30 viewers going on at the same time. I went to look for it and I went to look to see what I could, to jump in there because I was at a break point and your stream was completely gone.
It's not gone. It's just
I know. Ugh.
So how was your night at work, Admiral?
Not too bad. Although I'm wondering... I'm sorry. There's a growth in my hand that I didn't recognize before.
Better get that looked at.
May have to have that investigated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What in the?
Oh, well, let's see here. What does he see? So layout. I'm not quite sure what that is, but
No, I had slight technical difficulties.
okay, no problem.
Nice and bird.
There it is. See it? See it?
Ooh. No, I can't really.
We can't make that.
I wish I could, because I can see Christmas lights.
Yeah, basically like it's right.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can see part of a tree. That's cool.
I turn it sideways so I could pay attention, but hell, like my camera's on that monitor.
Yeah, I tried my
Then it
best.
would
I'm
look
not-
a little funny seeing you, Admiral.
What's that?
I said it would look a little funny seeing you turn your head sideways while looking.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go to work, and I hope you all have a good day, very happy day, and also Merry Christmas, and I'll see you later.
Happy day to you, happy Dino K. I am so always happy to have you on. Have a happy day.
I will, you too, and Merry Christmas.
Operators can only drive buses when they are healthy. In order to serve your bus service
And Bill, would you mind sending Deji Sound the link in Facebook? I don't know if I have him on mine, but I know you have him on yours.
Okay.
Yeah. You can send, and I'll tell you, Bill, you can send him the link and Nina the link any way you need to, because I know you're not going to be sending out just to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So, needless to say, Admiral, we've gone to a more lockdown version of
secure version.
Yeah.
Well, I had done this. I had done the same thing on the short attention span theater for a while there.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I think they'd be too scared to mess with you. So
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just do not understand why people seem to think that this is necessary to do.
My question is why they think it's acceptable.
Well, because it pays well to be stupid, or so many people wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, like I said, there was a supposed friend of ours who was running a late night stream against us. And I wondered about that lately and some of the guests on that particular show. But I'm not going to make anything of it because, you know, YouTube's big enough to go around, but I did notice that I had some really good numbers viewer wise at a time, especially when that person was on.
Which I find interesting. A lot of these people, they want to get on and try to take away numbers, and it's like it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of people out there on YouTube.
This would be so much better if I knew how to type.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense now, Captain Trek?
Let me check. Oh, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh,
Yeah, I was just shocked. Okay, that's what I kind of figured.
Okay, Dave, just look at your Facebook.
I
message.
was surprised by the first one, but the other two, no. Uh,
Oh yeah, I was surprised. See, that person was running against the short attention span theater.
I never even noticed. Never even noticed.
Well, I did because you know me. I've got two monitors here. I've got this monitor here monitoring the chat, so I know what's
Right.
going on, and obviously this monitor right here with the live stream going, so I have some sort of clue what's going on. Or
Right.
at least pretend like I do.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I've always got three YouTube windows open,
Yeah.
and I've got YouTube on my Xbox going all the time.
Yeah.
When the notification came up that that first person in that list started a stream at 2 or 3 o'clock on a Monday morning.
3. I think for the one we're speaking of, I think it always goes up
Yep.
at the same time.
Yep.
3 in the morning.
Okay. Well, everybody and their brother knows that, you know, you're on all night. I'm on all night, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the first person in that list came on and was trying to be friendly to all of us. And now that person's running against us. No big deal. I mean, hell.
Yeah.
But it just didn't make sense to me.
No.
Thanks for sending me the link, Bill.
Oh, you're welcome.
Especially the guests that person's been having.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's true. And I'm sorry about the I'm sorry about being more secure with sending out the link, Dave. It has nothing to do with you.
It's all good. Hey, Bill, if you want to share my Facebook info with Captain and Admiral, that's fine too. Because I don't have Twitter, and I don't feel like diving into it after all these years. But I mean, I guess if I had to, just to chat with you guys, I would do it. But I'd rather not.
Be better not to.
Yeah. So Bill can send you my Facebook profile, and we'll just
think I've
do
been
it
asked
that way.
to be a friend of yours anyway, so I'll look into it. Oh, I want one of these.
What is it?
Can I share this, Cap?
Of course. We're secure here. We're not sending out the link to just everybody.
Yeah.
And I trust you.
Oh.
What is
That's
Is
a
that
Hallmark
joust?
ornament.
What is that?
Joust.
Joust.
That's a
Love
Hallmark
joust.
ornament.
Oh, does it work though?
God, that brings back memories.
Wouldn't it be cool if it worked?
Well, there'd be that, but
We're very tiny. You got really, really tiny fingers.
isn't
I
that
loved
cool?
that game.
That is cool.
I loved that game. They had Joust 2 also. There was a Joust 2.
I want that.
That's cool, man. I see why you do. I kind of want it too. My wife would be like, "What is it with you and these things?" That's the first thing she'd ask you. Does it work? No, it's an ornament. I guess it works as an ornament.
Well, you know, that's why I have all the Star Trek starships hanging above my patio door.
I've got a whole bunch of Star Trek stuff on my tree too.
Well, no, I mean literally. I took all the Hallmark ornaments that I have of Star Trek and hung them. They're hanging year round above my patio door.
Cool.
Well, I I have the USS Ares and a laser cut lamp hanging over the fireplace.
Cool.
And you know, again, wife knows all about it and everything like that, and she likes Star Trek a lot, but not the way that we do.
Right.
And she's like, hey, we're gonna hang up the socks. What do you want to do with your sign? I'm like, what do you mean? The lit up starship. I'm like, what about it? Well, what do you want to do with it? Well, I don't understand the question. It's staying there, and it's there.
So what does she do when you're on? Let me ask that, Dave.
Works. She's at work. She runs a construction company.
Well, if there's ever a time where she's able to come on, it would be fun to have her on as well.
Oh my God, dude. Come on, give me some kind of breathing room here. Here, hold on. I'm gonna show you my Starship thing. Hold on. If I can figure out how to do the camera flip. Facing rear. There.
Oh, lovely. That is beautiful.
Here's this Ares. Here's my tree.
Wow.
That's kind of nice, right? And then the wife puts this little Christmas village up on the mantle.
That's pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? Here's a flyby. Anyway, no, that's kind of that.
Very nice.
Let's see if I can.
I think Dave accidentally exited the studio.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Oops. That always happens
Yep,
when I mess
figured
around
as
with my
much.
phone.
It's yeah. I get used to seeing it. Figured as much.
Dave,
Anyway, yep.
this is my over my patio door.
Oh, love that. Man.
Hang on.
I noticed a Millennium Falcon kind of mixed in.
Yeah.
Just saying. Ooh. Cool.
Yeah, that's my
I love that.
dining
That's
room.
really, actually, I love that, man. So let me ask you this. So those stay up all the time, but what about the Christmas lights?
They're up there. They're
all the time.
They're
I
built
love it.
into the wood.
I absolutely love it.
So if I get any more of those ornaments, I can just hang them up there and then plug them in and go.
I love that. Yeah, that's really cool, man.
Let me see.
I didn't. Well, I'd show you, except I'm afraid I'll cut off again. But my my Enterprise ornament that lights up is looking good. It's the Enterprise E though. So I had an older shuttlecraft, but yeah, the nacelles light up and the impulse engines light up and the deflector dish lights up.
But that's the east end of my. That's into my kitchen right there.
That is beautiful.
That is great.
I love that.
Hey, Admiral, is your wife a big sci-fi fan? Does she like Star Trek?
Decorated.
Oh, really?
The last one.
Wow.
That's in my living room.
Oh, wow, man. You got some cool stuff there.
And most of that is her decorating.
Of course.
I'm like,
I mean, look at those pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just brilliant. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Kudos, man. I mean, that takes the cake.
With the lighting and everything, yeah.
Well, the thing is I'm gonna like try to probably replay this stream just to show my wife your photo because she
Actually,
loves Ghostbusters.
Actually, there's I put a video on my channel of my living room and dining room.
Oh, okay.
So,
Because I've seen the video you walked through your studio for a bit, but
Yeah,
that was
well,
a
there's-
long time ago. That was months ago.
right there, one of my first videos was called "Earning My Nerd Card," and it showed all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I remember when you came on, Admiral, and you've just exploded. I mean, well, one, you're smart. That helps. Two, you're interesting. That helps.
Mm-hmm.
And three, nobody's going to F with you. That helps too.
well, people seem to think
And
that
whatever happened, Bill, by the way, I don't know what happened. I didn't hear anything about this is the first I've heard of it. F those MFers, man. You know everybody
yeah.
loves you, pal.
Yeah.
You know that? I mean,
It's
come
one
on.
of those things.
I don't know why well, you know what? Hate is a biggest form of love. It means that they care enough about you to try and fuck with you. Excuse my French.
I don't
But
care.
but that's all that is. If somebody's trying to mess around
this
with you.
is marked not for kids, so
Okay.
Mhm.
Well then, yeah. So hate basically means that they really, really care, whether it's one way or another. They care. Just like you said about the thumbs down. You cared enough to go onto my stream and give me a thumbs down. Thank you so much.
I know.
You
It's
know.
thank you for
give me a thumbs down.
giving me some
And the thing
watch time.
is, Bill, you're like the most unoffensive person on the internet.
Awesome!
So
I
who
got a
could-
dislike. Yes.
I mean, who the hell? Like somebody just said, "Who are we gonna troll tonight?" Finish that bottle and let's get on the computer and just totally mess with somebody. That's just. So whatever happened, man, I've
Well-
never heard you utter a bad thing about anybody.
No.
They came at me on Monday night and were unsuccessful. And then they really worked hard. They kept at it on the night before last.
So is this like a clique of people or something, or like are these people that I would know without mentioning names, like from the?
No, I don't think so.
Huh. Okay.
They're just I don't know. It's just bored.
Well,
I
that means you've made it, man. You're in, dude. You're gonna be on Entertainment Weekly or something next because if people are chasing you, you're in, man.
I was there the night you got your first troll.
Yeah.
Which one was that? Was that girl that was?
No,
No.
That's somebody else entirely.
Okay.
That's another.
She wasn't a troll. She just needed to find God or something. She had some issues.
That's right. You're right, James. You don't want to wage war against the trolls because that's what they want. They want attention,
right?
Which is why we're not mentioning names.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't ask.
I don't want to draw.
I don't even want to know. I'm just on. I'm here. I'm backing you up, Bill. Whatever. But
Thank you.
And
Dave.
quite honestly, they are going. Oh, we're going to go on there and we're going to give them a dislike.
Mhm.
Boo hoo! I'm not going to get sad over it.
It doesn't upset me. It doesn't offend me.
you should do something like, I really, really appreciate all the dislikes. I got enough attention to get monetized. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for adding to my watch time.
They always like that. When I was working at the hardware store one time, somebody said, you're kind of rude. It was a customer who was an asshole. And so I was an asshole to them. I mean, it was a hardware store. This wasn't a corporate gig, You give, I give. And they were like, "Where's the fucking 2x4s?" I was like, "In the fucking back where they always fucking have been." Man, you're kind of rude. And I said, "Thank you."
All I'm going to say is that my company was so impressed with my customer service skills They have me come in at 9 o'clock when the store closes.
Well, you know, my hours are kind of similar, man. I do the night shift at the grocery store now, and I love it because there's no people. I deal with like 7 other people and a couple deliveries, and I just get to listen to the radio and put shit out of boxes on shelves. It's tedious, it's stupid, it's the same thing every day. It's a waste of talent, and I love it because
Well,
I can just basically shut off and catch up on the news of the world, or listen to an audio book, listen to music if I want to. You know, nobody messes with me. Nobody's saying, "Hey, hurry up and do that." I love the hurry up thing because I already shut that down. I was like, you know what, you guys are paying me? Okay, how much does a racehorse make in money? A lot of money. All right. How much does a workhorse make? Nothing. Well, I'm a workhorse. You want me to work faster? You can pay me. You know. Hey, why don't you pick up the little price gun laser scanner thing and start doing inventory in the back? I'm like, am I getting a raise? Because that wasn't initially what I was doing. And they were like, well, but we can't authorize a raise. I'm like, well, I'm not doing it. Just leave me alone. And they were like, okay.
I got extremely lucky in my situation. So,
Well, you work at Schmeepo, is that right?
yeah.
Yeah. I've been paying attention to your work stories because they're so similar to mine.
Let's see.
And James, I will say this: I want to keep my stream a friendly atmosphere. Like I said in the description, I want it to be nerd talk. It's not about drama. It's not about anything else going on. You know, we need a safe place that we can come and talk about nerdy things, whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, you know, any other franchise that we happen to love. You know, movies that are coming out, things that are going on with us during the holiday season. You know, we come together to talk, to get to know each other, to have company. And that's the whole point for me having a channel. I decided to go on in the morning because it's like, you know what? I went ahead and paid the $10 a month for a year. I'm gonna take advantage of it. My show may only be on for a year every morning, but it's gonna be there. You know, I may not have $96 next year to pay for it. So what? Yeah, I'm going to take this year. I'm going to take advantage of it, and I'm going to have fun. And after the year's up, I may just cut back the number of live streams and still have fun.
I think, Captain, that between everybody that you'll be able to afford it after another year.
Hello, Eastland Burkholder. How you doing?
Yeah,
I think you'll be able to. I'll think you'll be able to afford it if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but I don't want to be asking people for it because
you won't have to.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
The star of the show, the co-host of co-hosts. Why?
Is it bad that I know that the sound of Locutus? I don't even have to be looking at the screen, and I know it's Locutus.
Yeah, I know. It's so distinctive. His don't hold me, Daddy. Don't hold me. I don't like to be held. You know this. I don't like to be held.
Couldn't help myself. Sorry.
I know. Sometimes you can't.
And here's the thing. Most people are like, oh no, people are out there talking about me. You're drawing attention to my channel. People are subscribing to my channel because you're out there dissing me.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, how horrible.
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on. You know, why why generate hate?
Well,
Right
they can
now.
hate me all they can hate
Well,
me all
you know
all they
why?
want.
Because it gives them a dopamine rush. It gives them a little bit of a adrenaline rush when somebody responds to them. They say something negative, and somebody responds to it, and they're like, "Ah, yes, one more. Let me have another hit." You know, that it's just that's why conflict sells so well. Conflict, it's like the car accident thing. You can't look away. You don't want to see that nastiness, but you have to. And that's the same kind of rush people get from causing a rift or a conflict because they've woven themselves into it instead of just having some fun, being a decent person. They want to cause that. They want to be the ones that throw the lit match into the leaf pile instead of raking up the leaves.
Exactly.
Well,
I don't know where that came from, but whatever.
I tell people all the same thing. They can hate me all they want. I almost care. Not quite, but almost. And that they still are so much luckier than me because they can kiss my ass and I can't. So just saying.
That's a good one.
I have been Admiral Doom for almost 35 freaking years. Which is 35 more than I have of give a fucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's impressive how these people, how viscerally they react when they realize that you really just don't give a shit what they think. And when I finally realized, I don't know, a couple decades ago that I'm not in it to impress anybody. I don't give a shit if you think this. Oh, your hair looks silly. Yeah, well, that's good for you. No, your hair. It's like, well, yeah, whatever. It really pisses them off that you don't react. If you're dismissive, if you actually don't care, they can tell, and that really pisses them off.
Well,
and Generation Productions, you're right. There are people out there paid to troll. And again, if they're on my channel, they're watching, they're leaving a like, they're leaving a dislike, they're leaving an interaction.
Here's
what
my
question is that being paid to troll? Is it being targeted? Are they being just paid to go out and just generate traffic on the internet, or are they being paid to target you? And if so, by whom?
It's just they're being paid to troll anybody they can.
Okay. All I know is that if you guys appear on the Short Attention Span Theater, I do have one request. Okay. If a troll comes on my channel and I let him on the panel, would you please at least alert me to where I'm supposed to give a damn? Because I normally miss the clues.
No.
Admiral, I'm just going to sit back and watch and see what happens.
It's best to snuff them out before. Don't give them a voice. Don't. No, they want a voice. They can go do their own. Good luck with it.
Yeah, well,
I'm still a little flabbergasted that somebody decided to mess with you, Bill. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. I mean, at all.
Now the question I have is, oh, are you kidding me, Captain Trick?
What?
The response to my last question in private chat.
Oh,
What?
I
Hold
can't
on, let me
read
look.
it because I'm afraid I'll disconnect.
Let me check.
Hold on, I'm gonna try.
When I
Sounds-
asked if I knew any of the people who were trolling Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
The same 3 that I mentioned earlier?
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
What now?
Huh? I've heard of these folks and I've heard them on the stream. I don't see how. Okay. All right.
I want to know, particularly the first one in that list.
Yeah.
What happened
Yeah.
that person turned against us or turned against Bill?
I don't know.
Let me put it to you this way. There have been other things that have happened with the second person on that list.
Yeah.
Okay. That first person decided to take that second person's side and turn on everybody who wasn't on the second person's side.
Huh. Well, at least they have a hobby.
They have a hobby.
Hmm.
And
And what's funny is I just got a Facebook friend request from the first person on that list.
Right, hang on. I gotta mess with my phone.
Okay.
Should I hit the back arrow or X?
So
let's see.
So here's the thing.
There
Okay. I mentioned in Twitter the other day that I made Santa's third list for the 30th year in a row. The same response to her friend request.
Here we go. Future Man.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, I need to switch something on my headset. Give me a second.
Okay.
No problem. Now, I will address something that was said in the chat. That words do not wound. That's not true. Now, because they do wound. However, it's how you react to the wound that matters.
Oh, believe me, words can hurt people.
Yeah.
I still got people in my lifetime that are stinging from some of the shit I've said.
Yeah. That whole words don't hurt, sticks and stones can break my bones. Words will never hurt me. That's bullshit, and everybody knows it.
Yeah.
It's just if you let it. You gotta
honestly,
it's difficult, hard to not let it get to you.
Well, that's the thing is thinking people like, yeah, you can brush it off. You can even brush it off to yourself and not have it affect you, but it still does. You're still actively repelling whatever it is that was, that was unappealing to you about it. So you're still putting in effort. So they do. And especially, thinking people will go, man, I wonder what I did so wrong to really offend you, even in the back of their mind. And you might not care about it, but you're still going to consider it at some point. So words do hurt. Or can.
And greetings from the future.
Joseph, what's up?
And I will say this. I will say this now. Anyone who is a mod on my channel, if you see something that's inappropriate, that you feel is inappropriate, remove it. I'm here to host the stream. I'm here to talk to people. I'm going to look at the chat, and I can see whatever you've taken out. If I choose to say what was said and taken out, that is my choice. But I'm here to host. You're here to relax, enjoy, and watch the chat as well. And I'm asking. I've trusted you to do what you think best. That's why you're given wrenches. You're also free to uh, support any other channels that are out there. You know, if Slasher Explorer has a channel, Admiral Doom, you can throw in your channel. So can you, Jedi Bill. You know, we're here to support each other. That's the whole point. Yeah, I have. Let's see here. Last I saw, okay, 12 people watching. You know what? I don't care if I have all these. There are people that are like, oh, I have 30 people watching. I don't care. I don't care.
Captain, I'm kind of here to hang out with you guys. That's to me,
Exactly.
this
That's
is
the
like a
whole point.
virtual pub, man. It's like a group of friends meeting up after work for a few hours.
We can
Oh,
get
yeah.
together. We can hang out. We can talk about whatever we want and have fun.
Right, and the rest of the pub can listen in or join in, and that there it is. But so, when's the last time you've been out with a couple of friends and one asshole comes up and goes, "You know what? Your conversation's wrong." Doesn't happen. It
Yeah,
doesn't happen.
doesn't happen. Sure, I say, hey, Yosef, did you catch the new episode of that Mandalorian show? Gee, that was good. I don't know.
And what I read immediately today on Twitter, and I responded that they are that Disney is planning something like give me a second because I sent a reply to that tweet, so I should be able to read it.
That's a really long title for a Disney movie.
Yeah, I know. it's there was a tweets and
And you left
Star
out
Wars
Princess.
here.
episode 10. What are we fucking away this time?
Oh,
and
here. Let me read it to you. Disney announced a Star Wars spin-off starring Gina Carano, assumed, and another with Rosario Dawson. I've done videos on the complexities, but it saddens me that both have transphobia issues around them. It shows common transphobia, how common transphobia really is, and how little Disney cares. And the only reply that I had was that I might be a weird one, but I do not care about the actors. I am watching a character on the screen,
Yeah,
skeletons in the closet, and it's literally you could find on every single one of us. I'm not even talking about actors that we said some shit in the past, and that there are things that could be held against us by somebody. And I'm not even
right,
I'm not even going into the discussion about SJWs and snowflakes and having something, but there are things you said to your friends, then they can say to you back to you that you were a jerk at the time. And it's up to you if you say okay, but I stand behind what I said, or I apologize. And it's up to you how you treat the situation. And so it is with everybody. And sorry for if it's forbidden having a different opinion than the masses, uh, and being attacked for that. I think that actually those people who are attacking you personally, not the opinions, but you personally for your opinions, are those ones who are hypocrites.
right.
This is how I see it. And basically, and to the discussion that you had like a few minutes ago about if words can hurt. You know what? Words can hurt only if they come from people that you care for, or people who you pay attention to. So.
yeah.
But honestly, if somebody on the internet just calls me an idiot or whatever, honestly, I don't care. And sometimes on Twitter, what I do is I have a policy of never attacking people, but I do not care. I will attack opinions if I don't agree with them. I will never attack people personally, and I never
Right.
did it on any streams, on any social media. And if I attack somebody personally, it's face to face, and it's just because I feel some type of injustice. So, and honestly, when I go and type something that is not within the bubble that the people are closed in, I get some hate, and if somebody attacks me personally, I say, okay, it only shows that if you are attacking me already personally, means you ran out of arguments, and you have nothing else to say. So honestly, words can hurt only if they come from somebody you care about, and this is, I mean, this is something that many people have to learn. I know that young people have problems with it, but honestly, I'm old enough to understand the difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, a lot of the folks online here, I mean, we've had conversations about dial-up BBSs and stuff like that as being pretty high tech, and they weren't even born yet, and they're born with a Twitter cell phone in their hand and think they can do no wrong. Well, you can do wrong. You know, you can be, if you want to set out to make a name for yourself as somebody who's hurtful and rude, by all means, that's going to be you. Is that what you want? I guess. I don't know. Not you personally. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
you know,
I understand.
like,
I understand. Yeah.
If that's your goal, is to be fundamentally known as somebody to be hated and disliked, then hooray, good for you. It's a real easy job.
Yeah, stupid. You can be successful at being stupid and bigoted.
Yeah, it's real easy. Real
Just
easy.
saying.
Yeah, I had a interesting evening last night. I knew exactly what was going on. We're making dinner, and all of a sudden, I hear a big, super loud Harley Davidson out front, and I knew exactly what was going on. It was my friend Dan, who I haven't seen. We've been friends for 30 years. I haven't seen him in a couple of years, and I'm like, somebody's parking a Harley on my front lawn in my neighborhood. I know there's only one person that does that. Yeah, without calling first. And anyway, so this huge biker parks this gigantically ghastly green teardrop tank Harley on my front walk. And he's a good pal. I knew it was his. So anyway, and you know, he's one of these guys that puts on a persona. He's one of these big biker dudes that's a teddy bear, but he puts on the whole persona. I mean, yeah, he's covered with tattoos on his neck and shit, but you know, I've known the guy forever. And he so I invited him in. I went out and got some shitty beer because he wanted Budweiser. And I'm like, okay, of course Budweiser. You know, get some Budweiser, none of that shishi. All right, fine, whatever. Because I haven't seen the guy in a while. And he dropped you know, by talking he dropped the N-word, and that's, I was like, dude, you know, what do you, and he did it. I brushed it off the first couple times. He wasn't saying it at like the race or anything. He was just using it, and I was like, dude, can you just not, like, don't do that. It's not necessary. You can say schmucks. You know, you don't have to use that. That's you're somebody. I don't know who you've been hanging around, but you know, that's not really cool. No. And he was like, oh man, does it hurt your feelings? And I was like, yeah, it does a little bit. And he was like, I'm sorry, I won't. You know, it was just a simple conversation, simple request. You know, he was just being in his persona and thought that he needed to speak that way. And it's like, dude, we've known each other a long time. Stop with that. And he was like, I'm sorry. I wasn't, you know, just doing my spiel. It's not something, it's not a fundamental belief of his. You know, that's why I was like, dude, you know, what's up with the whole dropping that word all the time? And he was like, well, I mean, like, sorry if it offends you. I'm like, well, it does. And my wife's here and she doesn't like it either. And he kind of hung his head and was like, I'm sorry.
Well, the last time somebody was picking on me and says, well, does that hurt your feelings? I'm like, well, first, no, I don't have feelings. And two, no, it's not going to, doesn't hurt my feelings at all. It's going to hurt yours in a minute.
I've heard you say that before, and you know what? I think I remember. I don't remember a specific one, but I seem to remember you're pretty good at a dress down of somebody, man. You know, you can rip somebody apart pretty easily.
You
I don't mean any specific examples or me personally, but yeah, you're a strong fella, man.
The one time I asked a stripper for change for a penny. Um,
I always liked that from what was it? I think it was from Married with Children, but it was a rough example. But it's like the stripper says, "Hey, baby, you got $1?" It's like, "Yeah, sure. Got change for $1 million? No problem. Got change for $1 million? Oh no, I don't have $1." Never got into the strip club thing.
Got change? You got $1? I said, you got something worth it?
When I was a student, when I at the university, there was a pub we used to go to, and they had striptease Wednesdays.
Wow.
Yeah, and the striptease was for free. You can imagine who was undressing on the stage.
Oh, are you talking about like the belly dance display that's like a bunch of balloons? It's just
it's like sometimes there were strippers that had like boobs wherever you wanted to create them, because they were sometimes there were strippers where you said that it's very good that there is only a very miserable lighting. Yeah, and yeah,
Even
but
your
it was
Hey,
for free. It was for free.
yeah, but people need an outlet. Come on. I mean, even people like that, they, if they want to do it, that's fine. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I can always look away.
And the problem is, if they couldn't get girls, they found some guys.
No way.
Well, see, my in-laws and I were discussing opening a strip club in the small town they live in.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my idea that we have a strip club that has it's a big building that they were talking about, and the strip club would be, you break it right down the middle with a half wall, men on one side, women on, stripping men on one side, stripping women on the other. You just go where you want.
Right.
Got everybody covered, all in one
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
That seemed to me to be equal opportunity.
Absolutely.
Until the alphabet community gets involved and goes, wait a minute, why can't there be both? Where's the third room?
I'm sorry. I know this is going to offend some people, but do I care? I think I could say it best by quoting Kindergarten Cop. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
You know what? The movie is actually on the Netflix.
You've taught them the basics.
Kindergarten Cop is on Netflix, and I was surprised that they put the movie on Netflix because of this, and let's call it outdated view. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I understand there are people that feel that they are different than their assigned gender.
Right.
Okay. I don't have an issue with them. I really don't. I want the best for them. If they feel they need gender reassignment, go for it. Do what's best for you. But when it comes to bathrooms, if you got a penis, you go in the boys' room. You got a vagina, you go in the girls' room.
Well, it was so funny because you weren't on the short attention span theater on Monday morning, but we were having a discussion about people calling people like me homophobes and racist and sexist and that kind of thing. And I had made the comment that one of the people that I had on my show a few weeks ago is a lesbian. Okay.
Okay.
So I was talking to her last night, and then it occurred to me that the two people I talk to most at work are lesbians. So if I'm some sort of homophobe, I'm doing this wrong.
No, it's you know what the general problem is with the transsexuality, and it is extremely misunderstood right now. And if I didn't know few people, I wouldn't understand it at least to that level as I do to what they went through their whole lives and everything.
Oh yeah.
So I'm trying not to make jokes about it,
Right.
but I still think that making if I'm able making fun of myself, there are definitely all the topics that there is no topic that I cannot make fun of. I don't want to be I'm not going to be disrespectful. I don't want to be rude to them, to anybody actually.
Right.
But making fun of something is still, I think, within borders of uh, acceptable behavior. You know.
Well, you know what's funny?
Parody is acceptable.
I don't make fun of people like that because I try not to make fun of people because of their personal traits or physical traits or whatever. Because
Right.
that's I'm going to pick on you for better topics than that. Just saying. You know, if you're a certain color, if you're a certain gender, I'm not going to pick on the easy stuff. Come on, people.
Yeah.
Hey, who gave a thumbs down?
I'm celebrating because somebody actually cared enough.
Yeah, I know.
It must be somebody from Australia because they see it upside down, so it's a
nice one, Joseph.
But I don't care about transgender, gay. I don't care about if you're any of that. I don't care. You treat me nice, I'll treat you nice. It's that simple. I have been telling people for the past 35 years, I could be your greatest friend or your worst nightmare.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know what? I totally agree with what Eastern just wrote into the chat. Some social advocates are not actually trying to help individuals of any group or trying to make a better society, but just trying to make noise and drama.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's really a cry for attention more than actually doing anything. You're not walking over a bridge getting hit in the face with a billy club. You're whining on the internet,
Yeah.
The only time I have ever become confused by transgender is two of my friends, dear friends, love them to death, who were men, became women, and they are lesbians.
Okay.
So they changed gender. So they went from being men to women, and now they're transgender lesbians. My brain had a problem with that because of a logic issue.
Yeah.
That's the only ever time I've ever been even remotely concerned with anything like
that. You know what?
Well, yeah, I get the logic issue that you just
it's
mentioned about that, but it still boils down to they're friends of yours. Are they happy? If they're happy, fine.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, it's not a logic issue, because you can be trans and you can be heterosexual or homosexual.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like two completely separate categories.
Oh, I know.
So they don't mix, and in that case, you can still be let's say like physically male, feeling like a woman on the inside, like your gender identity is female, and you can still be attracted to females. So this is
Oh,
exactly
yeah.
those things, and I had as well my issues with understanding it before I went deeper into the topic, just because one of my very good friends is transgender.
Right. Oh, okay. See, um,
Hi,
and
geek.
I turned
Hey,
it in,
Andy.
and when I was talking to them, I kind of, they realize I joke about everything.
Yeah,
Everything,
of course.
almost everything in life is funny. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how I deal with my depression a lot, my
Right.
dysthymia. And I was looking at him. I said, "Okay, so let me get this straight. You went from being a man who likes women to a woman who likes women." And Karen looked at me. She goes, "Never thought of it that way." I said, "Yeah, I'm not judging here. It's just this is how my brain works."
Right.
And she goes, "Well, it's not that simple." And I said, "I didn't think it was. It just, you know, this is the way the logic in my brain is running." And she goes, "Yeah, I can understand that." I'm like, "It's no big deal. You be you."
Yeah, and by the way, to the topic of humor, this is there's a huge difference between making fun of somebody, which is not a good thing, and
Correct.
making jokes about something, which I
That's
think
what
is acceptable.
I was saying, Joseph. Parody is one thing. Like if you watch, um, okay, I know that this is, some people think it's not funny. Whatever. I don't think that it's that great a show. Saturday Night Live, Black Jeopardy is fucking hilarious, but it's not making fun. It's parody. They're not actually, there's not, the actors aren't going out there as black actors going, ha ha ha, our race. They are, but they're not. They're not, it's not an insult. It's an observation. It's a parody. It's like when it's the same thing as what up with that? You've seen shows like that. They exist. They're just pointing it out. They're not saying this is wrong or you're bad for doing this. They're just pointing it out. The same way I point out the horrible gospel music they pipe through the store in the middle of the night for us to listen to. Oh my God, these people can't sing, but they trained and they're on the radio. I'm not talking about anybody you've heard of. You know the ones I mean. It's just the ones that decide that the more notes you add in to one measure, the better they sound. And it's like, stop it. Just stop it. Sing one note. The song has one note written in it. I've read the sheet music.
Well,
Don't do that.
the day before, or no, the day after Thanksgiving, I was at the store, and and of course the holiday music had started.
James, well stated, James. Sorry, James wrote something that
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. Sorry, go ahead.
And I had made a comment that I was leaving the store listening to a Christmas song by Talentless Shithead. Now, the artist in question has the same initials as that. I'm just going to leave it there. But I just, the people who tell me that I'm such and such because I am this or that, the other thing, you know what? Screw you.
Well, them, I always say the same thing. It pisses them off when they can't get to you, and you just go, "Wow, interesting observation. You're a really good judge of the character," and just leave it there. And they just fume. You can see the veins pop out. They turn red. Interesting observation.
Well, it's like the one time somebody had said something to me, and I'm like, for some somebody who doesn't like religion, you sure do pray to whatever it is you believe in.
And good morning, pop culture adventure.
And let me tell you, that didn't go over well.
No. If
Or
there's
the
somebody
or the one
in the chat,
or the one guy who says, well, I'm just so I just
Twitter.
hate bigotry. I'm like, and why do you do it?
Mm-hmm.
I say, that's always the fun one. I say, for somebody who hates bigotry, and racism, sexism, you sure spew a lot of hate.
Yeah.
They're like, no, I just don't like intolerance. I'm like, so you don't like people who disagree with you? Well, they're wrong. You're like, well, they're wrong. What they think is wrong, but that's what they think, and they think you're wrong. Well, yeah, watch their heads just watch the wheels going off the
problem
rails.
They're not getting. Here's the thing. They're not getting. They're being intolerant of intolerance. That means they're intolerant.
Right. I know.
Yeah. And I
and doesn't necessarily, and not even they are being intolerant about intolerance. They are intolerant to different opinions.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's why we said they want That's why one of the biggest things I say is when they argue, they say, we support diversity. I say, do you support different opinions? Well, only some. I said, then you don't support diversity because you don't support diversity of thought. And I said, hey, I'll be the first one to admit there are certain opinions I don't agree with and I think are wrong. Communism, fascism, And then I just beat them over the head with facts. Oh, they hate that.
Yeah.
They hate being beat over the head with facts. Because if I just throw facts out there and all they throw is emotion, I'm like, these are the facts, buddy.
Yeah, James.
Yeah. Well, then they call you a fact pusher.
A what?
A fact pusher.
And then
you're
I
one
would
of those
say,
fact
you're
pushers.
damn right.
I'd be
like, oh, you're damn right. I'm the kind of guy. Yeah, I'm going to push facts on you because you're obviously ignorant of them.
Oh, I've heard these facts before. Jeez, you're one of those fact pushers. It's like, do you hear what you just said? Like
these are the people who believe that it's, and what was it? Even Biden said it. We choose what? The moral truth over facts. Some shit like that.
What?
Said we take, yeah. There are people who will take what they believe is the moral truth over facts.
And these are the type of people I'm like, I hope you hoarded toilet paper because when there's shit for brains start leaking through your nose, you're going to need it.
I like that one more than I should.
Absolutely.
I actually talked with one person one time. They tried to got called, what was it? I think I called a racist. I said, oh, really? How am I racist? Oh, you don't like black people? I'm like, huh, interesting. I'm like, so did I hate every guy that my daughter brought home?
Something like hate everybody, or
you should have felt the deer in the headlight look when I said that. I'm like, so did I disown my daughter? Well, I don't know. Well, the answer is no, I didn't. I said my daughter dates black men. That's what she's attracted to. So if I'm a racist, I'm pretty damn bad at it.
Yeah. It's just, I told somebody one time, as a matter of fact, I think I have a Doom's rule that states this. This is America. Not only do you have a right to be stupid and wrong, it's your civic duty.
Yes. Yes.
Let me see.
What was that term? Only in America.
And only in America is actually a great meme on the internet. And as a European, I'm having blast reading through those.
Here you go, Captain. This is
James. Yes, James Andrew Morrison. Yeah. That's the way to be. That's kind of me too. I'm not necessarily a believer, but I don't discount and I definitely don't judge. Faith is powerful, and you can see that, and if it makes people happy, then that's great. And somebody who judges is ignorant.
And I love that rule, dude. I do.
And this one pisses off people too. Let me find it.
Of course, there is universal truth, and when people are arguing that one, I immediately consider them, like weak-minded. For example, people who don't who claim that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie and a half, man. Come on.
That's actually going to be my topics tomorrow. We're going to discuss movies that controversial Christmas movies. Die Hard 1, Die Hard 2, Lethal Weapon, Gremlins. They're all Christmas movies.
I know that you guys get sick of me mentioning the movie Brazil, but that's also a Christmas movie. It happens over Christmas. They say Happy Christmas on it. They give presents. It's kind of a Christmas movie, even though it's a mind fuck and an awesome movie.
This particular rule has landed me in so much trouble over the past 3 years.
Okay.
If you truly believe in separation of church and state, take your laziest to work on Christmas, Thanksgiving, Good Friday, and Easter.
Well,
yeah.
I know that you do that. I do that. I worked on Thanksgiving. I'm not working on Christmas, but I'm scheduled for Christmas to work on Christmas, and I'm like, why is anybody at work? Oh, well, things must go on, and I'm like, I'm hourly, man. I'm not going to be here. Sorry, it's Christmas. It happens once a year. If you can't run this multinational conglomerate store without me, then you got bigger problems than me not showing up on Christmas.
So I got an email yesterday from Twitter. This is what they told me. We noticed that you currently have an open report about this issue in progress. I'm like, what issue in progress? Like, I've been suspended since the 6th. I don't even know what the hell the problem is anymore. I thought that was funny.
Right. They never got back to you, did they? About why?
No, I got the issue why, but then I got an email that said, oh, that didn't violate any rules. Now they're telling me, and I had sent an email back that same day. I'm like, wait a minute. You just said my account didn't violate any rules, but yet I'm suspended. And now they got back to me 5-6 days later. They're like, oh, no, this case is still open. Like, okay, whatever. I'll be honest. I wouldn't. The only reason I even knew that was there is because I was going into my Yahoo for other reasons, and I saw Twitter thing. I was like, oh, okay, they're going to tell me I'm permanently banned. I was like, no, we still have an open case. I'm like, you're telling me I've had an open case for 5-6 days now? I'm like, damn.
Case is open.
Are you guys that backlogged?
Are they going to Twitter Supreme Court with this or something? I mean, what?
I don't know.
Jeez, man, the case is open.
Yeah, I was like, the case is open. It's got a file number and everything.
Oh my god.
I'm like, huh?
You're bad.
Yeah, it's got a case number and everything. I thought that was hilarious.
The case is open.
Well, it won't let me. The annoying thing is it won't let me log out. But I already know how to take care of that. All I got to do is just clear out my entire history, including any username or passwords, and then it'll require me to restart, and then it'll just require me to relog into everything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Captain, I know how.
You should be
Twitter,
but
remember what I said.
By the way, you should
Twitter?
be able to create a new account on incognito mode.
Oh no, I'm not going to waste my time with that. I'm not going to waste my time creating my third account right now. I'll wait and see what they say. And then
but Joseph, even if you're in incognito mode, you're still submitting information to get the login.
Yeah.
which
But he's not able to when he but the problem is when he opens the browser, he's not able to log out.
But like I
Mm.
said, I can fix that problem just by clearing out my entire history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Clear
should
my
work as
history, my
well.
cache, and everything. So, I mean, I know how to do it.
Yeah, but you don't care.
It's not really a high priority for me.
Yeah, understood.
I've been off Twitter. I mean, the only person I can even see really anything from is like when my wife posts stuff, and she rarely posts anything. And it's like I get no updates or nothing. So I'd have to go looking for things if I really wanted to. So I'm like, because all my followers, everybody I was following's gone. All my DMs gone. Any media I had gone. Everything. I really can't do shit. So I'm like, okay, fuck it. Actually, haven't really been pissed off about it because I do remember life before social media.
Yeah. But
And like I said, I can get a hold of all you guys mostly through Discord or through Facebook. So Twitter served its purpose for me.
Yep, definitely. People who can operate a rotary phone can survive without social media.
Oh god, the rotary phone. Fuck! Click.
Have you seen that video? There is a video on. It was. I think I saw it first on Facebook, but it was about. I think it was a father or a mother showing their teenage sons a rotary phone and asked them to dial a specific number on that one, and they were not able to operate it. It was so hilariously funny when I realized, shit, I'm old.
Yeah.
When you realize that my little niece, who is 4.5, will probably never operate an VHS player.
Nope.
You know, it's like ridiculous. Those kids will probably never understand what a phone booth is.
Oh no.
Nope.
it's where Superman changes clothes, man. They have them in department stores. They just don't have a phone in them.
The only place in my there's only one phone booth in my entire town that I know of, and it's at the post office.
That's
That is
funny
all.
because we drove around the other day, my wife and I, and I'm like, let's see if we can find out where the payphones are. There's one payphone that I know of that's at an intersection where there's I-66 crosses Lee Highway, and there's a bike trail, and there's right at that intersection on the bike trail, there's a payphone. You can't see payphones anyway. I saw one. We were in Western Maryland, and there were payphones. And I actually said to my wife, "Should I take a photo of it?" Because you just don't see them anymore. And she actually she kind of rolled her eyes and then thought and was like, "Yeah, you should actually," because they're kind of a novelty now. You look at the old movies where everybody's like, "Excuse me, somebody's waiting to use the payphone." Really, dude? Like, and that was only, 2 decades ago?
Yeah.
I
something
mean,
like that.
And now you can just do it with your watch. Dick Tracy is no longer a joke.
Yeah. Admiral is actually posting like 5-minute mysteries on like old radio shows on his channel.
Yeah.
And one of them was funny because there was actually a case that who murdered the wife, and I don't remember exactly if it was the brother or the husband, but the detective found out just because one of those guys said that he was at a racetrack and that he called her wife. It was the husband that he called his wife from the racetracks, and he said like, okay, you are the murderer because there are no payphones at the racetrack. Which was interesting, which is something that now you don't even think about. And it's literally How old are those? Like 60 years?
Something like that.
Yes, something like that. Something like that. 60-year-old radio shows and everything. So I love to listen to those.
Yeah, those are a lot of fun. I listen to Admiral's casts with those. I've told him as well that there's on NPR on Sundays. There's a radio show that's called The Big Broadcast, and they do all the Johnny Dollar and Dragnet and things like that. And it's just so fun to listen to through a crappy, FM radio, old time radio speaker. I don't know how old this radio is, but it's radio. It's like, what do you listen to? Radio. And they're like, what? Internet? No, radio, airwaves, static and all. It's great. And we've talked about it, the writing in these things, because it's just audio. So you can actually, it's kind of like a baseball announcer. You can actually see it by the way they're describing it.
Yeah.
And all the Foley work where they would, in the studio, when you hear a door creak open, it's not like on a computer and they hit it. There's a guy in a Foley studio opening and closing a door.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good stuff. And the creativity that is in those old shows is definitely something that technology has made lacking. You can do more now with the new technology, but it's the creative process that's becoming lacking. It's too easy. Like you were saying about phones, in the old movies, the press would get a scoop, and then you'd see all the guys with their big flashbulb cameras run to a bank of phone booths to make their story.
Yeah.
Now it's just like it's being live streamed over the phone and stuff. It's like, so what are you contributing to it other than your op-ed afterward? It's like you're not really gathering information, you're collecting it. Well, actually, you're not. Your phone is. You've got your entire crew. You've got your sound guy. You've got your camera guy. Lighting is not an issue. Right there in your palm of your hand. Back then, knowing that they didn't have that, and accepting, thinking about how hard it was to actually get a story or a point across to an audience, is an art in itself. If just respecting the talent that was required at the time with the technology is really something. Anyway,
You're
I'm
talking
done with
about an
that.
era when you're also talking about an era when the press had integrity.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Because I'll be the first one to say, I don't fucking trust the mainstream media for anything. I don't care which of the networks you're talking about. I don't trust them. Anything, if they tell me, if I see anything that I find remotely fascinating or debatable, I'll go do my own research. Because more often than not, these are the idiots who keep saying what's going on is unconstitutional. It's like, have you ever read the Constitution? Because no, that's actually perfectly within the Constitution. And it drives me that shit crazy when people say, well, this is not constitutional. You can't do that. I'm like, actually, I'm the one who's telling you when it's unconstitutional because I'm the one who's actually right. Because I actually know the powers of the government.
That's what's so funny as well is you get people that are like these damned illegals coming in here. They know the Constitution better than you do. Not you personally,
right?
But you know what I mean? It's like they know the Constitution. Do you actually know it, or did you just pass that test in second grade?
Assuming they even have the Constitution test anymore.
Oh, well, I don't know. I am never. I have a pocket version. I know my Constitution, and I have a reference, usually within arm's reach at almost any time. There's one in my glove box, which is not within arm's reach right now, but I have one. And it's a fun read. And it's a fun read if you got nothing to do and you don't want to be on the phone and chatting and stuff. Pick up the little pocket version and just give it a quick once over. And, you don't see anything new, but it's nice to just look at. The Articles of Confederation and things like that. These little pocket books are pretty cool.
Actually, Dave, one of the things I was talking about, I think a few months back when I first started, when we first got into the Civil War, is something I hadn't thought about. And I was like, okay, I've done a comparison of the Articles of Confederation for class versus the Constitution.
Mhm.
I said, I've never looked at what the Confederate States of America's Constitution said. So I went and looked, and there is actually a website. There are actually several websites out there that will show you similarities and differences.
Yep.
So, for example, I'll give you a couple good examples that they had in there. And I'm not advocating for the Confederate States of America, people. I'm just
Right.
pointing out what they wrote in it. Not you, but just anybody who hears this. I'm not advocating for the Confederate States. I'm just saying what was in it. One thing was they solved the problem of term issues with the president because the president could only serve one 6-year term and was ineligible for reelection. They had that Congress could not push an omnibus bill. It actually said it, no omnibus bills. And then the president had line item veto power. I was like, those are 3 decent things that would be good in the U.S. Constitution.
Correct.
I've always said that about the presidency. I've always said that. I didn't know that that was a thing, but I always said 1 5-year term with no option of coming back. That way, you're not spending your first term trying to have a second term.
Right.
I agree with that. If that was the case, you only had 1 term, that would all you'd be focusing on, not having to worry about reelection.
Right. Well, they wouldn't worry about themselves, but it would become a party thing or a crony thing, or who can I get in after me, and who's gonna put the cherry on my cake when I'm done, kind of thing. But people are people. But I still, I agree that I think 1 term would be the way to go, because that's okay. Here you go. You're the king. You're shining, and then you're done. Make an impression. Impress us. Do something. Not just get reelected and helicopter around. I think a 1-term president is a great idea.
Well, I would also support the what Canada has been doing, and that is they don't have the 1.5 years of advertising for we got to get this out of this person out. We got to get this person in. We got to blah blah blah. No, you don't have to put up with that shit in Canada because they don't have 1.5 years prep for an election.
I hate to interrupt here, folks, but I'm going to
Yes,
have to
sir.
be checking out here soon because.
Well, I'm glad you were able to join us.
I'm going to try to do it more often. I've been running like a chicken with my head cut off lately because every time somebody has a good idea, they go, "You want to join me?" And unfortunately, the word "no" I don't believe is in my vocabulary.
That is one word you're going to have to choose to exercise.
Occasionally, yeah, maybe.
I didn't say how often. You're just going to it is up to you when you choose to exercise it. So
yeah.
But you're always welcome, Admiral.
Yep. And you know that you get a constant invitation to the SAHST. So
Oh yes, I know. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will see you all later. Remember, live life as if awesome and incredible are downgrades.
You rock, Admiral.
Take care, Admiral.
Yeah, there's a very interesting. I found the website I was talking about that shows you kind of the nice breakdown of the between the U.S. and the the Confederate States.
Mm-hmm.
I actually found one thing interesting in there was, and I don't think, and this is why I like history, because when I learned the Confederate States actually said you could become a member of the Confederate States of America and not allow slavery in your state. You were not required to be a slave state to join the Confederacy.
Really?
Yes, really.
That's something I didn't know. I'd never heard that before.
Neither had I until I was researching it. Yeah, it's been the nice. That's why I made the road to the. That's why I made my entire year this year of school all about the Civil War. First, the road to the Civil. First half was the road that got us to the Civil War. The second half is the Civil War, and I've learned so much more than I ever could have imagined, just based on research and stuff and teaching my kids. But yeah, that was an interesting one for me to find out.
Because I honestly don't think that there are a lot of people that know that. I know I didn't.
Well, I think there's a lot of, and like I said, I don't like using the word stupid. I use the word ignorant because I will be the first one to say, when it comes to mechanics, cars, shit like that, I'm very ignorant of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Computers, computer repairs, no. Graphic design, yes. But I mean, there's nothing, but when it comes to this, it's just I don't think a lot of people really. It's not a topic people really want to think about. They have a very narrow view on what was going on during the Civil War. But if you study your history, you'll find it was a much more complicated. Like I said, for example, a lot of people think that the Civil War started just because Lincoln became president. Actually, I made the argument the process started in 1820. That's when with the compromise of 1820. That's when the rubber band started to stretch.
Right.
And it was over the next 40 plus years that they just kept making another compromise. They just kept making they kept kicking the can down the road, thinking that this was going to solve the problem, and then it finally didn't. Yes, Lincoln was the final snap, the thing that snapped it, but everything else for 40 plus years before that was what was stretching that rubber band to the point of breaking. Someone's going to break it. It just happened to be that.
Right. And I think that's one thing that people don't understand is that it isn't just one thing that happened. You have to know more about what was going on in the background that isn't really talked about.
Well, one of the things people don't also understand at this time too, the two major parties was the Democrat Party and the Whig Party.
Mm-hmm.
And the Whig Party, what happened was you had the Whigs in the North and the Whigs in the South. You also had Democrats in the North and Democrats in the South. Well, the Whigs ran into a lot of inner fighting between them on the North and South, and a lot of Whigs eventually left and became Republicans because the Republican Party was relatively new. Right. I mean, there's a reason why they say Abe Lincoln, the first Republican president, because he was the first Republican president. The Democrats ran 3 people against Lincoln. Now, I did the numbers of the Electoral College. Even if the guy who came in second place, the guy who lost, the one who got the most votes in the Democrat, even if he had all the other twos combined, he still wouldn't have had enough of an Electoral College to win.
Wow.
Also, oh man, I talked about this the battle at Adaham. Bloodiest battle almost ever. And it's one most people don't know about. People know Gettysburg and Bull Run, but they don't know a lot of the other battles that happened along the way.
No, you're right.
I find that well, personally, Geek, I find that because I know that you know your stuff, and I live here in Virginia, grew up here. Everything that we've been to all the battlefields and from elementary school on, and field trips, and the Civil War is like really in my neighborhood. There are those signs, saying that here's where this duel happened, and here's where these guys camped, and actually I was married at Fort C.F. Smith, which is a Civil War fort overlooking the Potomac River.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a big historical thing here, and I totally get what you're talking about people not knowing a lot about the battles.
I live.
Because it's so fascinating, and about specifically about the smaller issues that were surrounding it. You know, when people say the Civil War was about slavery, and it's like, oh my God, really? We really have to go to school.
Yeah. Well, I live in South Carolina now. First state to secede from the Union, and I live not too far from Fort Sumter, which we have done a trip out there. Well, actually, sorry, I haven't been able to go out there personally, but my wife and my son did during one of their field trips, and I learned something interesting. Fort Sumter was built on a man-made island. That was another thing I learned. But for those of you who don't know, Fort Sumter is famous for being known as where the first shot of the Civil War was fired.
Right.
But what a lot of people don't know is that actually there was a lot more than just that battle. Fort Sumter was actually an area that was constantly getting, attacked, and both sides wanted it. What is today? What are we talking about today? Okay, so I talked about, the battle at Fredericksburg. That's what we're talking about. So I got the battle at Fredericksburg coming up. The Emancipation Proclamation is next. It was actually the battle at Antietam that was one of the reasons Abraham Lincoln decided to go with the Emancipation Proclamation.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to talk about the Battle of Gettysburg, Gettysburg Address, Sherman capturing Atlanta, Lee surrenders, talk about the 13th Amendment, John Wilkes Booth, the assassination, and we're going to end it with the Reconstruction of the South. Those are my history lessons for the rest of the school year.
Wow. I like
Are your
that.
kids homeschooling?
Yes.
I started homeschooling we started homeschooling our kids, my wife and I both. We're both retired Air Force. We're both disabled. And it was a decision I asked my wife about while she was in Turkey, because I was very unhappy with the school system. Actually, I've been unhappy with the school system for quite a while. But as being a single parent for an entire year with my son in 5th grade and just seeing him struggle and going into all these meetings with teachers, I'm like, you can't tell me why he's acting like this there. I'm like, you can't tell me. I started homeschooling. When we started homeschooling, 2 weeks into it, I figured out why my son was flipping out. They had destroyed his confidence, and he had test anxiety. Every time we tried to put a little quiz in front of him, he thought he was going to fail. His reading he was in 5th grade. His reading was probably a 2nd grade level at best. Now his reading is about 4th or 5th grade level, and it's improving every day. And his confidence is there. That was the big thing. We tried to boost his confidence because I got frustrated the first couple of weeks, but then I finally decided when he said, I'm going to fail, I said, no, you're not going to fail. Because I said, Mom and I are not going to let you fail this. So that's what we're here for. And he has really blossomed in it. My daughter's doing great too, but his improvement is just unbelievably great.
See, result. Also, he's a good teacher.
Well, one of the nice things too is, okay, so for history, my daughter, she's not so much interested in it. Okay, I can't force that. My son will watch one of these videos. There's this, especially for the Civil War, there's this website I use that does animated battles, and they'll be anywhere from 12 to 15-minute videos, and I'll be with my son probably for 25, 30 minutes because he'll stop and want to ask a question specifically related to it. And sometimes he'll ask questions that I'm like, we're going to have to look that up because that's a good question.
That's cool.
So he's very inquisitive in that stuff.
That's cool.
But, this is one of the best things and I take full advantage of being able to learn more about history than I ever did.
On a personal note, and forgive me, but I'm just curious about this. So how is their socialization? How is their social life?
My daughter is she's very interactive. She has friends in the neighborhood. She likes to go play. We do go out and do other things, like go to the skating ring, go do that stuff. My son is like me. He's a homebody. He's not really that. He was never big, even in school. Even when he was in school, when I pick him up for daycare, most of the time he'd be in a corner taking a nap. He just he's not that interested. We have kids in the neighborhood, and he's just like, nah, I don't want to play with them. I'm good. He's just
Yeah.
like me. He's not a big socialite. Whereas
Say
my daughter
sounds
is a
like me.
socialite.
Oh, okay.
But
Are there other parents, like, do you like group with other parents and discuss things?
I do on a couple of Facebook pages, and I do have some people in the neighborhood who are homeschoolers, and we occasionally swap notes with each other.
Right.
We don't really have group meetings or anything,
Right.
but like there are many websites. There's a few Facebook websites. Like I'm on Blue Collar Homeschool, and we'll get on there, and people ask for something or ask a question, and I'll ask a question, or even I'll have an answer for one. So it's a very good community place for us to go talk, get ideas, throw ideas out.
And I'm sorry if I'm boring anybody, but this is fascinating to me because I've always had these questions, and now that I can talk to somebody about it, one other. So for you to homeschool, do you have to certify in a particular way with the state or something like that in order to get him to?
Hold that thought. Let me go get Madam Geek. She'll be able to explain the administrative part of it better than I can. Okay. Hey, honey. Need to borrow you. I have a gentleman here who has a administrative homeschool question. She'll be able to understand it because she's the one who worked the process.
Okay. I mean, I don't have kids, but I'm just fascinated by the entire thing, and I think I think it's a wonderful thing. I'm trying to understand it. Is all.
So Dave, my wife's here. Go ahead and re-ask the question, and she'll be able to answer it for you.
Hello. The only question is so I'm just trying to understand more about the homeschooling aspect, which I think is a wonderful thing. But so, do you have to certify with the state or something like that in order to get the accredited credits?
Okay, so each state is different, and several states have different options that the parent can choose on what they want to do. So in South Carolina, they have 3 options, and we homeschool under option 3, which basically means that we have to be a member of a homeschool association with 25 families or more, and we have to follow their guidelines. So we do not have to be accredited. And under option 3, I don't have to subject my kids to the stress of standardized testing. So I have pretty much freedom of what I teach, how I teach it, and what subjects I cover. The only thing I have to do in South Carolina is teach math, reading, writing, science, social studies in 7th grade through high school, composition and literature. And the homeschool association that we are part of, at the end of the school year, we have to provide a 90-day review that we did with the kids, a 180-day review, and a copy of our lesson planner so I can see what we taught. And I think that's it. But they have a checklist that we that I go through when I send my information in.
So what? So I guess what I so okay. So I understand that aspect. That's actually really interesting and very cool that there's like this kind of check and balance thing going on.
Right. So is this? So
but as far as accreditation goes, like okay, so they finish the homeschooling and it's so they do get credit for being schooled through like with the state or whatever to if they want to go to Harvard or something. It will show that they have been to school.
Right. I would contact my my homeschool association group
Mhm.
and say, hey, the kids are going to college. Can they provide us a transcript or whatever? So
Mhm.
some homeschool when you're homeschooling, um, some homeschool associations will help the parent with a transcript for college or for the military, or the parent can do their own transcript showing what the student did for high school. Pretty much, if you're homeschooling through the high school years, that's really it comes into where you really need to make sure that your student did, so many credits of math, so many credits of English, and so they have all those boxes checked for their high school transcript and if they're going to college.
Mhm.
Some parents who homeschool through the high school years, they do what's called dual enrollment. So some of the kids who may be taking a math class, it may count for college. So
Mhm.
they're getting double credit. A really good web page to look at is called hslda.org. And you can look at every state and you can see the states that are very, very strict with their homeschooling laws and others that are very, very lenient with their homeschool laws. It was actually really interesting when I did all this research back in 2018. Some states are absurd with how strict they are, but others are very, very lenient and they really trust the parents to do whatever they want to do with homeschooling their kids.
Hmm.
So, like I said, each state's different. Most states have at least two options. One option is like if you're homeschooling your kids, but you're following everything they would do in public school, but you're only doing it at home. They still have
Mhm.
to take the state test. They still have to do the curriculum and everything. Like I said, in South Carolina, we homeschool under option 3, which gives us a lot more freedom.
Good.
So
That's
that's
great.
that.
Well, you've definitely answered some questions that I had, and like I said, I was telling your husband, I have no right to ask anything. I'm just curious. I don't have kids of my own. I'm just really curious about how the whole system works with homeschooling. Because let's face it, I don't know, and I bet a lot of people, most people, don't either. And I think it's
Right.
fascinating, and I applaud you for
Yeah,
doing.
it's
I
not
mean,
easy. There are days where the homeschooling goes fantastic, and there are days where it's kind of like bumping heads because not only are you a parent, you're also your child's teacher. So you
right.
gotta wear a double hat. So there are days where I'm like, oh my God, Lord help me. And then there's other days like, wow, this day really went well. My son asked lots of good questions. The light bulb went on. And so one thing I put on my Facebook page that, for parents who decide they want to homeschool, those of us who homeschool now are products of the public school education where we think, oh, school needs to be like you're sitting at a desk and the teacher's lecturing. You have to throw that out of your mind. Homeschooling can take the form of anything. It could be just watching a YouTube video. It could be taking a field trip. It could be helping mom or dad cook a dinner. It could be meal planning.
You
It can
know,
take
I
on,
absolutely love that because that's one of the problems that I had with school was it was dull. It was boring. You
What'd you
know,
say, AJS?
show
Oh,
show
hold on a second. I'm gonna ask you a
show
question.
your work, and it's like, wait a minute, I gave you the answer. I did it in my head. No, no, write it out. Why?
right. I
So
asked my
that
stepdaughter. My stepdaughter took her GED test, and I asked her. I said, "When you took the GED test, do they allow you to use a calculator?" She said, "Yes." I'm like, "Okay, so yes, I do allow my kids to use a calculator when I'm giving them the math." So I think my husband wants to ask a question.
No, I was gonna say, what was it AJ wanted to know next year? What kind of math did he was asking you about?
2 + 2 = 5.
No, it was I think economic math.
He's kind of jumping the gun. He wants to learn about bills and taxes and things like that. Like we'll get there eventually.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
But
you just said the magic words right there. Wants
taxes.
to learn. Wants
yes,
to learn.
yeah.
That is man, that is just something else.
I would not get into taxes until your kids actually understanding a little bit of calculus and algebra.
But
I'd say vector equations, but whatever. I know.
I mean, if
so
Newton was so
on
bored in
Amazon,
2020, sorry, go ahead.
they have these math workbooks that talk about real world math, where one is like budgeting, one is on your checkbook, one is teaches you how to use real math applications for real world situations.
And we think that's more for high school time.
Now you do
Mhm.
remember, you will have a calculator wherever you go.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I just remember that. Unlike what the teachers told us.
Oh yeah, I remember those days. You won't have a
Well,
calculator everywhere you go. Well, we proved them wrong.
well, remember when I assume we're probably around the same age. When we were in school, a scientific calculator still cost $400 and was kept behind a glass counter.
Oh yeah, they were
Oh,
very
yeah.
expensive. Yeah.
I had a
Oh, the
wristwatch
Now
calculator.
they're
Texas Instrument
free.
calculator. Ooh,
Hey, I had a wristwatch calculator.
I remember those.
I remember those.
If you're entering the testing there, you gotta leave that watch at home or in the car or something, right
See,
at
I
the
was
front of the
I was the
classroom.
other one. You either had a wristwatch calculator or a Pac-Man watch. I had the
Yeah.
Pac-Man watch.
But homeschooling, we started this for the 2019 school year, and we do school the kids during the summer. And there have been some great moments, and there have been some moments where I'm like, oh my God, Lord help me. But when I think they don't understand anything, or I think that I'm not teaching them, we'll be somewhere and they'll say, oh, remember when you taught me that? I'm like, oh my God, you're actually listening to what I said.
Wow, that's I
Yeah.
mean, but like you said, want to learn
Yeah.
that is just so intense because that's one of the problems that I had. It was just dull. You're
Yeah.
just going to go through a lesson plan. The answers are in the back of the textbook. I actually got kicked out of class one time because the science teacher, actually, it was in seventh grade, the science teacher, who was this just old biddy, leftover like from Leave It to Beaver, and just wanted to hit you with a ruler kind of teacher. And I can't remember the question, but I remember it being fundamentally wrong, and she was writing it on the board, and I just flipped to the back of the book and said, um, it, "That's not what the book says," and it didn't seem right to me. And I looked at the back of the book, and she's like, "Get out."
I
Okay.
will say, my kids, when they come to me and they ask these questions, I'll say, go ask Siri, go look at YouTube, because some of the questions they're asking are so in depth that I don't have the terminology or the words to even explain it to them.
I loved science when I was in school,
You
especially
sound
high
like a
school.
good
My first
teacher.
year, my first year of high school was the
No,
best science
you do.
because like you said, the answers are in the back of the book, right? My teacher gave us
Right.
the answers, and he's like, "Okay, how did they come up with this? How did they come up with this answer? We had to
Well,
figure it
now,
out." I'm like, "I like that. We had to figure it out. It's like Jeopardy. The answer
well,
is
now
Ah,
yeah."
there's
Like,
this
that's
app
cool.
now where students can take a picture of the math problem that they're struggling with, and this app will
yes,
show them all the steps to get to the answer. I'm like, wow, where was this when I was a kid?
I know.
It should.
Algebra.
That's really cool. That's
Well, yeah,
great.
I mean, if you're honestly trying to learn how to do it and you're missing a step or you're not understanding, I forget which app it is, but yeah, I mean, homeschooling has its ups and downs, just like anything in life. I mean, I don't regret doing it, especially now because the public school kids here in South Carolina are going back completely virtual on Monday. So,
Hmm.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I
Captain
feel
Trek, I want to address a question Tiki's asked me in the chat. The answer is because at 3 o'clock in the morning, my alarm went off saying Captain Trek is live. I forgot to mute myself. I've been dozing off and on ever since.
I want to address something here. Pulp Culture Avenger said, my wife is a grammar school teacher. Kids don't know cursive writing, how to address an envelope anymore. So I'm kind of old school. So I am teaching my kids cursive. And because I told my husband they need to know how to do it for a couple reasons. One, it exercises a different part of the brain. And number two, when they get their check from their boss for their work, they need to be able to sign it to get it cashed.
Hmm.
So I am teaching cursive, but everything with baby steps. But yeah, I mean, the way we were educated in the 80s and 90s, education has totally changed in the public school system. It is not the same at all. And they're calling this generation now the lost generation, which I can actually see that because in 10 years, they're definitely going to be undereducated than what the classes before them were. And it's really sad.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, the thing is they're pushing so much of a future agenda and technology agenda and leaving out basics because of it, the foundation, if you will, of everything that it's built on, they're just skipping forward and saying, okay, don't worry about basic math. Your phone will do that for you. Let's concentrate on, taxes, as opposed to learning why things work instead of just that they work. And it sounds to me like
You want to hear an
you're
interesting of
conquering that.
What Madam Geek did? This is kind of funny. We have
Hi, Jeff.
a times table chart and a division chart, and they're right in front of the bathroom toilet.
That's brilliant.
I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, I shared that on one of the Facebook groups I'm in for homeschooling. I said, I moved these from the classroom to the bathroom, and they all just said, excellent idea, fantastic.
That is
Hell, I'll
brilliant.
be sitting in there. I'll be sitting in that bathroom, and I'll be like, I'll be looking at them. I'll be like, okay, do I remember everything?
But
I'm
anyway,
surprised.
I
I'm surprised when
get
you
you guys
came back.
back to my husband. So I hope that answers some questions on homeschooling.
Yes,
But
ma'am. Thank you.
that web page, like I said, hslda.org, is very enlightening on what states require. So if you had the time and you were like, I'm curious, it's for shits and
Well, I
giggles.
am. I'm going to look it up. I wrote it down.
Yeah, it is.
Like I said, I don't even have kids. I'm just curious about how that works. And
Yeah, it is very
and it's
good to be
really, you're the first one that I've talked to that has done this, that I've been able to ask these questions about, just because I'm curious.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for enlightening me and hopefully others about the merits of being able to do that. And thank you for doing so well at it. You're obviously well grounded in doing this. And I think that your kids have a great future.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll give you guys back over to my husband.
Thanks, honey.
Thank you, ma'am.
By the way, hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Good morning.
Hi,
Good
Jeff.
morning. Hello.
Greetings, Professor.
Greetings from the past.
Greetings from the
Future
present.
man.
Greetings from the present.
What is the present?
The present is something that's wrapped up nice and.
Yes,
pretty.
don't open it until Christmas.
That's what a present is.
Okay,
We
that's
are in
tough.
now.
Waiting.
Just remember, we are in now. We can't go back to then because we missed it. When? Just now.
Now. Now.
No, then.
Huh? When will then be now?
Soon.
Oh, I love Spaceballs.
I do too.
That was my favorite
yeah, it's
scene.
Skip over that part. I never want to say that again.
Hey, Dave, that was a lot of good questions, man. I appreciate them.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, I have no reason to ask them other than curiosity, and I am a curious person, and your wife, you and your wife are the first people I have actually had the opportunity to you have firsthand knowledge in it, and it kind of opened my eyes a little, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's good to hear.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you. If you and Madam Geek would not mind investigating some stuff, because you seem to be better at it than I am. What is exactly the No Child Left Behind thing? And I mean, I see why it's failed, but
I can tell you in California what that means.
Go for it.
The No Child Left Behind Act is everybody gets a test. Everybody passes the test. You fail the test. You keep on passing it. You get homeschool. This is the public health. This public here. You basically they want to make sure everybody passes. Not everybody's going to pass, but everybody's supposed to get the exact same amount of education. Everybody's supposed to get the exact amount of materials. Nobody's supposed to get extra special attention when it comes to tests. If you don't pass your test, you're supposed to get extra help to pass the test. And eventually, if you don't pass the test, you don't pass the test. But you weren't left behind because you were helped.
So I was talking with several teachers, and we have several neighbors that are actually education teachers, and they flat out said their whole point is to teach them to pass tests.
Right,
And that's it. And I said,
No
I don't
information.
agree with that. And I said,
no
that's,
information.
yeah, no
This
information.
is
Just
what I
pass
was
it.
telling your wife about, Geek. That's what I was talking about. Is like you're just teaching. You're teaching the end, not the means. You're not giving the fundamentals. It's just if you just memorize the answers to questions in order to pass the test without understanding why this came to be or how this came to be. It kind of goes back to like show your work and my disagreement with that being a waste of time, but at the same time, I know how to, but it's a waste. Once you know how to and you feel like you're wasting your time, that's fine as long as you know how to do it, but you don't have to constantly prove you know how to do it once you do.
There's going to be a lot of people who is going to fail boot camp if they use this practice during their ASVAB.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of washouts. Sorry, dude. I had to.
Oh, yeah. Not only
Sorry.
that, think about when they take the SATs.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, dude. Interrupt you. That just popped in my head.
No, you're right. You've got to make a certain score on the ASVAB to even be eligible.
Yeah.
And actually, a lot of people don't know this, who've never gone through the ASVAB. Your scores in the ASVAB will, even if you do score and pass it, your ASVAB scores will determine what jobs you can and cannot apply for.
Yes, if you do not score high enough, sorry, you can't take it over again. What else you got? What else you want to do?
Is that the one at the recruiting office?
Yes.
Or is that? Oh, okay. Yeah. That test was. I thought it was a joke. I did. I was like, really? I mean, this. Look, I did not. I ended up in the fire department. I was going into the Marines, but the recruiter unimpressed me to the point where I was like, I think not. He by punching a hole in the wall while he was telling his story about being pissed off by going to a high school job fair. And the privates that were assisting him in the office, who were all like perfectly groomed, standing at attention and everything, I swear they kind of looked at me and like shook their heads, don't do this. They literally, I could see like a little fear in their eyes and them kind of going, don't. And then when he punched a hole through the drywall, I was like, oh,
those damn Marines.
No, I wanted to join the Marines.
Yeah.
And sorry, I was ready to go. I was physically fit. I was ready to go. He's like, hey, it's Wednesday. We can have you on a bus on Friday. I'm like, oh, hold on there.
Yeah.
What do you want? 6 years? I can give you any job you want. I'm like, I already know that's not true.
Yeah, once you sign the paper, it's like, oh shit, wait, I was supposed to do this. Sorry, kid.
Well, one of my friends who joined the Air Force, and he wanted to be a mechanic, a jet engine mechanic. That he had a passion for it, and he ended up being a bus driver.
Oh.
And I was like, what did your recruiter tell you? He said, well, that I can go and join the mechanic school and, or whatever it's called and do that. And I didn't. I mean, I tried, and they were like, no, do this instead, and then we'll get to that, and ended up being a bus driver. And I was very unimpressed with that, and so I just went into the local fire department, plateaued at lieutenant.
I did 4 years in the Marine Corps and 16 in the Air Force.
Nice. I love the Air Force guys,
0.
man. Because I worked with the Air Force band quite a bit.
Airmen are cool. You want to get them drunk.
Actually, it's funny. One of the guys that I did my vocational training with for audio is the director of Airmen of Note, the jazz band, and we were in school together. So, yeah, he enjoys his beers.
I know this much about air mechanics. If a pilot says do this, and the pilot doesn't give you alcohol, you're not going to get a very good plane job very fast. I just know that if you get a mechanic, you give them alcohol, boom, they're going to take care of your baby like their own little child. I just know that much about mechanics.
I hope that's not, well, about mechanics. I was going to say, I sure hope that's not true. It's very unpatriotic to not do your job.
No, I mean they'll do their job, but they won't do it as fast for you.
No.
Yeah, it's like you got
Right.
some kind of loose stuff in the left wing, right? The flap's kind of loose, right? It'll take maybe 5 minutes. You don't get an alcohol. Hour later, oh yeah, it's done now.
What the miracle worker, huh, Scotty? It's like, I can have that done in 3 weeks. Well, I need it done in 3 hours. Okay, how long would it really take? Hour and a half.
Exactly.
3 days, Captain. But you don't have 3 days, so I'll do it in one.
You want to be the miracle worker?
Yeah, the one where Relics, I think it was called, where Jordy and Scotty were working together. And it's like, oh, you didn't really tell them how long it would really take, did you?
Yeah. Well, that's how you become the medical worker, Lottie.
that I did like that episode. I liked the
fun.
premise of it. Just because something's old doesn't mean you throw it away. It was kind of a little heartwarming kind of thing. I like that.
I quite enjoyed that episode. That Relics is a good episode.
Yeah, that was the one with the Dyson sphere, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I'd never even heard of that theory before, but I thought, man, when I was a kid watching that episode, I was like, somebody actually thought of this?
I have to say, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I had never that was the introduction to that concept. That episode was the introduction to me of that concept, and with delving into using the internet, about Dyson and about this whole concept. Wow, what a thing! I guess I suppose Halo could have been kind of built around that concept, right?
Actually, the Dyson sphere comes from the level technologies 0 to 3. Earth is a 0. Level 3 basically means any alien technology, any alien race that can use their own star, as known as a Dyson sphere. They use everything, their own planets, their own energy.
I thought that was 2, not 3.
Wait a minute, 'cause Earth is
Level
a 0.
2. 3,
What?
I thought was galactic.
Sorry, 3. Thank you. 2 Dyson, 1 is planetary. Earth is 0. Thank you. Sorry, Jeff. I'm still waking up, half asleep.
And what is this? What is this scale called? You guys are talking about the 0 to 3 thing.
I don't know the exact name for it.
I've heard of the scale too, but I don't know the name of it.
I've never even heard of this scale.
Yeah, it's a scale of technologies. I don't know how to qualify it.
Kardashev. The Kardashev.
Kardashev, yeah.
Kardashev
That's it.
scale.
Kardashev. Okay, Kardashev scale. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start with a K.
Here.
Let's see. 64. Type 1, 2, and 3.
So type 1, technological level of a civilization that is close to the level presently attained on Earth.
All of its energy, including volcanic.
And greetings, Mountain
Usually
Dew.
defined as the one that can harness all the energy that falls on a planet from its parent star.
How would you harness energy from a volcano?
Thermal. That's used to heat
And-
source like a steam.
And what about harnessing from the ocean?
That's hydroelectric
Civilization.
power.
Hydroelectric.
We already have
Type
that.
2 is capable of harnessing the energy radiated by its own star, for example, the stage of successful construction of a Dyson sphere.
Type 3 is a galactic. Basically, any civilization that can use its own the galactic energy.
Wow.
Or the entire Milky Way.
That would
We've turned this topic into an education one.
Oh, let's see here.
But
But you
that's
know what?
okay.
It's
Somebody
fun.
somebody will
Talk about
troll it.
education. Oh no, what a horrible thing.
Education.
What was it? Somebody will
I don't
troll it.
know. I don't know. You guys were talking about the Civil War, the Constitution, and
Yeah, why not?
homeschooling, and yeah.
It's my turn for science.
I just
Forward,
put a
Eli,
link
who-
into the chat for the scales.
Thanks. I'm actually going to look that up now.
I mean, it's Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt. But
Oh yeah.
Usually it's pretty accurate on Wikipedia.
Where's that Berkeley page at?
And usually
here it
they
is.
provide links to
Here's Berkeley.
reputable sources.
And
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, wait,
hey Dave, if you
Yeah.
or anybody else is interested in what I was talking about earlier, the differences between the U.S. Constitution and the Confederate Constitution, I just popped a link in. It's not a Wikipedia. It's actually a very good breakdown. If anybody's interested in seeing that.
That's cool. Yeah, I actually do have the small, like I said, the little pocket books of both, but the comparison would be interesting for me to see. I'll check it out.
I think when you said both, I think you mean the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to make sure because for a lot of people don't realize we had the Articles of Confederation before the Constitution, and originally the Constitution Convention that they had was supposed to be to flesh out the Articles of Confederation, but by the time they were done with it, they had already created a whole new document. The original intent was to improve on the Articles of Confederation, and they ended up, by the time they were done, just like I said, they created a new document.
Right. Well, I'll be right back.
I had more fun learning stuff from you guys than I ever did in high school.
Oh, me too.
Okay, I just found I found something that might be helpful for you guys. It's a fandom website, but still. I was trying to find my Berkeley page. There you go.
Yosef must be working. He's awfully quiet.
Wow.
Joseph is indeed working, and that's why he is quiet.
James Morrison, Arthur C. Clarke was wrong. Okay, maybe it was a speculation, but there's no actual proof.
Oh, and Cap, you may be wondering why I'm on right now.
Yes,
I was slightly wrong about my schedule. On Fridays, I work 9 to 6. Slight difference, but yeah. So I'll be leaving probably in about 25 minutes.
Before you that, we need to spam Twitter with hashtag more cats for Yosef.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. More cats for Yosef.
Yes.
And I
I have a
said I
question
have zero problem with that hashtag. It's literally not even bothering me. I actually like it. I
have a question
actually
for
like
Eli,
it,
who's a
and
science
I would actually welcome more and more cats, but I think I am like one cat away from being homeless.
A group of cats is called a collider.
Collider?
Hey, Elihu.
Cloiter. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Comparing this scale here, what do you think where would the Star Trek be, say, 24th century era?
1.
Planetary?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they haven't even explored about 10% of the galaxy at that point.
And look what happened when they found the Dyson sphere. They didn't know anything. They tried to hail and it crashed. Like, what is this?
They're probably in between a 1 and a 2. I mean, we're like 0.3 or something right now. 0.3.
And in Burnham's time, this Earth is still a 1.
Oh, you're talking 32nd century there?
I'm talking, oh, yeah.
That's so messed up. I wouldn't even want to try to put it on a scale.
I don't even know what's going on there. I don't care.
That would be
I
on
heard
the
they
Who
went
Gives
back
a
to the
Fuck
mirror
scale.
universe or something.
I didn't know what to make of the latest episode.
I knew it was going to be a filler.
It wasn't
Garbage?
a filler.
It was a
No,
filler.
it was actually good. It was actually good.
It was a filler. Only less than 5% talked about the burn. 95% was all about Giorgio. It was a filler.
She's been involved in this season, and I think she's actually the most interesting part of the season right now. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait for part 2 to really get a good feel for this story. Because I just didn't know. I didn't know what to make of it.
I think it all takes place in the blink of an eye when she gets back to the door.
Yeah, it will literally be for I assume it will be for Burnham. Like when she crosses into the door, Burnham will only see how she basically just walks one side in and comes the other side out.
Like Contact.
Yes, yeah, exactly like Contact.
That's what I think it's going to be, like Contact. Just walks in and walks out, and it all happened in half a second. Lazy writers, I'm sorry, I can predict this.
That's pretty bad.
You know what? If they steal, they should really steal from the best. And since Contact is a novel by Carl Sagan, they can do it. I don't mind.
I love that movie and the book.
Carl Sagan was great.
Never read the book, but I liked the movie. Yeah.
The way Carl Sagan wrote the book, it didn't just give you the answer; it gave you the answer and made you think about the question at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
This is how great he was. When he promoted his education, he didn't start off talking about large calculating words like, space is big, it's huge. We don't know everything out there yet. I love Carl Sagan. He explained everything from a college level to a kindergarten level, so a kindergartner can understand it.
My wife found this YouTube channel called Math Antics, and we use it when we're teaching new concepts to our kids because the person who does it really breaks it down to a good level for them to where they can understand it. It's not like my Algebra 2 teacher who everything he did would just went over my head.
There is one channel that it's actually for adults, and I mentioned it multiple times, but I can't stop promoting. Can't stop promoting it.
Yeah, it's called Pornhub. That's a site for adults.
No, stop that.
No. It's not. It's. But definitely, I can give you some good videos from that side. But in general, I'm talking about Answers with Joe. Channel called Answers with Joe.
You're more than welcome to put that link in the chat. Yes,
and it's the guy does so much education stuff and so much.
Familiar.
Yeah, he Joe Scott is his name, and he does great videos.
That's yeah, I love his channel. He puts up great videos,
great content, and it's sometimes it's lighthearted, sometimes it's really deep into topics. It's about science, a little bit history. Answers. I just typed answers into YouTube, and it immediately. No. Why would you do that? I clicked on the subscribe button, and it asked me, "Do you want to unsubscribe?" And no. No, I put it into the public chat because it's a really, really good education channel. And more for adults, but I think even young people can find their topics that they find interesting, and just you just look into the playlists that he has, and you can find their very interesting topics.
I will say this: when I do my homeschooling and my son asks all these questions that are relative to it, and he has such or my daughter does something matter of fact, I say, I always think of Attack of the Clones. Truly, the wonderful thing the mind of a child is.
Hmm.
I'm subscribed. I've been checking out the videos.
Mhm.
I'm just glad to have the link out there for anybody who hasn't
Yeah,
had a chance so far.
it's literally one of the best channels that I'm subscribed to. I'm not saying it's one of the best channels on YouTube, but definitely one of the best channels I'm subscribed to in terms of
I look for it.
education. And when you see he has almost 1 million subscribers, so
I'll be happy for
I look for
subscribers.
I look forward to his videos every week. He puts out videos Mondays and sometimes on Thursdays.
yes.
Okay, let's go.
Joe Scott is great, and
Channel
he's a fellow
production.
Texan.
No, we won't hold that against him.
Hey, Cap.
Hey now, hey now.
Captain Trek, Generation
Watch it
Production.
there, Cap.
Yes.
Generation Productions ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, read it.
Captain Trek. Okay, moving on to Star Trek. I love the Constitution refit and USS Enterprise. What is the panel's favorite Enterprise?
For me, it's the E.
D.
For me, B, because I love the Excelsior class.
Did you say E, Joseph?
Yes.
Okay.
I am partial to the original NX-01.
And
Why?
simply the NX-01. Why? Tell me exactly.
It's a simple. It's simple. It's a simple design. You got the two nacelles, you got the saucer, you got the crew neck. I mean, it's so simple. It's streamlined. It's easy to get around.
Yeah, I would probably get the what is it called? The opposite of agoraphobia.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel squeezed in there. I'm a tall guy.
Claustrophobia.
Well, claustrophobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Kapla bird.
Bird.
Hello, bird.
Wow, bird.
We just
I
talked about
actually
Star
did.
Trek.
I actually did a little short video with both my Eagle Moss Excelsior and Enterprise B to show the differences between the Excelsior model and the eventual what would become the Enterprise B's Excelsior model, because they are not carbon copies. They do have differences.
Yeah, that is true.
I noticed that somebody posted a picture of like all the Enterprises, and I noticed that too because I was looking at the Enterprise B, and I was thinking that sure looks like the Excelsior, but it doesn't. There was something visually different about it, and I'm trying to think of what it was. Maybe it was the veins on the back of the neck that's connecting the primary
There
hull.
were differences that were, they all.
I could actually grab both my Eagle Mosses and probably look at the description. The nacelles were slightly different.
You said you did a video about it. Just put the video into the chat, and we can watch it later.
Okay, but Eastland Burkholder, I like that.
I couldn't get into Blake 7. I tried. It just wasn't for me.
Oh my God, dude! Blake 7 is one of those. It's that one got its hooks into me to the point where I think I've watched Blake 7 over and over more than I have all of Star Trek. I really got into it because I was always into like the older Doctor Who, Tom Baker stuff, John Pertwee, and the BBC vibe of Blake 7. You know, the sets were good, but it was that dystopian rebel against the alliance kind of thing that I don't know, for some reason I know it's campy. I can tell that it is. I can see why a lot of people aren't into it, but for me, I just love it. I love the characters. I particularly did you watch it all the way through?
I did make it past the first. I got to the second episode and I said, okay, this is obviously not for me.
Okay.
It just did
Okay.
not. It didn't grab me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the story arc is a good story arc. I can see why it might not have. It's again, it's not. It really, let's be frank, it's not that appealing to a large audience. It really isn't. You know, there. Have you ever seen? There was like a one-off thing that called Day of the Triffids.
Yes, I love that
Okay.
movie.
Okay, see, but it's in the same kind of BBC campy kind of weird dystopia kind of thing that they were doing at the time. They were the Doctor Who's were kind of like that at the same time, but between the music and terrible looking aliens that were sock puppets, and but it's the acting and the story that really is it reminds me a little bit of very little, but of the stuff that Vance Major Owen does. It's really more about the writing and the story arc rather than the effects and the backgrounds, and they did a fair job. But for me, that is the series. When I hear people talk about it, I get jealous. I'm like, wait, that's my series. Because I really have put so much time into it. I used to just listen to it instead of watch it while I was working before they cut off YouTube on the Wi-Fi. So I was listening to Blake Seven all night while I was working because I could see the episode in my head.
Right.
You know, I knew it. That's how well I knew it. I knew exactly when somebody was going to turn and shift toward the light in the camera. I could see it in my head. That's how much I like Blake Seven. So I am definitely a Blake Seven head. I would actually, well, obviously Star Trek first, but I would put Blake Seven an immediate second to Star Trek in my love of sci-fi. But I understand why it's not appealing to many people.
Right.
I do. I totally do. And accept that. I'm not going to say you're wrong. You're right. But for me, it's one of those passions. You know, some people don't like olives, and some people know exactly what kind of olive they're eating. And I'm the olive eating kind of person with Blake Seven. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Pop Culture Avenger, Day of the Trivets is also a really good novel. I did not know it was a novel. I saw the late 70s version of Day of the Triffids, the movie. And I think they did a remake of it some years back, but I really enjoyed Day of the Triffids. I thought it was a very interesting movie.
Yeah, I saw
even as a kid.
The late 70s one is the one that I am referencing. I didn't know there was a remake, and I also didn't know there was a novel.
Neither did I.
No.
But yeah, that kind of campy BBC stuff. I mean, I just totally love that stuff. It's too bad they all went to shit. It's kind of funny how Doctor Who and Star Trek both took a dump at the same time. And Star Wars. And comic book.
Yeah,
politics.
somehow they managed to piss off the vast majority of the geek culture.
Yeah. But all at once, it was almost like it was a secret conceited effort or something. Like, let's everybody totally change everything up because we want to put our names on it instead of celebrate what it was. Well, why don't you just take the American flag and paint your face on it?
No, please don't do that.
No, I know that. I know
That's a
better
great way
than
to
that.
piss me
Come
off
on,
real quick.
But you know, you see what I'm getting at? It's like it doesn't. It's like all the new people coming in saying, "I'm going to make my mark." It's like, well, why don't you make your mark by celebrating and being better at what it was intended, as opposed to just saying, "Oh, I changed it and I did this." To me, it just screams of just narcissism.
And sometimes they're pandering. That's the
Yeah.
worst.
Yeah.
I fucking hate being pandered to. like, don't pander to me. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot.
Yeah. I absolutely. And that's how honestly I get that feeling like I am being treated as a subject of the show rather than a fan or a consumer of a show. It's
Right.
like, oh, you will like this, and this is what it's going to be, and I did it.
Oh, I don't like
And
it when they try
that's
to.
the whole impression I'm getting. It's like it's really about them and not the story and not the whole universe that's already been created before they were fucking born.
Well, what I think's funny is when you have stupid articles. I think this is the worst. These people who write these articles and don't do any research. When they made that big whole flip out about we are going to have Star Trek is getting its first non-binary character, I'm like, no, that happened back in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
And it's
Data
like
Riker.
everybody was calling that out. It's like, dude, this was done back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
Riker's girlfriend. Well, boyfriend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm referencing.
The shim that they brainwashed afterwards, and yeah.
Or
that
technically, what about
actually
the
it was a really interesting
Binars?
episode because I felt bad. You know, it's like, damn, like she actually or it realized, and then they took it away. You know, took the feeling away, and was like, oh, I was wrong. Honorable member of society. I made a mistake, and it's like, damn, that kind of sucks. You know, you guys seemed happy.
You know, you could go back
yeah, so,
to. So I was just thinking, you could go back to the Binars.
yeah, yes, the Binars. What were they? They were a symbiotic relationship species, but were they male or female? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know. But now to say that this is the first thing that the first time in Trek lore that this has been done, and we're doing it because we love you fans, and it's like, really?
Well,
or are you pandering? That's
I think what they're going for is the first recurring character.
Yeah, but then you say that. You don't try to claim you're the first to do it when we can call it when. Because remember, I don't think they realize. They think we're idiots, and I don't think they realize. Did they not realize that most of us we were buying technical manuals for Star Trek just to know how shit worked?
Yeah.
We were buying nitpickers guides I'm sure most of us remember nitpickers guides.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting on my shelf.
Yeah, I can never find the toilet on the Enterprise. There's only one, and it's on the bridge.
We've had this conversation a million times. Why can't they just beam it out of you? You know? Or a Dega Outlaws universe where basically you don't excrete anything except you basically fart. Like it gets, there's some way that when you take in nutrition, it dissolves within your body, and all you do is pass gas. And makes sense to me.
Like Family Guy, the Road to Multiverse. One poop, please.
But yeah, it is. It just cracks me up when they do that stuff too. And it's like, did you even bother to research what you're talking about? Which I know they didn't. They don't even proofread their own articles.
No.
You know, that's something that really gets to me about and proofreading. The simplest, stupidest thing, if you're trying to be informative to somebody, at least proofread and edit what you're saying.
That's what I try to do. That's why I have a hard time pronouncing long words, and I have little acronyms as little notes.
And the other key part, cite your sources.
Yes, I always cite my sources.
Absolutely, that's essential.
I mean, if I use something other than NASA or ESA, I will cite it. I would tell what college or telescope this was taken at or used at or this person studied under. Yeah, I will do that. Because some of the stuff I use is not directly from NASA. It's from Keck, the VLT. So.
What's your favorite science site, Elihu?
That's a wide question. What do you mean?
I was just curious. Which one do you find you enjoy the most using?
NASA.
Oh, cool. My favorite website right now is Ducksters because it gives such. It's a site I finally found during research. I was trying to find something to give me a good breakdown of the events in the Civil War and stuff, and Ducksters does a lot of that, and they have a lot of history, science stuff. It's very kid level, but it's broken down kid level, but it's educational, and I use it as my references. So like almost my entire Civil War lesson plan was based off their notes, was based off their notes and stuff. So I talked about things like it had very interesting things like life as a soldier in the Civil War, women of the Civil War, uh, blacks of the Civil War, and things of that nature. So it was kids in the Civil War. It was a lot of good, interesting information, and I was able to take that as my outline, and then of course expand on it.
Yeah, that's why I like NASA, because it has a variety range of education. It has stuff for little kids, high school, general knowledge, and I combine my stuff. Like, for instance, the kids version will say about the sun. The sun is hot. It's very hot. It's hotter than 10,000 marshmallows. Another version is, yeah. Another version is, the sun is almost 6,000 Kelvin. Okay, that's close, but it's not exactly 5778. Or the sun is 90 million miles away. Or the sun is 1 AU away, or 93.1 million miles, billion miles. So it's a very range. I can either talk about, it's huge, it's big. 40,000 marshmallows can melt it. It can melt 40,000 marshmallows in a second. So I've kind of mixed my stuff up a little bit, but it's still accurate.
I don't think it will take a second.
No,
I'm just saying, as you know, I'm
know.
sitting in front of my oven right now, and I'm thinking about 1 second with the sun.
I know. But if little kids say, "Oh, all those marshmallows being melted really fast! Wow, that's hot!"
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, I can put for little kids. I can take my education for high schoolers, and I can do exactly some hardcore calculations for anybody who's capable of understanding it.
Right, and then the next level up, you can tell that the sun is 1 Australia away.
Yeah, 1 AU. I like that, Australia.
What does that AU actually stand for?
I believe it has something to do with light travel.
Yeah, it's astronomical unit.
I think it has something to do with the light speed of light astronomically. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a distance between Earth and Sun.
Correct.
It's one astronomical unit.
And of course, we found out that we were 2 billion miles closer to our galactic center.
Oh,
which is funny because taken on scientific, as we humans on Earth, the AU is not in any way a universal measurement. It's a measurement that we understand.
Correct.
It's not something that's written into physics in a particular way because it's only the way that we perceive it.
Something interesting I meant to say about the Civil War too is this was the first war in American history where the camera was used to take pictures.
Oh.
That it was because I think the camera only recently had been invented.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why you have all those pictures of the Civil War. It was the very first war we ever had where pictures were used instead of drawings. I mean, drawings were obviously still used, but the camera was becoming the way to spread the news, the pictures and stuff. That's why you see a lot of those pictures. That's why the Civil War, I guess, has so many pictures and stuff. But yeah, it was the first war where we documented using cameras.
It's funny, Geek. It makes perfect sense, but it's something that I just had never thought about.
Neither did I until I knew about it.
Yeah. The other thing was,
wow.
At the time, making pictures was a complicated process. It wasn't like what we're doing now, where we just click and
So
done.
they had the plates, and they had to put acid on them, and like the flash powder that that hilarious part from A Million Ways to Die in the West, where they get the photo taken and it explodes and burns them, and they're like, no, we're just gonna shoot them. It's easier that way.
Another thing in the Civil War, this is where the end of the wooden ship naval era started. Europe started creating their own ironclads, and then of course the North and the South had created a couple of ironclads, and they were the precursors to what would eventually become, our modern day destroyers and stuff. But this is when, and I did talk about the Battle of the Ironclads, and it ended in a stalemate because both ships just kept shooting at cannons at each other for hours and not making a dent.
Yeah, I think I remember you doing that one. It was a very interesting discussion about those ironclads, the Monitor and
Merrimack or
Merrimack.
the Virginia, depending on how you want to Monitor or Merrimack. But I think one of them was changed to the Virginia. Don't ask me which one. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Hey, yeah, that was fascinating, and looking at having, as I said, growing up, like you see like all these diagrams of how they were built and things like that. And I think I mentioned to you about it wasn't really a submarine, but it was basically it was like the 2-man kind of almost bicycle powered
the Confederate Army sub.
Yeah. Just fascinating stuff to see the cutaway side views of and the tactics that they'd use, and you're like, wow, this really nowadays it just sounds like a snow fort.
You guys realize
like a kid building a snow fort. You're like, oh my god, that's so obvious. But this is when they were designing warfare.
You guys realize that the battles of the Civil War is not like actual current affair wars. They didn't meet each other and all of a sudden they started shooting. No, they met each other, they talked, they staged each other, then they waited till a battle because they waited. It's like, okay, who's going to fire first? They didn't automatically start shooting. It was so laid out that people actually found out about it and had picnics on the hills watching the battles.
Yeah, that is something that is absolutely true. And like I said, all the battlefields around here, they would go and say the battle's tomorrow. Let's go pack a lunch and watch.
Yeah,
I mean, as sadistic as it sounds, think about it. There's no entertainment.
I know people go up in the hills, have a family day, watching a battle.
Yeah, it's really extraordinary.
Captain Trek, here's here's a picture of what the submarine looked like. I put it on the share screen.
Let me get back to that.
This is a drawing of the concept.
Oh yes, I've seen that before.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so it wasn't bicycle; it was hand crank. Yeah, but that's the picture I remember.
Yep.
Yeah, and it didn't really submerge. I mean, it was under. The bulk of it was under the water. It wasn't like completely under the water, but really amazing stuff. Isn't there? I can't really see the big. Isn't there like a picture of like a little candle lamp or something in there?
They had to be careful.
I don't know about in this drawing.
They had to be careful because they were actually standing in water at the time. Yeah, there was still water in the sub. There was basically ankle deep in water the whole time.
Oh, there's no bilge in that. It was like the earliest of the early. But like a buddy of mine that I used to skateboard with all through elementary school, who always we were the ones that played war, and he ended up working here. He got his book right here.
Hey, sorry. Let me.
He wrote a book called Learning War that was done at. He talks at Annapolis all the time now.
Sorry, let me interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Captain Trek, somebody's in the background. Somebody's in the backstage.
Cool. Thank you for telling me. I was.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were aware of that, but.
Bird.
Silence, please. I need to hear the greeting.
Waiting bird.
If he will unmute himself. What's the word?
Hello, world. It's Birdo Prey 5. Kapla.
Kapla.
Bird. Sorry, Star. Sorry, Dave. I just want to say hi to Bird.
I didn't want to interrupt your submarine kind of conversation.
Well, anyway, well, the book my buddy wrote is called Learning War: The Evolution of Fighting Doctrine in the U.S. Navy, 1898 to 1945. And his dad wrote for Jane's, because I remember seeing all the books when we were hanging out. And I guess he followed in his dad's footsteps because he does symposia all the time and stuff. And obviously, there's not a huge like fan base for this kind of thing unless it's a specific interest of yours. But
gentlemen,
the other one
I
is
need-
U.S. Navy Surface Battle Doctrine and Victory in the Pacific is what he wrote.
What's up, Joe?
I need to leave for work, so you all have a great day. Thanks, Cap, for letting me up on the panel today. Appreciate it.
You have a great day.
Have a good day at work, sir.
Jeff.
Later, Jeff.
Take care, Jeff.
See you later, all.
So another interesting thing I learned about the Civil War is our modern day triage and how they designed triage, and then the main short-term medical tents, and then the long-term care post-battle where they're located. That was all created during the Civil War.
I didn't know that.
I'm sorry. What was created during the Civil War? I was typing. Sorry.
Triage medicine.
Oh,
the concept of triage medicine was created there. The stages of triage, the colors, the color scheme they used to determine injuries and stuff.
Yeah, a red X in the forehead meant pass the person away. Like, yeah, comfort a person, but they're not going to be able to help. Yeah, the check marks. Yeah, on the foreheads. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, bleeding, breathing.
Yeah.
Who can be saved, basically. Who can be recycled and regenerated to go back into the lines is basically the idea. It's not. It wasn't necessarily about mercy as much as it was about your logistics. Luckily, it became more about mercy. I mean, triage is one of the most fundamental things that you learn as a medic now, which I had the luck of being able to do. But yeah, I did not know that about the Civil War. I really didn't. So in the Revolutionary War, for example, what I guess they just were just.
So let me see if I can explain how I mean by modern triage. The ambulance corps, basically, the gentleman who created it, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. What happened was he came in. He was a civilian, but he was given kind of an honorary rank of lieutenant, and he was a doctor. And what he did was he came up with a three-part process. First part being right there near the battlefield. You pull the wounded over. You do your tourniquets, triage, basic first aid stuff, whatever it was back then that was designed. Then the wagon would come over, basically the current version of an ambulance, would take the people, take them to a tent hospital that would be probably a mile or two away from the battlefield. That would be where they'd get their initial recovery, Medicaid, any kind of medicine they had, which they didn't have much. And they would get their cleanings, bandages, and stuff like that wrapped up, do what they could there. And then you would be transferred to if you needed to, for recovery purposes, you would be transferred to a place several miles even from there to a general hospital. Mm-hmm. And that's where you would do your recovery. That concept was not they didn't have a concept like that in that kind of specified order until around the Civil War. Also, the doctor also pointed out they needed better hygiene conditions.
Yeah, that was something that because we just didn't have the science involved to understand at the time. Yeah,
and they didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, antibiotics wasn't even a thing. I don't even think penicillin was even invented at that time.
I don't think so.
I thought penicillin was invented after the Civil War.
I'm pretty sure it was after the Civil War.
It was after.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What,
so
penicillin?
Basically, those MASH units were the second level of care.
Penicillin was 1920s.
Yeah, well after the Civil War.
That would be correct, what you just said. MASH would be considered that secondary care. Because those units, those triage units were mobile. Or not that triage unit, but
1928.
those little hospitals were designed to be modular, mobile.
Yeah.
Penicillin was 1928. Alexander Fleming.
Now I mean, obviously the medic on site would be your first there. You know, you get an arm blown off and the medic attends to you. I hate to be graphic, but and the medic attends to you as best as possible with an arm blown off. Obviously, a tourniquet, etc. If there's any type of drug, depending on the condition of the patient, you might not be able to drug them
morphine.
because of shock and things like that.
Whiskey.
And then to evac them to the secondary, as you said, the MASH unit, basically to be actually treated. It's like the ER. It's the ambulance versus the ER kind of thing, And the modern ambulance, the you were talking about that because I remember the Civil War, as you'd mentioned, it was an ambulance, which is a stretcher crew.
Basically.
And the evolution of the modern ambulance, when it was basically sop up the blood and get them to the hospital as quick as possible, as opposed to now they're mobile ERs where you don't see them just throw and go anymore. They sit there and they do the evaluation in the bus medic unit, and start treatment there. They start drugs there. Paramedics start drugs there. EMTs can't give drugs. They can give oxygen and aspirin. But paramedics and CCTs, cardiac care technicians,
Doctor,
that give the drugs and things like that. And that's why you'll see, a trauma patient loaded into an ambulance and the ambulance sit there because they're working. They don't just go throw and go like the older ambulances that you'd see in Goodfellas, the emergency, the old Cadillac big car ambulances, those were throw and go. Scrape them up, give them as much help as you can, and get them to the hospital where the doctor knows what he's doing. And the highly trained paramedics that we have now, they're sadly neglected with overwork and underpay. They're amazing. I mean, the training is intense. I made it to CCT. I never got paramedic. I never tried though, because I was like, why not just become a doctor with all this shit? Jesus Christ, look at all these books. And seriously, I mean, they're highly trained. They might not act like it, but they are highly trained. It's really something. I mean, when I was doing work and I worked with the MedStar unit, the air ambulance, their motto MedStar was, "If in doubt, fly me out." And no, you can't have one of those T-shirts. You have to work with them. And that's the kind of humor, the morbid humor, and these doctors don't really screw around like that. But these guys are just, I would say, not just as highly trained, because I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I know doctors, but
yeah, I'm not a doctor, but I
the
have
training of a paramedic and the ongoing training that you have to do, that you have to maintain, you have to show that you're up. You could be the best paramedic in the world, but you still have to prove it over and over when you're redoing your license. It's kind of like a CTS certification for technology or something like that for building engineering, where you have to constantly keep up your licensing by doing credits. It's an ongoing thing. It doesn't stop. It's not just learning to ride a bike and say done with it. I have the utmost respect for the paramedics that I've worked with. I'm dazzled by how just knowledgeable they are and tough, and then they turn around and have a beer with you and it's like nothing.
Dr. Jonathan Letterman, that was the man who created the Letterman ambulance plan.
Oh, and that was
that was during the Civil War. That was the plan the plan was put into place and signed into law, and that's what started the beginning of the ambulance corps.
Awesome.
and what we now know as what we know as the beginning of modern triage. There was actually a video I was watching when I was showing my kids that, and one of the surgeon or the Army medical, whoever the highest ranking medical officer in the Army was, said during the war, I think it was World War II. He said I don't know if I could have created what John Letterman did, but he said he basically said what he did saved a lot of lives in future wars.
Hell yes.
I mean, he is highly praised in the medical community for what he accomplished.
I find that so, humbling, and I'm a little embarrassed that I didn't know that. Given the work that I've put into it, I never really got into the history like that. So, wow.
Yeah, basically, what's going on is been doing this for a little bit. We'll push the pilot light here. See, I know
Okay.
yeah, just throw a little bit of spark. I mean, I'll
This
hold
real quick.
I can hold it a while now. It'll just go out. See, I can hold it for up to a minute, 2 minutes.
All right. So, what's going on, Bird?
Not much. Getting ready for Sisso Prey to come by soon.
I'm sure you're still in bed today.
No,
Hey, Cap, I'm gonna dip out. I got the gentleman here fixing my fireplace.
Right, no problem.
See you, MB.
Oh, I was gonna make a Mary Poppins joke, but never mind. Shim shiminy, shim shiminy, shim shim shiroo. I better stop singing before copyright infringement happens on you.
Generation Productions asked Captain Track and the panel, Dukes of Hazzard question. What was the best name for the Duke's Boys car? The Traveler or the General Lee?
Generally.
Yeah, I think it's Generally. Was it ever called the Traveler?
I don't remember that.
No, I don't.
When was it called the Traveler? Since that,
I'm not sure if it was. He might just be asking, but
that's true.
I think he's just asking. I
it.
don't think it ever was. I mean, unless there was, I'm sure there was some comic book or something. Unless there was like a novel or something about the Dukes of Hazzard, it was always the General Lee.
The General Lee was originally supposed to be called the Traveler after a similar car from Moonrunners, which was named for General Lee's horse.
Huh.
That is according to edition. The Dukes of Hazzard.nl/the cars.
Fake news.
This is the Dukes of Hazzard.
It's the General Lee, man. It's the General Lee, and it always will be.
It's
sorry.
official, unofficial Dukes of Hazzard website about the cars. You got General Lee, you got Roscoe's patrol car, you got Daisy's Roadrunner, Daisy's Jeep, her pickup truck, Boss Hogg's Cadillac.
You know, I had lunch at a place called Graves Mountain Lodge here in Virginia. They seat you in like family seating tables, like large tables where they bring out the food and you just pass it around with whoever you're with. And Cooter, who was, I think it was a congressman or something, he was there. I was sitting right across from him. And then he had at the bottom of Skyline Drive, at the bottom of the Shenandoah Mountains, he had a store there, like a tourist trap kind of store. And the General Lee was there, one of them. And beautiful, beautiful vehicle, and I was trying to figure out which one by seeing if it had door handles or not, and it did not have door handles. And I was like, "Holy shit! This might be one of the original like ones that they would have used in production." And right when I was leaving to come back into the DC area, they had put it on a flatbed, and I drove on 66 behind it for half the way, like looking at it's like, you can pass them, and I'm like, shut up, we're driving behind the General Lee. Look at it. It was pretty cool, man. But the guy was really nice and everything like that. He passed away many years ago. But yeah, it was a cool experience, and the fact that I was like who wasn't a Dukes of Hazzard fan, really. It's just like, wow, like having lunch with Cooter, and I didn't really have lunch with him, but he was sitting right there. You know what I mean?
Right.
You guys know why the doors never opened up in the General Lee, right?
I guess they
Because it
were
was a
welded
race
shut
car.
so they wouldn't
Bird.
wreck.
No, Bird got it right. Bird got it right. Bird got it right.
What?
Go ahead, Bird.
Race cars. They don't have doors. Don't open on race cars.
Yes, exactly.
Well, the whole story about the bootlegging and stuff like that was intriguing to me, but I mean, other than like, I think in the opening credits, I don't seem to remember them transporting booze.
In the trunk they did. They broke it a couple times.
Oh, okay.
They broke Uncle Jesse's moonshine.
Yep.
A couple times.
Yeah, Prohibition really worked, didn't it?
Uncle Jesse even broke moonshine one time when he drove the General Lee. I remember that show. Oh my gosh!
If you've got a case full of glass bottles full of explosive alcohol and you're jumping a car 20 feet in the air over a creek, it's gonna break. Just it's an observation. Man, I loved that show. I really did. Remember the spinoff, Enos?
No, I don't.
No.
So Enos and Daisy got like married or something, and they did a spinoff show of the Dukes of Hazzard. And it lasted like very short. It was not like Enos, Roscoe's peon. Enos and Daisy get married and move to the big city where he was a cop, and it sucked. It was not the Dukes of Hazzard. They tried to do a spinoff, and I was very surprised that they even attempted it, even at that young age. When that happened, I was like, this is stupid. Like, just fire him from the show or something. Like, if he doesn't want to be on the show, why they attempted that, I don't know. And Enos and Daisy Dukes, man, their pants are named after her. The hottest chick in Hazard County, with the dumbest cop in the Hazard County. I mean, all right.
Go with the Daisy Dukes on, everybody.
I've actually been to Hazard, Kentucky. My mom was one of the directors of the Appalachian Regional Commission, and her job was to allocate money from Congress to basically build roads and drainage and stuff to where these shacks were built on mud slopes. And I got to go with her on a whole bunch of trips. Been in coal mines and stuff like that. They were like, we need air and lighting. Here, let me show you. And I got to go along. It was pretty fun. But so I've been to Hazard, Kentucky, but I don't think it was ever established if that was the same Hazard County.
Georgia.
Or if it was, yeah. I mean,
Georgia.
Georgia. It looked a little bit more like Georgia than it did Kentucky. I'll tell you, Kentucky's got a lot more hills.
General Production, you asked me who was that, a 2005 movie, man? What are you talking about? Sorry.
Question. Let's see here.
I know Joni loves Chachi. Chachi won't get another TV show.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
I mean, somebody just got replaced. Who was that? Shit. I read it somewhere. Somebody got replaced. Marvel. Where did I read it at? Okay, now I can't remember. Shit. Let me go to my Twitter. Yeah. Oh, did you guys hear about the Marvel announcements yesterday, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, there's going to be a Samuel Jackson new show called Secret Invasion.
Really?
Yes. And there's gonna new director for Thor: Love and Thunder, and Christian Bale is going to be in it as Gore the God Butcher. Ant-Man and the Wasp. New one's called Quantumania. John Watts will direct a new Fantastic Four. Harrison Ford is going to do Indiana Jones.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Cool.
What the hell is that? Who got replaced? I forgot. Okay, now I can't find my little article. Shit.
But Harrison Ford doing Indiana Jones.
Yep. One more time. One more time, Indiana Jones. Yep.
No, please, no. He's too damn old.
It's going to become the Picard of archaeology, isn't it? Yeah, you're going to see this old guy getting bitched at all. It's like, shut up, Indy. Sorry.
No, he's going to be the artifact they are going to look for.
Good one.
I can't find out who got replaced. Where the hell is my article? Shit.
It's going to be riders of the nursing home.
Well, I can say this much:
I
Indy
can't
will be
find
getting
it.
a lot of action in the nursing home because they do tend to be a little more open. I'll just say that.
Okay,
Of course, if you get enough cardiac medicaments and enough Viagra, there is action going on. Totally.
New topic.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I
topic.
need to Gelogia. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
As well, within the Star Wars universe, there was like an announcement what they are going to do, and definitely they even confirmed that Hayden Christensen is returning as Darth Vader to the Kenobi show, and they are starting the filming in March. It was an announcement. I just watched it today or yesterday on.
Sorry, go right back.
Yeah, Ahsoka show, and Kenobi. They are starting the filming in March. So,
And referring to the new Indiana Jones film, Juan Cholo says the wheelchair chase between Indiana Jones and some former German officer in South America will be amazing.
You know what? If you actually, somebody has to do it, man. To take the Temple of Doom minecart scene, the minecart where they're racing through like a roller coaster, and make it with wheelchairs. That'd be great.
I can see.
But you know what? I can imagine that they will put some inside joke like this in the movie. If they are good writers, I can imagine that he's going to be hurt and sitting in a wheelchair and doing some stupid chase. I can completely see it.
You know, that the little bit of self-deprecating humor that they had in the last movie with the aliens, the Indiana Jones, whatever it's called, I don't remember.
That movie doesn't exist.
It's
thanks.
Bert's most favorite movie.
But the self-deprecating kind of humor that they kind of had with the like when they were scrubbing him after the nuclear blast, and then like the thing with the hat was kind of cool at the end. Yeah, I agree. That movie, I think I dreamt it. I don't believe it exists.
It's like Matrix 2 and 3.
It was painful. It was painful. It's painful.
Yeah, the problem was that the action scenes were overstuffed with CGI, and
Yes.
it wasn't believable. So
Yes.
definitely there were moments I liked in that movie. I'm not
What movie?
the Crystal Skull. I'm not
The one
I'm
that
not
doesn't exist.
the one that
Oh,
doesn't exist. I'm not saying it's the worst movie, but definitely the other Indiana Jones movies are better.
I thought Charlotte LeBeau didn't exist in that movie. I'm
who?
sorry, I didn't like Charlotte LeBeau.
Who's
Not
that?
the guy who played his son.
Yeah, I didn't like him
Oh,
in the movie.
Oh, who's
I
that?
didn't
Okay.
either. I didn't either.
He
I
was a
thought
better
that,
nerd. He was a better nerdy character in Transformers.
but I thought that his character was written well. I didn't like his performance of it.
Yeah, it was written well.
I thought the punk kid was written well, and he kind of meted up a little bit because he is who he is. You know, I didn't like his performance of it, and I'm no expert. That's just my opinion, but I think it was written well. I just don't think that he brought it out very well.
No, the action scenes, they were wonky, and this is the biggest problem of the movie. That jumping with the monkeys in the trees. That was like
That right there is when I wanted to leave.
Yeah,
I was like, well, that's enough. That's enough. You know, the whole alien thing and stuff. I'm like, I liked how in the warehouse at the opening scene how they bashed open that one crate in the Ark. That was cool. You know, but yeah, the monkey thing was like, I was like, all right, what? Really?
I like the opening warehouse scene where he swings the whip and he misses the Jeep. I'm like, finally! I'm sorry, I love that part.
Yeah, I thought the opening was pretty strong actually. But man,
And
yeah,
they got Mexico.
That movie just
Sorry,
I mean,
Lando Calrissian's getting a show.
What?
Really?
Is he?
I just saw that on the news. Yeah, they're talking about Star Wars shows. Like Lando Calrissian. There's a show called Calrissian. Lando. Okay, I did not know that.
The Landalorian.
I know that
they should have called it Lando System.
No. Call it Landalorian, and more people will watch.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And Bird is going to be a star in his own show. What was it called? Lando Crashlandian. Yeah. No, it's what I saw that on the Marvel side, they are in January. I thought they were starting with the streaming in December, but they postponed it to January. The WandaVision TV show.
Yeah, I
that
saw
looks
the new trailer.
Yeah, that looks extremely interesting. And in March they should go with the Falcon and
Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier. And there I watched the trailer as well. There's a trailer out on that one.
That's the only one that seems like it has potential to me.
WandaVision.
The last 3 episodes and get weird, but
WandaVision is going to be. You know what's the premise, right?
Yeah, she's trying to get over the loss of vision, and she's gone mental.
And she's going mental and creating her own world and universes. Yeah, so. And she basically is becoming a villain.
Let's see if I can find the Disney stuff that they're trying to do. I just know they're doing a new Pinocchio. I know that much.
Yeah,
Another
I saw something about that. I switched off of it, but it was like that. It was like a CGI kind of Disney Pinocchio.
Yeah, with Tom Hanks as Geppetto.
Well, could do worse.
How far can a show go when the main premise is this character's having a mental breakdown?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot. They can go to different realities. Yeah, they can do a lot of stuff.
You had a show about a mass murderer. You had a show about a cannibal. So I think this is something that they can do.
Point
Very
being,
well,
if you're
so.
dealing with a mass murderer or cannibal, the protagonist is doing something to other people. But if we've got a show where, gee, I'm going crazy and this is what is inside my head, okay, it's inside your head. What now?
A new Star Wars movie called Rogue Squadron. Rogue Squadron.
Squadron?
Squadron. Sorry, I can't. Squadron. Yeah, it's a squadron.
I'm in
Okay.
Rogue Squadron.
Yeah. And Brie
See.
Larson is going to do Miss Marvel too. Yeah.
But Miss Marvel, so the Captain Marvel movie is going to be something like Civil War, so you will have like a huge cast around her, because I'm not sure she could carry another movie by herself.
Yeah, The Mandalorian is going to have 2 spin-offs. Ahsoka is one of them. I can't find the other one.
Why don't they just?
It should be around Gina Carano's character.
Oh, here it is. Another will follow C-3PO and R2-D2 in the new. Oh, that's the Rogue Squadron. Okay, it's kind of hard to find all this shit here.
They seem to be at the throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks stage.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah. I would have put it more like shit, but yeah, spaghetti works.
I personally don't expect 1 in 10 of these projects to be watchable.
No.
What I was cackling about was when you said Mandalorian spinoff. I'm like, they're still in production. Why don't they just keep going? They're doing pretty good.
Mandalorian.
Like, why do they have to make a spinoff? I mean, just keep going. How much revenue stream do you think you can really milk out of it before it turns to shit? Thank you, Picard. I mean, I'm sorry. I know people like Picard and stuff. It just seems to a point where it's like, just sometimes maybe stop. You know, turn around and all right, let's redo Baywatch again.
No,
you know, because look, absolutely, because I don't care about it. You can spend all your damn money and all your audience on Baywatch. I don't have to hear about it.
Baywatch Nights
worry about
sucked. Baywatch Nights sucked. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Please, no more.
Yeah. But you know why it sucked? Because they
just
thought
let
that
them do
the
it
people
because
are
we can all ignore it.
because the producers thought that people are watching Baywatch because of David Hasselhoff and not because of the booth.
The slow motion, R-rated TV. Ooh yeah.
Oh, David Hasselhoff knew what was going on. He's the one who kept it going after it was canceled.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was canceled after 1 season because the plot was obviously pretty weak, and you can only watch Pamela Anderson Lee so often. But it was a hit in Japan, so Hasselhoff got control of the whole thing and made it part of his production company. Sold it to Japan, syndicated it here, and it just kept going and going and going.
I loved David Hasselhoff's super long and intriguing part in the Dodgeball movie.
He
was the coach of the German team. Remember? Hasselhoff.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
He was on the screen for about 8 seconds tops. Now, come on. I mean,
that's what I
everybody
don't
loves
remember.
Knight Rider. Who didn't love Knight Rider, though?
And Hasselhoff was, especially in Germany, he was like the biggest star ever.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. In the Dodgeball, yeah, he was the coach of the German team. Yeah.
Are you talking about his
music,
his TV career, or his music?
Both, actually, both.
I was only talking about TV. I'm not touching on his music career.
You can't call it music.
Yeah, you can. You can knock a paint can down a concrete stairwell and call it music. It is. Some people might call it noise. but
Why was
technically,
Hasselhoff popular in Germany?
yeah.
Because
Why?
Germans are idiots. They have no taste in
And
music.
I don't know. They came up with that Zeppelin thing, right?
well, that's kind of the U.S.
Just
That's kind
They
of the
didn't invent
U.S.'s
the
fault, but
Zeppelin.
you know, hey.
make nice watches, cars.
Yeah, the Volkswagen Bug.
My mom had one of those. That thing sucked.
Crimson
I
Mist
loved
says
it.
we need a commercial with Hasselhoff and Shatner,
Oh, that would be cool.
especially if they play
Advertising
father.
what though? Advertising what?
Well, if Ryan
Anything.
Reynolds and Rick Moranis can advertise a cellular company, why
Yeah.
not?
Or if Patrick Stewart can do Uber Eats ads. But that actually didn't surprise me that much. I'm like, man, those ads are awesome compared to the car. You know, I can sit and watch those ads all day.
I mean,
Compared to
when
the
you
car.
see Patrick Stewart, you were automatically assume Ian McKellen's going to be there.
That's true.
I remember those pictures they did in New York a couple years ago. They would hand out, find a tourist and go, "Here, take a picture of us." Then they walk away. Those pictures in New York, they were handing cameras to random people, like, "Here, take a picture of us." Then they would say hi and walk away. Another person, "Hey, take a picture of us." Take a picture, say hi, and then walk away. That's what they did. A lot of people didn't realize it was actually them.
That's funny.
I think it was all Ian's idea.
Wouldn't surprise me.
That dude is funny as shit.
Oh shit! I'll be right back. I gotta change clothes out of my pajamas. I have a client coming in an hour.
Well, if
I'll be right back. I'm gonna stay on the panel. I'll be right back.
I appreciate that.
If you're on Zoom, you don't have to worry about pants. But hey,
Oh, Tom Hiddleston returns as the god of mischief in the first trailer for Loki.
oh, I forgot about Loki has a show. Oh, that's right. Miss Marvel's got a show coming out. She's got her own little show. It's supposed to be Brie Larson's supposed to have a cameo.
Why?
Because Miss Marvel and Captain Marvel. They was her icon in the comic books. She's a hero. That's what she got her name.
Yeah, but why cheese mattress? Why? No. No. I'm not a huge Brie Larson fan, so you know, what can I say? Oh man.
She was a flash in the pan, really.
Wow.
Hey, I'm gonna get going, guys.
Well,
I gotta get ready for System Prey.
Yes, of course. You gonna be streaming later, Bird?
I should at my normal time.
Oh, just say the damn time. I can't think.
5 p.m. Eastern, about maybe 4. We'll see how it goes.
4.
Okay.
4 or 5.
4 or 5
Yeah,
p.m. Eastern. So 3 or 4 Central.
Oh, I get it, Joseph. You mean 4 is better for you. Okay, I'll take it under advisement.
4 would be better.
Bert, you do you. It's completely up to you when you start streaming. It's literally okay. It's like it was on Monday, right? The last Bed Life you had, and that was a long show, actually a great one. Then you felt like hell on Tuesday. But the Monday's Bed Life was actually excellent, and it was something like 2.5 hours. So I was like, and this was for the probably for the first time I was so tired, and I was like, when will this show finish? but I was entertained. I was entertained, but I was so tired. I fell asleep like 5 minutes after you finished streaming.
I didn't even realize I was muted here. Shit.
Oh, don't worry.
that's why it was
Don't
so
worry,
quiet.
Bird. That happens. I would like to say to Generation Productions, have a great day. I'm glad you were able to stop by.
Later, dude.
And old media guy, if you're still here, thank you for joining us here as well. It was it's always great to have everybody.
In case anybody wants to know, there is another rocket launch going off in an hour and 7 minutes. It's the SXM-7 mission.
Do you have a link for us, Eli Hugh?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Here we go. It's just launching it's just launching a radio satellite, the Sirius satellites. But it's another launch from Florida. And where the hell's the link? Here it is. Okay. I'm like, where the hell you go, Captain? I'm checking my feed right now, like what's going on. And I had to mute a lot of Mandalorian stuff.
Of course. Well, I hope you have a good day at work, Crimson Mist. And there you can check out the launch that Elihu Who has put in the chat. When did you say it was going to be? About an hour?
An hour and 6 minutes is the scheduled launch. I'm not going to be doing a live stream. It's just a satellite launch. It's not a test flight. But it's the 25th launch of the Falcon 9.
Let me ask this. Would there be a way you could do a live stream?
I could, but I don't feel like it this morning. I mean, I could, but I actually honestly don't feel like doing a basic Falcon 9 launch because these are like walking to the store. It's easy for them now.
I'm glad you're still listening, Crimson. I'm glad about that.
Yeah, I like the launches as well, but what I like more is the landings.
I was going to do the explosion, the test one the other day, but I couldn't get my thing working right, so I'm like, fuck it. So I took a lot of screenshots, and yesterday during the heavy booster one, I thought I tweeted it out 2 hours before I went live, and I realized I didn't. I'm like, oh shit, okay, last minute live then.
By the way, it was complete success. The only thing that happened there that it landed a little bit harder because they turned off the engine a little bit sooner.
Actually, that booster, the reason why it exploded on landing is because the methane leak. There was not enough thrust to slow down the rockets. Otherwise, it would have been 100% complete.
Otherwise, it did everything.
Yes, otherwise it would have been a complete success, landing and everything. But that methane leak caused the pressure, and they didn't get enough power to slow down the rockets.
Yeah, but otherwise, the belly flop and everything was just
perfect. Of course, I knew there was going to be a problem when that first fire started.
Yeah. And once again, they had unscheduled rapid disassembly. Yeah.
It's a Bird of Prey 5 landing.
The best type of landing.
And that's it for my feed. Huh. Well, all this to launch a satellite radio. Okay. Sirius XM satellites.
Ah.
And of course, it's in Florida. Okay, I have now officially muted Mandalorian on YouTube, and now my feed is kind of blank. Shit. Everybody's talking about it. Let's look at my space shit.
Yeah, and Bird is right. Every time it gets routine, there is an explosion.
Exactly.
But
that's where there's a problem.
But they had
Yeah.
how many even landings? I'm not even counting the launches, but landings like
25.
perfect
20.
landings in
Oh,
a row.
perfect landings. They had like about 14 perfect landings in a row.
So and that's just amazing.
Yeah, the thing is, the sensor when it lands, it's actually measuring this size of the platform, the size of a postage stamp, a very small little dot. It's not a huge platform like 5 feet wide they're measuring. It's just a small little point that the rocket has to actually land on. That's why I'm so impressed with the Falcon 9 ship.
What about it exactly?
What do you mean?
What's the Falcon 9 ship? What's going on?
It's reusable booster. In the past, they just had the boosters and it jetted them. They landed in the ocean. They retrieve them. They recycle them.
Yeah.
They tear them apart. This right here, they just basically scrub it off, clean it, and refill it. They don't dismantle it. It's still usable. Well, 99% of the time.
Right.
Which saves a couple $1 million.
But it probably saves more than a couple.
Well, something like 25, I think.
That's a couple million for a space launch. So
yeah.
Costs about 80 to $90 million per launch.
Yeah, because filling it up
For a
with
launch?
kerosene or something, it's literally sub 100K. Literally filling the rocket with. I think they're using like kerosene and then obviously
liquid oxygen,
and hydrogen. I think.
Mhm.
Yeah. So and that's literally cheap. That's literally cheap compared to whatever otherwise the launches cost.
The mixed rocket fuel, yeah.
And they dropped the cost of one flight significantly.
Which is why they're able to do it the way they are now, instead of NASA having to do everything.
Yeah, but the thing is, NASA still owns the space footage.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever watch, sorry, wake and bake. Okay. If you ever watch a rocket launch, wait, what was I talking about? Sorry. No, seriously, what was I talking about?
Fuel,
SpaceX,
rockets, SpaceX.
fuel. Do rocket fuel, launches. Why they're, whatever.
I actually forgot what I was saying. Sorry.
Wake and bake, man.
No, I've been up since I've been up since about 5:20 this morning. I've only had 2 cups of coffee, and I decided to wake and bake.
2 cups of coffee and 7 bong hits later.
No. It's too early for my bong. It's still on my shelf.
Oh.
Don't smoke bongs in the morning.
Rambling
Yeah, I
Canuck
don't
has
either.
joined us.
Let me get back to the. Hey, why don't you get your butt on the stream, Canuck?
Yeah.
Or do I have to send you the link? Let me take care of that right now. Just to make sure he got the... Let's see here. Come on.
Just to be on the safe side.
Of course.
I'll do it.
Oh, I can take care of that.
Okay, I just gotta hit enter. Fine, you're too late. Told you all I had to do was hit enter.
Well, yeah.
Come on, we need a Canadian on the stream. Somebody who rambles a lot.
Oh, yeah.
You know, an unusual Canadian who rambles and complains, who doesn't believe in saying "subi."
Shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, the hell with it. It's getting in toward the end of the stream. But yeah, from now on, we're not putting the link in the chat.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. That's why I sent the message to him in the via Twitter.
Gotcha.
Well, Cap, you have my Facebook stuff now, so
yes, I do.
I'll just come onto your chat and ask you to message me whatever the current link is.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I don't want to do the Twitter. I don't want to sign up for Twitter if I don't have to, just so I can talk to you guys. But I would, but I'd rather not. So yeah, thanks to Jedi Bill, you have that info now too.
I appreciate that. And I don't get on Facebook a lot. I'll check it from time to time, but I don't.
Yeah, I'll come onto your stream when it alerts me, and I'll just say, hey, send me the link or something. That is, if you are accepting guests.
Oh, of
might
course.
have a special stream when you're not, and then I will not do that.
And I am expecting a time to come when I won't have a full panel on. I'll have one or two panelists that will be doing a special stream. But
cool.
For right now, like I said, I'm still new at this.
For right now, we'll all meet at the pub and chat.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, I just got my notification.
It just boggles my mind that there are trolls and haters for just something as simple and innocuous as just saying, "Hey guys, what's up? And what do you think about some science fiction and some Civil War?"
Yeah, you got three downvotes. You got who the hell is downvoting you? Like, come on, you got 28 likes, 3 dislikes. Who the hell is disliking this?
I absolutely love
Oh, you know who? I bet I know who it is, and I bet it's people that were not given the opportunity to join us.
Absolutely.
All they have
I
to do
told
is
you
ask.
those are Australians.
It's strange that there's 3, and the thing that was in the chat, the hidden chat, mentioned 3 names.
Uh-huh.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I'm sure that at least one of those was one of those 3 people.
I still don't. I mean, I'm glad I didn't have to witness or hear any of what happened, but again, I'm kind of surprised at least one of those names that I've known from being on panels before, listening to panels before. Just that seems out of character to me, but okay.
Yeah, things I don't know, things happen, but
yeah.
Wow. Excuse me. Wow, I've only had 2 cups of coffee this morning. I can't believe it. I'm actually functioning on less coffee. Of course, I'm starting to get a headache, so maybe I need more coffee.
Well, actually, you probably need some food.
Food would be nice, but that would also require me being away from the computer.
Yeah.
But
Latino Slant says, okay, you got me. I'll hit the like button.
Thank you, Paulie.
Hey, did you guys know that during the filming of Insurrection, Michael Dorn was heavily trolling Patrick Stewart? He was making fun of him a lot.
Why does that not surprise me?
Yeah, Marina Sirtis tweeted, some of those film we had was filming this picture. Not at least was Michael Dorn mimicking Patrick Stewart, who had just played the role of Ahab. Like, yeah, do it, Michael, do it.
And good morning, Rambling Canuck.
Rambling Canuck.
A Canadian. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Quick, hide your syrup.
No, we sell that shit to you.
Yeah, the fake stuff.
Well, yeah.
We
Water
we
Yeah,
dip in and
thanks for
out.
the lumber. Thanks for the lumber and the comedy, man.
Hey, life with
And the syrup.
Matthew
And the
Rosetta.
syrup.
And power and there's
Yeah, power is pretty cool, and that whole getting cut a swath through your country with the pipeline is kind of helpful too.
Hey, your bacon is ham, not bacon, okay?
Good morning, Life with Matthew, and good morning, Rosetta.
Oh my God.
Good stuff.
And let's see here. I got a message for you. Just a second, Canuck.
Okay, I can breathe again. That was funny. I'm sorry, man.
I try. It's a hit or miss sometimes in the mornings with me.
Do you know a movie that actually quite surprised me? That you mentioned that quite surprised me delightfully was Canadian Bacon. I thought I was like, I'm never gonna watch that movie. I love John Candy. Don't get me wrong, but what a dumb. I'm never gonna. I watched that movie. I loved it. It was hilarious, man. I mean, it was just fun. You know that the movie. If you want to have fun, watch that movie.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a good movie, but it's a fun movie.
And to answer Life with Matthew's question, things are good. My son is back at home, so that's good. Just everything else went to hell, but it's been one of those weeks. How are you doing, Kat?
Hey, Canuck, look at the private chat, by the way, Canuck.
No, we refuse to take over a country that takes longer than a day to do with their election.
Ooh, ouch!
Takes you 2
Yeah, how
years
about
to crap
them
and then it
Chinese
takes
troops on
6
Canadian
months
soil, huh?
afterwards. Jesus Christ!
The election has been certified. All 50 states and DC has certified the election already.
Yeah, but they. I have Bloomberg on in the background, and apparently there was just another lawsuit filed saying that they didn't like the way that the election was run.
Okay,
and I'm like, is that something you can sue over? Like, I don't like the fact that it's a little cold out today.
Okay, get this. The presidential ballot, your election ballot, is a minimum of 1 or 2 pieces of paper. Okay, if they want to eliminate, if they want to say, okay, the presidential vote is invalid, what about the mayors, the city councils, the propositions? Nobody's saying any jack shit about those ballots. They only want to invalidate 1 check mark. That's
They
it.
did actually do an interview with people that were on the ballot saying, so you want to invalidate the ballot, but wouldn't that invalidate the fact that you won underneath that big check mark on the top that you won underneath? And they were like, well, no, I'm not, that's not the issue.
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
is.
it was selectively stolen. It was selectively stolen. I'm like, really? So, like, really? So just like everybody just changed only that and didn't like people with the moxie and the acumen to actually do that didn't say, well, let's just let the Senate just be and like only just do the president thing.
Yeah,
Come
ignore
on.
the propositions.
This is so
ignore the
old and
measurements.
over, and it's so sad, man. It's just sad.
If
It's
one
like,
ballot's going to be validated, every single one has to be invalidated. The propositions, the city councils, the mayors, all those have to be invalidated. Not just one little certain box. That's
right.
bullshit.
I mean, it's just gotten to the point where it's starting to become pathetic, and like when you just can't believe it. There's another lawsuit filed. As the other story is people packing their bags at the White House, and it's like, man. The bottom line is it's the consensus. Oh, I know I lost. I'm just gonna keep going because he has a future plan for his family or other supporting other political people. Specifically, let's get this out of the way. It's not for the betterment of society. It's for financial gain. We know that. If that's not obvious to everybody that you're keeping going doing this because you actually love the people of this country, that is not happening.
Then why does 72% of the money donated toward the fighting election is going toward the 2016 campaign finances?
Yeah. Right.
Read the fine print in the read the
What
fine
does
print.
it what does it have to do with what does it have to do with the betterment of the people of this country, though?
I still haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, it doesn't. It seems to me that it's basically you're talking about filling up some coffers.
I mean, I'm not a
Fill
Democrat.
up
I'm
my
not a Republican.
coffers.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't care if you voted for Biden. I don't care if you voted for Trump. Just get your shit together and get it straight.
I agree.
What is
I
that?
agree. I don't associate with a party. I associate with, and you can call me swing voter. You can call me whatever. It's like if this policy, if I believe through thorough research makes sense to the majority of citizens that might not even include me, I would go for it. The betterment of everybody, the better of the majority, and I would go for it. I'm not looking for a handout. I'm lucky. Okay, some people need one. I don't. If I see something that will actually not benefit me, directly not benefit me, but benefit a lot of people that need it, I'd go for it, man. And that's the thing. People, I'm in a position where I can be choosy like that. So I acknowledge some people are not, but it's like I'll take the bullet.
Now I am going to say something. One thing I don't like about what YouTube is doing. Number one, it's citing a source which is unreliable.
Wikipedia.
Which is Wikipedia. Okay, that right there is a big what? Why?
Hang on, Captain. I'm going to log on real quick and change Wikipedia to reliable. There. Okay.
I got flagged once for NASA Wikipedia link when I was talking about the Apollo moon landing. I'm like, okay, I kind of don't mind that, but use NASA, not Wikipedia. I mean, I had everything right from the NASA webpage. I was saying exactly what they were saying. There was nothing false about it. Why flag me?
Mm-hmm.
I even put in the little description, information provided by NASA. Hello.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. And they're talking about on Wikipedia that the vote's been decided, blah, 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 blah. Okay. When does the Electoral College meet?
16th, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, when they read the votes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, it's not been decided. Wikipedia is wrong. It's not been decided until
it's been certified, not decided.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Certified.
Right.
Yeah, the media does not call the president.
Well, that's why they're trying to buy off the electors.
The Electoral College calls the presidents.
Right.
Correct. And until they meet and announce their results, there is no official decision.
Yeah,
well, that's why they keep doing. That's why they keep doing the lawsuits, and that's what the current administration is saying. When the Electoral College calls it, we will acknowledge it.
I mean, it's Supreme
and
Court
that's totally
Pennsylvania,
but that's totally fair, isn't it? I mean, you don't call the race before the finish line, and that's fine. And I accept that too. I just think that it's pathetic and sad the way that it's been going about. It's quite obvious to any intelligent person that this is basically just, it's an election, yeah, but it's power grab. It's crazy. Just going like, I'm going to sue in order to stay in power. It's like, why don't you be dignified and you can still be in power? You just won't be in that position of power. I back out gracefully and go, wow, make everybody go, wow, we were wrong, man. Damn, shit. Wow, what a great guy. Let me see what he's going to do now. Let me follow him. Let me give him some more money. Hey, Mom, sorry about the operation. I'm going to give him some money. He needs it. Those golf clubs aren't going to buy themselves. Well,
So back to Canadian
kind of
comedies.
critical.
I just lost it now. Someone posted about Strange Brew, not a great film, but a fun one. It's Rosetta Allen did.
Oh, but man, the Mackenzies were so great on SCTV, weren't they?
Yeah, they're hilarious.
I loved SCTV. Eh?
Take off, eh?
You know, I when I was driving across the country when I was younger, I met somebody at one of those. It was at like Yellowstone Park. You know how they have the campground public bathroom where there's like a whole bunch of sinks and shit. And so everybody meets each other. And yeah, he was from Manitoba, eh? And he actually talked like that, and I thought it was a joke. You know, I was like, people don't really talk like that. He did. He really did.
Wow, I wonder where in this province he was from.
Because the way he said Manitoba had that Minnesota.
Oh, I bet you I know where he was. Yeah, okay. I know where he's from. He's from the Bible Belt. Okay, gotcha.
Anyway, I was
Either
kind
that
of
or up
taken
north.
aback because I'd seen my biggest exposure to Canada was SCTV.
Yeah.
Well, at the time, I guess Red Green wasn't really on yet, but I liked the Red Green show too. But,
Red Green was good. Everything can be solved with
Hey, if
duct
they don't
tape.
find women don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy.
Keep your stick on the ice.
I'm a man. I will change if I have to.
What was his assistant? Was it Harold? Was the guy with the glasses?
That's his,
or his cousin
his
or whatever.
Nephew.
They've been I've kind of kept up with them a little bit. They're still doing podcasts and things like that. And I've seen a couple of interviews with him, and I'll be damned, he's pretty much the guy that you see on the show.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
He's a little bit more human and mellower, but not much.
It was basically him dialed up to 110.
Yeah,
basically it.
Yeah. I loved that show. And again, it's one of these. I was talking earlier about Blake 7, not Canadian, but about it not appealing to a large quantity of people. And I can totally see, like Red Green, I cannot sit there. My wife, she gets comedy. She gets, the older Doctor Who stuff. She's on the same page as me with the real new ones, although we like the Matt Smith stuff and stuff. But anyway, I could not get her to sit still for 20 minutes and watch one episode of Red Green. I guarantee it, I wouldn't even try.
Tell her to be Howard and laugh, okay?
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, because it is kind of like a dude show, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about duct tape and meeting at the lodge. And
if I must, yeah.
I'm a man. I will change if I have to.
If I have to.
I guess.
So you know your shows, man.
I love Red Green.
Captain Trek and guys, sorry, I need to go. I have a call in a few minutes and I need to prepare something. So
have a good one, Yusuf.
It was good listening to you. And sorry, I wasn't that chatty, but I was really working here during the whole time. At least I had a few funny comments. Okay.
Yes, Joseph, good to see you, Joseph.
Oh, by the way, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much and take care.
Thank you, Joseph. Take care.
Later, Joseph. And I was going to say the launch has been postponed. Now it's an hour and 37 minutes to launch.
Good to hear. Oh, we got somebody new coming on the panel.
Oh, sandwich wench. I don't have a sandwich anymore.
Hello, lady. Hello, Sarah.
And how are you this morning, Rosella?
Tired. Overworking myself, I think.
That's probably true.
It's only fair if you underpay yourself at the same time.
No. My boss may be a slave driving OCD bitch from fucking hell, And being as I work for myself, that's quite an achievement.
Yes.
But at least she pays well.
Hang on a second.
Okay, see how many projects I can do at once, I swear.
Yeah.
No, I just need to jump hubby JP's.
Thank God for coffee. Anybody else?
I don't know why you evoked that when you said that, but a memory of I think it was it Delta Force, the Chuck Norris movie, and he's in a shed fighting off a terrorist, and he grabs a circular saw blade and uses it as a throwing star and says, "Thank God for Black and Decker." It's funny. It's the only thing I remember about that movie.
Yeah, they are not going to recast Chadwick Boseman in Panther 2. They're just going to have it's going to focus on other characters in Wakanda. So I was trying to figure. I was watching this little clip here.
Right.
That could be both good and bad, actually.
Yeah.
I just came up with a really scary idea for Hollywood, since they're ruining everything with add-ons and sequels and separate story arcs.
Yep.
Try this one on for size.
Original idea.
Forrest Gump 2.
Oh Lord.
Yes, there's a book called Gump and Company.
Oh, you are fucking kidding me, aren't you?
No. There's an actual book called Gump and Company. It's about Forrest and his kid.
Oh my God.
And he invents new Coke. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. It's better than the movie.
Really?
Yes,
But
check
the
it out.
author refuses to sell it to Hollywood because
I will check it out. So, but they won't buy it because you said it was good. So.
Oh, that doesn't mean they won't buy it. It means they won't do it how it's made.
Oh, right. No, that's right. They'll buy it, make sure the rights are locked under lock and key.
And then rape it sideways. I mean.
Exactly.
Well, actually, the author refuses to sell it to them because he kept saying, "Where are my profits from Forrest Gump?" And they kept saying, "Well, it hasn't made money yet."
What? Fucking shit.
So he just said, "Well, I won't sell you the rights to the new
time.
book then."
That's not actually an uncommon stunt for Hollywood to pull. They never paid the tribe for Dances with Wolves, claiming it never made money.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rambling Canuck, I already did that, by the way.
Hollywood's a sack of fucking dickholes. I mean.
Yep.
I don't have a sense of even worse than normal, so fucking fuck.
Yep.
Fuck you, Uncle Fucker.
When I showed that movie to my friend, I'd already seen it. I went to the theater to see it because I had to. And I wasn't even that big of a fan of South Park, but I thought that movie was hilarious. And I bought it, and I showed it to him. He'd seen South Park, but he'd never seen, and he was like, his eyes got wide. He was like, I had no idea this was a musical. This is awesome.
I have no South Park sound bites. Damn it, that sucks.
And Canuck, would you please put that link to the history with R&R in the chat, please?
I did that.
No, I just posted the video that dropped like a minute and a half ago.
You posted it. I posted it.
Awesome.
I didn't get a notification. I'm signed up to you guys.
I did. I was actually in the middle of posting that until you actually put in private chat. I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay,
Stalin Part 4.
I was just thinking, as we're talking about swearing, I was just thinking about the old Robin Williams stand-up when he was talking about traffic. I'm driving in traffic. I cut something off. They cut me back off. I go, fuck it. From this little rocket seat behind me, I hear, fuck it. Go through the whole day. And all they keep saying is, fuck it. Fuck it. Sweet little old woman walks up to him. Hey, aren't you so cute? Fuck you. Okay. Oh, you must be the Williams boy.
That is weird. I put the link in the chat and it's not showing up on StreamYard.
I just got a link on Discord, which I don't know how to use. So,
No,
if that's any help.
Ramlin Canuck put his because JP put something in the chat. Then Ramlin Canuck's chat link. But
all you have to do is click the link in Discord.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird. It's not even posted mine on StreamYard. That's weird.
Oh, in StreamYard it won't.
No, it did that on it shows the link that Ramlin Canuck posted on StreamYard, but it doesn't show my post on StreamYard, only on YouTube link on the YouTube page. That's weird.
That is weird.
Huh. That's why I said I already put it on there. I'm like, okay, I don't see it on the StreamYard.
YouTube's a fucking crack hole.
Yeah.
Well, when's the show, or is it pre-recorded?
Hey, the Friday ones are always pre-recorded.
Okay.
It's Stalin Part 4.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
I like your shows, so I watch them. I'm just letting you know. That's why I'm
awesome.
Glad
Make your own sandwich, you fucking prick, Chris.
Hey, yeah, Chris Knight's in the chat, so watch out, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Why? I've dealt with him plenty, including in person. He's not that hard to deal with. I mean,
Hey, Chris, share the screen. Share my screen, Chris.
That's okay. Just a friendly reminder, Chris. I need your audio by the end of the day. Anyway.
Want me to nag him? I'm really good at nagging him.
Watch out.
And to answer your question that you answered backstage, are you an idiot?
It's your show. I gotta ask permission.
Okay.
Did you really just ask if Canuck was an idiot? Aren't you fucking smart enough to tell that yourself, Cap?
Oh, I need more coffee.
I have said many a time, if you are a mod on my channel and you have a link that needs to go out, post it.
I know. Old habits are hard to break. And no problem, Chris. My week has been a complete gong show, so I understand.
Oh, you've been super, super busy? Damn, I've been having jack shit to do.
Hey,
look who's back.
It's been an absolute
Yeah,
gong.
I'm back. I was surprised to see you still on. I was like, oh, hell. Yeah, I'll stop back in. Well, my fireplace is now fixed.
Sweet.
Chimney, chimney, chim, cherie.
Turns out that it looks like it was pretty much what I was thinking it might be. There was a clog in the gas pipe.
Ah.
Oh, shit.
That's why the pilot light wouldn't stay on. And so no big deal there. That was taken care of. Now my wife's happy, and I'm happy because now I can turn the freaking heater off in my house. And no, man, my throat was so dry this morning because of the heater being on.
Yeah.
And
thanks, Chris. Blame me.
Chris, put the link back in the chat because you forgot to put HTTP. There's no hyperlink to the chat in the YouTube. You need to repost that, dude.
So I decided I was talking with the wife, and then I went up to Walgreens to pick up my meds, and I was told only one of them was ready. I'm like, okay, I know this. I know exactly which one you're not going to tell me is ready. And then they tell me which one it is. It's my beta blocker. And I was like, okay, why can't you fill this? I've got a refill on my bottle. They said, well, it was a 90-day prescription, but we don't have that much. Would you like us to still fill it? I'm like, I only have 2 days left of it. So I was like, basically, give me whatever the fuck you got.
Yeah.
I was like, so they had a 30-day supply, so they gave me that. I'm like, fine, thank you. Because I know what it's like to be off my beta blocker. I will go through some shitty-ass withdrawals.
Geek, that seems like a weird thing for a pharmacy, doesn't it? It's like, well, we have it. Do you need it? It's like, imagine going to the gas station going, well, we're kind of low on gas. We have enough, but do you really need it? It's like, yeah. That's why I'm here. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You know, like, is it reserved? No, but we don't have that much. Well, I'm standing right here.
Like, I'm like, just give me a 30. I'm like, if you can give me a 30-day supply, we're good. But I'm like, I called it in a couple of days ago. I had a week's worth left. I'm down to 2, and I'm kind of like, no, I need this filled. The other one is not as important as this one.
Let me ask you something. Do you use a large chain pharmacy like those superstores, or do you use a small pharmacy?
Okay, so I use Walgreens, but here's what happened. Here's an interesting thing about our Walgreens. There was a Rite Aid, but Rite Aid was bought out by Walgreens. So now all Rite Aids, and I was a Rite Aid customer because at the time Walgreens wasn't taking my insurance.
Right.
So when Rite Aid shut down, I had to go over to start taking it over at Walgreens, and Walgreens started taking my insurance again.
Mm-hmm.
So that was fine. But now, just recently, the pharmacy over at our Bilo, our local food market, is now shut down. So now all of those prescriptions are also going to that Walgreens.
Aha. Lovely.
And I was talking to them the day I picked up, when I was picking up the prescriptions for my sinus infection.
Mm-hmm.
They had told me, I asked the lady, and it was like 3:00 when I went in there. I didn't go back till the next morning to pick up my second med, because that was the cough medicine, and I was more concerned with getting the antibiotic.
Right.
And I had asked, I said, have you had a lot of people in? They said, we've had over 1,000 customers since we opened up this morning. And it was 3 p.m. and they were still going to be open until like 11.
Jeez.
I wasn't the only one not getting their meds on time, too. There were people they're like, well, I put this in at noon. And the lady kind of said, yeah, it seems like everybody put their request in at noon. So they were swamped. And I mean, if you looked at it, they've got all their bins are filled. They've got bins on the floor filled. They got bins on the other side filled. It's just like crazy. Yeah, a pharmacy monopoly. Yeah, it's weird when I only see one pharmacy and not see the second one. Normally, you'd see a Walgreens, a Rite Aid, a Walgreens, a CVS. I mean, we have a CVS, but it's, I think, about 2-3 miles down the road. But yeah, for some reason, yeah, I don't know why the Bilo pharmacy shut down.
Wendy, now that you're back, I wanted to ask you your favorite Civil War film.
Glory. I would say Glory. Glory, and then I would say the Lincoln movie.
Abe Lincoln versus vampires?
No. The one, no. The one at, I can't remember the actor's name, but it had Ronnie Lee Jones in it. What was that?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Okay, I think that was the one. It was the one that I think, it was a 3-hour movie. I did not feel like a 3-hour movie to me. It did not feel like a 3-hour movie. And I enjoyed a lot of things because the bulk of the movie is about him trying to get the 13th Amendment passed. And there was an interesting point he brought up. Mm-hmm. He said, what if the Supreme Court overturns my Emancipation Proclamation? And I was like, well, yeah, that is possible. They could, because they could declare it unconstitutional. So that's why he was one of his main reasons for trying to get the 13th Amendment passed. And I really thought it was a good movie. But if other than that, I would definitely say Glory. I think it's one of the best I've ever seen. It's a truly awesome movie.
I agree with that. I just watched it recently, and so it's kind of fresh. I saw it, when it came out, and I've seen it a couple of times since then. It's a rewatchable movie, definitely. And I just watched it. It was a couple days ago, actually. I think I asked you about it.
Yeah, it is a very damn good. I mean, it's got Morgan Freeman in it. It's got Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington when he was a much younger actor at the time too.
Yeah.
And,
but nonetheless powerful. He was that
yes.
man. Whew, he really has his art going on in that movie, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And the movie is very good when you watch it and you see all the smoke and the stuff like that from the gunpowder. You realize that is really how it would have been. There was a lot of fog of war when you were shooting because of all the musket flare and the smoke coming off the muskets and everything, and the cannons and stuff. So,
Do you know? I think Broderick did a great job in that too. I mean, he was a
thank you.
very
That was the name I
believable
was trying to think
character.
of. You would not think Matthew Broderick could do a serious role like that, but he eats it up. I thought.
And even his accent was the way he spoke, the way he'd end his sentences in the period speak, basically. You know, that was a really impressive role on his part.
I was just thinking about Carrie. Come on, you got to have Wesley.
Oh, Carl Lewis did an
Mhm.
awesome job too.
Yeah.
As his second in command.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go. Take her easy, folks.
Take her easy.
Take care, Rambling.
Hey, Rambling.
Does anybody here got a Civil War movie they really enjoy?
That's
there
about
was
it.
one-
I'm not much into war movies, but I actually do like that one. So that's about it.
There was
I did
Civil
like Abe
War.
Lincoln versus the Vampires. That's all. That's the one I
Why?
like.
Who you're a fucking
How about the Civil War
Yes, I am.
sequence in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
Jeez
Never seen
Louise,
it.
I got to be honest. I haven't seen Good, the Bad, and the Ugly in a long time.
But
I have never seen The Good, the Bad, and
they
the
had that Civil War sequence toward the very end of the movie. It was pretty drawn out. It was a good sequence. It was probably about a 15-minute sequence. And man, because it was showing kind of like the armaments and the battlements facing each other across a river regarding taking a bridge, and it was I don't know how historically accurate it would be. You would know that by looking at it, but it looked damn real. And from the battlements that are laying around here, around my neighborhood, actually, they looked similar.
Crimson Mist, yes, North and South is a good miniseries, and also Blue and the Gray. Also, Blue and the Gray. That is another good miniseries about the Civil War.
What about Gettysburg? As he's saying, historical level, Gettysburg was long.
That actually, I have not seen that movie.
Well, maybe it's
My
one
favorite is
to add to your
Mr.
list.
Keaton's The General.
I'll tell you one of the best Civil War books I ever read. Gods and Generals. Fantastic.
Have you
book.
seen the director's cut of that?
No, I have not. I've only read the book.
It's a pretty good movie.
I read the book. I've read all three parts of it. One was written by one person, and the other two were written, I believe, by his son.
Yep, Gettysburg by the dad and the rest by his son. He's also got a second Civil War trilogy out dealing with the Eastern campaign.
He's
Western
also
campaign.
he's also got another book out that I have talking about the Chosen Reservoir, which I have that book. I haven't read it yet, but I do have it. I'm pretty sure my wife got it for me, and I'm fairly confident it's about the Chosen Reservoir, which is cool because Frozen Chosen is one of Chesty Pull's best campaigns. He was like, "Oh, we're surrounded? Good. Then we can shoot at them from every angle."
Now, Paulie, do you have anything coming up later today? Live stream or video? You have a rent, so you can post anything if you would like. Not to interrupt the panel, but
Gods and Generals was done by the same filmmakers as Gettysburg. Thanks, Paulie. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm not into war movies myself.
Neither am I.
Check out the documentary Rebel on Amazon. Okay, I will look that up I will look that up shortly.
Okay, JP's The Postman was a good movie. I did like the Tom Petty cameo in The Postman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually one of those people who actually really enjoyed Waterworld.
So did I. Except for the map part. That was stupid.
Anything with that fucking guy in it makes me want to punch the fucking TV.
Who, Kevin Costner?
Yeah, the one who was behind a lot of the mistreatment of the tribe at Dances with Wolves. He was a fucking dick to my actual family, so fuck him. Yeah.
Juan Cholo mentions the World War I documentary, and they shall not grow old.
I did like on the History Channel when they would do Civil War in color. Or not Civil War, sorry, World War II in color. Sorry, I got the Civil War on my head. That's why.
Is that Ken Burns?
Yeah, World War II in color was pretty impressive.
Wait, was that a Ken Burns documentary?
I don't think it was Ken Burns.
They Shall Not Grow Old, or the World War II in color.
World War II in color.
That wasn't Ken Burns.
There it is.
Hey, Polly, is it Rebel Secret Soldiers of the American Civil War? Is that the one you're talking about?
If he answers.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to have to type it in the chat first.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious if it is, because that's what I just looked up.
I know you guys are sick of hearing about who I've worked with, but I did work with Ken Burns too. When he was releasing Baseball, he sat next to me at the soundboard, and I knew exactly who he was. And I was like, "Oh, hello, Mr. Burns." He's like, "Ken's fine. He's a nice guy."
It's like, oh shit, hope I don't mess up.
I had my good friend, one of my friends who was in the Navy. He was the chaplain's assistant.
Shit.
And he had actually sent me information on Facebook. We were talking. He goes, "Hey, you remember this guy?" I said, "Well, yeah, I remember him. He was our CO." And he goes, "Yeah, he's about to retire from being common out of the Marine Corps." I said, "Are you shitting me?"
Oh my god.
I actually I said, "Oh, no way." I went and looked it up. And first thing I said to him was like, "He doesn't look any different. 20 years later, he still looks the same." 20 years later, the guy still looked the same. It was crazy. As soon as I saw him, I was like, "Oh, yeah, I remember that commander. I remember that colonel."
Kapla, Bird. Welcome back. Welcome back, Bird.
Hi, Bird.
Oh, man, my favorite gas station I won't be able to use for a while. Apparently, they had an electrical fire yesterday.
That's not good.
I don't deal with gas stations. I don't have a car, so hey.
Oh my god.
Sherman's march to the sea. Man, that guy took scorched earth to an interesting level.
So I got to mute because my coffee pot's going to be a little loud. I'm making another pot of coffee. I already had 4 cups of coffee.
Cool.
Should have made a bigger cup this morning.
I have been surprisingly not drinking as much coffee as I used to. I used to drink close to a pot of coffee in a morning time between the time I got up and the time by the lunchtime. Now I drink maybe 2 cups.
Oh, no. See that?
No.
That's for me. It's more like 2 pots. By then, yeah.
Oh, you want to hear something interesting? While I was waiting on my meds to get done, I was looking in the little toy section, and I saw something I was surprised to see: a Tron character from the original Tron.
What?
I'm not kidding.
I still have one of those. I still have one of the guards in the package, but I played with the other ones, and I still have them. I have one of the light cycles too. But wow, they actually had one in a package, like for sale.
Yeah, it was like $16.99, and it was
wow.
I'm fairly certain it was Flynn. It didn't say who it was, but I'm looking at the mold, and I'm like, this looks more like Flynn than Tron.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have got it, but I was like, I've already spent enough money on myself this Christmas, so I'm like, I'll hold off another day.
Right.
I kind of go with the 20. We started a rule in my house called the 24-hour rule. If I want something, wait 24 hours. If I still want it 24 hours later, go get it.
Absolutely.
I do. Do I need it or do I want it? Do I really need this or do I really want this? If I really want this, I'll postpone on buying it.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a
So many
need, that's
smart ass
different.
comments, so little time.
I mean, I need that Deanna Troy in the sash action figure. I need that. I don't want it.
I don't think need would be the word.
Sorry, I got close to my phone and brushed against it, and it shut off.
No problem. I figured something happened.
The Tron thing, I'm really intrigued by because those characters, they were that kind of see-through plastic, and they'd have a disc that would stick on their back.
Oh yes,
that you could jam the little disc in their hand. Yeah, and actually the light cycle. Remember those old toys that would have a little zip that you would pull, like
pull back,
and the light cycle would you could fit a character in the light cycle and close it, and then pull the zip and let it rocket off into a wall and smash.
It's a little motorcycle, yeah.
Remember actually using that where like you pull the cord and then you put it back in and you pull it again and you pull it again. You want to see how fast you can get the darn thing to go. You're like,
we used to. I guess when that came out, that would have been well. It had to be in elementary school because when I was in elementary school, because we would take the light. Remember the old the bike racks at schools that were like just these triangles, like a metal bike rack. Okay, well, we had these bike racks that was kind of like an A-frame.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a long metal triangle with a whole bunch of pipes, to put your front wheel in. Anyway, so what we would do is race the light cycles along the little flat piece of metal that ran the span of the top of the thing. And we would wager if you could make it or not. And the wager was usually dessert from your lunch or something like that. And I got pretty good at driving those little light cycles in a straight line. It's so nostalgic that you saw a Tron figure. I'm sorry to gush about it, but I still have mine somewhere. They're not on display. I should get them out and put them on one of my shelves.
And there goes my coffee pot. One moment.
No problem.
So
It's loud.
the link I just put in, if anybody's interested, it's called American Battlefield Trust. That is what I've been using as my videos for talking about Civil War stuff. They're really done well. Very well done. Especially how they lay out the maps and the battle plan and how the battle strategies went, and you're seeing it from a virtual maps point of view, and it's very interesting, and it's a visual stimulation my son really likes.
American Battlefield Trust?
Yes.
I'm writing it down because if I touch my phone, it'll shut off. We'll check it out. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what I've been using a lot for my so because they're really short. They're usually less than 20 minutes, but they are so detailed and well done. They really go through how the battle plan and the battle was laid out.
That's cool. As I'd mentioned before, because I love stuff like that. The particularly, I really was focused on World War II and the books, the brightly animated books that came out, 30, 40 years ago that showed battle plans with the arrows and like step A would be and then the next page would show like photos of like landing craft or whatnot. I love that stuff, and what you're describing sounds kind of like that with Civil War, so I'm going to check it out. And again, I appreciate the info.
Absolutely, that's what we're all about. That's what this community is about, despite what somebody was trying to question what community. And then I rattled off. They said what community? I rattled off about 8 names just off the top of my damn head. And I probably could have done another 15, 20 if I really wanted to think about it.
And yeah, that's why, unfortunately, that's why I have taken to personalize it. Yeah, I created a group in on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, on
Twitter,
so that I could send out the link privately. That way, and I'm sorry it wakes you, Elihu, because it's in the morning for you.
Ding.
But that's
Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done.
that's when I come on.
There's
gotta
a way
way.
to
It's
shut
9
off
a.m.
the
Central.
notifications so it doesn't wake anybody.
My phone on at night because I have my earthquake alert on there. So if I want to get woken up with some kind of earthquake alerts, so I keep my phone on at night.
I just shut the notifications off for that one conversation. This way, it doesn't alert every time somebody writes, but I can check on it whenever I want to.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. It's the YouTube notification that you go live that I get woken up with.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the Twitter one. I got that all muted, so it's just the YouTube. Like 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear it go off. Like, okay, it's about 3 o'clock. Captain Trek's live. I'm going back to sleep. I'm a light
One day
sleeper.
you're gonna
Okay.
get the alert saying that the big one's coming. You got 15 seconds to duck.
Yeah, that is why I keep my phone on at night. No, Tiki. Yeah, I know. Ha 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 ha. The shaking is an alert. I get the P wave notification. Don't you have the Shake Alert app, Tiki? You should. It's free. I'll tell you exactly what it's called. It is called. Come on, with my phone. My Shake. Here, I'll
That
tell
sounds
you.
like an app for ordering shakes from McDonald's.
Kidding.
Or
No,
like
My Shake.
chocolate or vanilla.
My Shake. Hang on, I'm put this in. My Shake. Come on, let me turn this.
I'd
Where's
rather
the
have
glare?
one
whipped cream.
electronic.
Let's see if I can. There's that little globe right there. That's called My Shake. It's a free app for iPhones and Androids. It's an early earthquake alert. Let me turn on my screen here. There we go. It detects the P waves and the S waves. The P waves is the pressures when you first get the notification. The S wave is the shaking. That's when it tells you it's about 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and the little dots right here is the latest. My little thing. There we go.
Has it
Is
ever
the latest.
successfully worked for you?
There has been no major shaking for the thing to go off, but it has worked. Other people in California.
Cool.
The latest quake right here was Lakeports 5 days ago.
Is that background California?
Yes, this is California.
No, the background behind you, because it looks like it's just a state of disaster.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I'm messing with you, man.
If
Come
you
on,
want to see
earthquakes, fires.
If you want to see the disaster, let me turn off my green screen, okay?
Actually, that's not so bad, buddy.
I like that.
But your green screen looks good too.
I will say this: it was very interesting living in California all the years I did to see dry lightning.
Yes.
I've seen that in South Dakota. That's it. Really is kind of weird, isn't it? It's
Yes,
like,
it is.
what's going on? Why is that there?
Tiki, it does give you
You're
a
in
few
South
minutes to
Dakota.
pass, but it gives you a few minutes to
Aberdeen.
basically duck and cover instead of all of a sudden shaking
Oh, that
and
explains a
then
lot.
things falling on your head.
I mean,
Sorry, I was answering Tiki's little question there about the earthquake. You should have that app, dude. You what? Less than 3 miles from me? Oh, you want to count on me to have the alert, huh?
Yeah, just call him, man. You know,
Jeez,
just a phone
lazy.
call, dude.
Well, just get his number.
Hey, you know that? Hey, buddy, you know that shaking that you're feeling under your feet? Yeah, we're having an earthquake. Okay.
Just get his number,
Phil's
and
girl took a
whenever
shot
you get an alert, you call him. You're like, what the hell do you want? Got an alert. You want to download the app now?
Chris Knight even made mention that my phone is loud online. Like, yeah, sorry, man, that's my earthquake alert. I want to keep my phone loud so everybody can know. Okay, Tiki, I'll yell. I'll go to my roof or open my window and go, Tiki, quake!
no, Pinky, you're gonna die.
You can probably hear me across the bay anyway, so I am that loud outside. It's the Tenderloin. We loud here. We had an earthquake back in March after the lockdown began. Huh. Yeah, San Diego had one. Then Central California had one. This was all of this week.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Kansas had a small little one. And yes, there is a fault line in Kansas, by the way.
There's also a fault line in Illinois. I didn't live too
Yeah,
far from it.
and there's a fault line underneath Manhattan.
Can we pray it goes off?
You son of a bitch. I've been woken up by earthquake.
Yeah, we just call earthquakes foot massages.
Well, doesn't that depend on the Richter number on how severe
Magnitude.
the massage is?
Earthquake, no foot massage. Happy cows come from California.
See you at the party, Richter.
Fire, earthquakes, normal. For a tornado or hurricane or even snow, I'd be screwed. Dude, I want to see it snow in San Francisco. Why? I want to see the idiots trying to hit the brakes when they're going down the hills.
Do me a favor there, please. Get that on video.
Oh, trust me, I will be freezing my ass off catching this on video.
Yep, New Mandarin fault line. Yep, that's what it's called.
Yes, the New Madrid fault line. Yeah, that. Yuck.
And of course, I know if it was if I happen to sled down Nob Hill to Market Street, it'll take me about 5 minutes to sled instead of a 10-minute drive or a half-hour walk. Shoo!
Well, that would be one way, but then getting home would require you dragging the sled and carrying the groceries as well.
No, the only hard part about it would be walking up that hill with the sled.
Well, then again, if you had the right equipment, you could always carry the groceries in the sled.
Yeah.
And then just drag the sled along.
Should have lived in West Virginia when I lived in West Virginia, man. Everything on hills, and basically, if it was a quarter of an inch of snow, everything was delayed. If it was half an inch, everything was shut down. Because I'm not talking minor slopes. I'm talking straight freaking 5-6 grade shit going up and down hills.
No, thank you.
I mean, I lived on top of a hill, for crying out loud.
You gotta be careful, Crimson Mist. Sometimes the aftershock is worse than the actual quake because it's considered a pre-quake. Yeah, you may get a 5.3.
The main quake would loosen everything up, and then the aftershock is what can bring it down.
Yeah.
Hey, NB, you're talking West Virginia and hills and stuff. Like, a lot of people have never seen hills where there are regular emergency truck ramps for brake failures, and they're like, what the heck is that? And like, you having lived there obviously know what they are, but it's kind of extraordinary to explain it to somebody seeing it for the first time. My wife hadn't seen one and was like, where's that? What's that, a road that they were building? It's like, no, that's for emergencies.
Oh God, I mean, runaway truck ramps. I am so used to those from where I grew up.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even just see them in West Virginia. I saw them when I lived in California. I used to go
everywhere in the
Donner's
Black
Pass.
Hills. They're everywhere in the Black Hills.
Yeah, they are, and it's a bizarre thing to try to explain to somebody, and they're like, "Well, why would they need that?" And it's like, because of the velocity, the weight, the brakes fail. You're heading down a hill.
They need a cushion, okay? You want your car to be the cushion? No.
It's better if they go on the ramp than they drive over 6 people.
Exactly.
Yeah, when I used to drive out of California, when I used to go through California to go to Reno, I'd have to go through Donner's Pass. And you'd see those truck runoffs all over there. You had to have them.
And that's really extraordinary to me. When like in my travels, like the more I looked at it from less of like a nostalgic movie perspective and really analyzed what was going on, these vehicles are so technical. I mean, the gearings and all the little things. It's not just some schmo driving around a delivery van. This is like a real deal, like land transport kind of thing.
Yeah, my dad did truck driving for about 10 years.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of people swear by it. You know, they're like, "Hey, that's the life for me." I mean, because it is a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle.
I don't mean the guys going from one city to another with a daily delivery. I'm talking about like cross country trucking and stuff like that. And man, it's really something else. It's independent. The whole thing with independent truckers versus corporate, and the whole politic behind it is a whole life on its own. It's kind of like railroaders. You know, like there's a whole life that most people miss, that don't even think about it, regarding the operation of railroads. Same thing with interstate trucking. It's something. It's really something when you think about all the logistics and the training, the inspections they have to go through. If a state trooper pulls your truck over and everything's not in order, and all the logistics, and I'm not talking about the cargo, just your tire pressure, the oil pressure, the coolant, and just it's really intriguing.
So I asked my dad. This question.
Hey, Crimson Mist, if your wife has such an obsession with the Donner Party and wants to visit a pass, drive her to Truckee and leave her.
Drive her to Truckee and leave her? Are you out of your mind?
And she has such an infatuation with the Donner Pass. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, I actually asked my dad this question because I was really curious. I was like, so Dad, we see all these little, truck weigh stations around and everything. And I said, well, how do you know when you have to go in? And he actually told me, well, now they actually have a switch on or a notification in their vehicle that'll tell them you need to pull in, or no, you don't have to. If it doesn't pop up, you don't have to. But if it pops up, you have to go in.
See, that is something that I've noticed is some, like, a lot of the times you'll pass a weigh station that's closed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, what's the point then? And, you're right next to a giant truck, and it's like, and weigh station closed. So what was the point of having it in the first place? But then I've seen them obviously in operation, and they have the X-ray machines and the automatic. I mean, you can kind of cruise through almost like one of those easy passes. But you see the police cars there and everything. It looks like a little control tower, and but so many of them I've passed are just closed. I don't mean like recently because of Corona or anything. I mean, in general. And it's like, what was the point of having it there if it's just not doing anything?
So I asked my dad. I said, does your company card allow you to use the showers? He said, yeah, but I don't normally have to, because he said the way, these companies places, it's like every so many hundreds of gallons you get like something, you get like cash value, or you get something free. So he's like, every 100 gallons I pump in my vehicle, I get a free car. He goes, I get a free shower at the stop point. And he's like, 100 gallons is nothing for me to put in this truck.
Mm-hmm.
So it was interesting getting to actually learn about the trucker's lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody who hasn't, I'm sure everybody's traveled at some point, but like driving across the country and stopping at a truck stop is, well, first of all, they're really cool.
Yes,
they
they
got
are.
Great food. They have tons of cool CB equipment, and the bigger truck stops have like, chrome flare and stuff if you want to buy that crap, for your truck.
Speaking of food, is anybody hungry?
Yeah, thanks. I'm starving. I'm waiting on a client
I am
that's
hungry. I
half an hour late.
for lunch.
No, look at the screen.
Oh, no, it's okay.
It's vegetarian intestines. Come on.
I'd rather have a hot dog instead. It's so much purer.
It's vegetarian intestines. Come on. If you want some chitlins, go for it.
Vegetarian.
I'm thinking about hot dogs for lunch myself.
I had a McRib the other day.
I haven't had breakfast yet.
And
Man, I'm over it.
Oh God,
They
no!
they were never
They
good to
totally
begin with.
destroyed the McRib.
No, you know what? It's interesting because the last time they came back in my area, it was 2 years ago, and they were there for maybe not quite a week.
Right.
And so I get it. They're using it as a marketing thing to make it interesting, and they don't want to store them there, and they don't want people to get sick of them and stuff. And I'm sitting here thinking at it as a marketing perspective. Here is something that people have websites about to search for. They're crying out for this product. They're throwing money at you, and you're saying, nah, we'll just do it 1 week at a time, once a year. So why not just put it in there, and then you can remove it after you're bored of it? Like, make it permanent and then take it away, like a McDLT thing. Don't just bring it in once a year, once every 2 years in my case. And when I had it, it was a real letdown. 7-Eleven makes a similar one. None of them carry it now because I was the only one that bought them. It was like a pork rib sandwich is what they called it. It tasted like a McRib if you chop some onions at home and put a pickle on it. Tasted just like it. It was great. And not as expensive, by the way. But I even talked with one of the managers. I'm like, what happened to the pork sandwich? It's like, well, they don't sell. I'm like, well, I buy them. It's like, yeah, you buy all of them. So they didn't carry them anymore. And they couldn't get them because I'm not going to sign a contract saying I'm coming to your store to buy this thing that's really bad for you and makes you feel awful after you eat it. But so I got the McRib from McDonald's right down the street, and it was okay. First of all, it's not the best McDonald's in the world.
Right.
It's kind of one of the flagships, but the people that work there are just working there. They don't, they're not like, hooray for McDonald's and I'm, Union McDonald's. They're just like, I got a job.
Yeah.
And they slap this piece of wet paper towel onto another piece of wet paper towel and slather the sauce all over the thing. And there's a couple of onions on it, and it's flappy, and basically it was terrible. And I started looking at reviews about the return of the McRib, and everybody said the same thing. I'm over you, McRib. And one of the other complaints was the fact that the corporate duping of it. It's like, look, we're asking for this. You're not giving it to us, and you're toying with us like we're idiots. And first thing I did was just Google, how do you make a McRib at home? And simple enough, use a food processor, grind up some pork, slap it out, barbecue sauce, onions, bun, done.
Speaking of
all
McDonald's,
you have to do is do the work.
Speaking of McDonald's, look what just came up. Speaking of McDonald's, look what just came over my news feed, Captain.
Hold on a second.
Speaking of McDonald's, I'm like, holy shit, no way.
What?
Offers.
What?
Oh my God.
That's not the Babylon Bee, is it?
Nope, it's the New York Post.
Oh my God.
I know. I'm like, what the hell?
Why?
Somebody posted, and I don't remember if it was a
Sweden.
meme or somebody posted it, and it was a really intriguing fact. And it said, the golden arches that resemble an M are symbolic of the word McDonald's with the M. And I was like, come on. In McLean, where the CIA is, right there where I live, the McDonald's that used to be there had a single arch on the sign.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that because that was the only one that I'd ever seen that had a single arch instead of two.
Okay, this is gonna show our age for most of us. Do you remember when they used to change the number?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For the amount of burgers sold, like a movie theater, a marquee.
90 million sold, 90 billion, and then they're served 90 million, and then finally they just said, okay, enough. Billions and billions served.
Right.
But I remember when they used to change that number.
Yep.
That's showing my
too.
age.
No, I do too, man. I think we're probably all around the same age. I remember that shit.
Crimson Mist said, dude, you're better off making a pulled pork sandwich.
Absolutely.
I agree. 100%.
Agreed.
I'm
And I
Now,
actually
here's
suggest
the thing
using
about a
Big
pulled
Rick's
pork
barbecue
sandwich. See, the
sauce.
McRib is something that I want because of that's the texture, flavor, etc. Pulled pork I can do at home, but I also live near a couple of really great barbecue places, really great ones, and I can go and get whatever style barbecue. Hills Country Barbecue is just there in DC, which is pretty good. But there's one that opened in a place near my neighborhood, and they're they're doing great business. And I haven't tried it yet, but there's another one too. I mean, there's so many, and I can go and order pulled pork in any style depending on the restaurant, and it's
My
going to
wife
be
makes
so much. Well, I was going to go to that because if I told my wife I'm going to go out and spend $10 on a pulled pork, sandwich platter, she's like, I can make you exactly that for $3.
Dude, if you're just going to spend $10 on a pulled pork sandwich here, everybody asking, where? That's cheap.
Yeah, Well, that's
This is San Francisco. The average combo meal at Carl's Jr. costs about $11.
Sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually, okay. I misembellished a bit. I guess if I was getting the platter, it'd probably be about $15 for the platter. The sandwich would be about 8 or 9, just for the sandwich and a wrap.
Do you remember the $5 milkshake from Pulp Fiction?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone at the time said, "Oh, $5. I'm not going to pay $5 for a shake."
Welcome to Starbucks, my friend.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not paying $4 or $5 for a coffee.
Yes, you will.
I'll take a double macchiato, low fat, non-soy dairy.
What size?
Grande.
What size? Oh, you mean venti? I don't know. The big one. Give me the big one. Coffee. Cup of coffee. Do you want the vanilla bean or do you want the no coffee? Just. And that's another thing that kills me. There's a bank near me that it used to be a First Virginia bank. Starbucks bought it and made it into a Starbucks, which of course they're utilizing the drive-through, and people are blocking up a major thoroughfare called Lee Highway. That they're blocking it up because they can't do it fast enough. So everybody's getting carry out, especially now, but even before the virus, everybody wants drive-through. Everybody wants to pay $5. And I sat there at a gas station filling up my tank, and it didn't take long, 8 minutes. And I'm looking at the same car. I'm like, okay, you're going to sit at a drive-through for, I'm thinking about 15 minutes to get your cup of coffee right 1 block away, same side of the road. 7-Eleven coffee is perfectly fine. 7-Eleven right there, parking lot, no problem. What is your thing with Starbucks? Like, oh, well, the quality. It's like, no, come on. No, you want
coffee.
A venti macchiato soy, with a twist of mint and all this crap. I think there was an article that somebody tried to invent the most expensive possible Starbucks coffee drink, and it ended up being like $70. And it was like a super large with every expensive little thing all combined in order to see how much they could make it. And it was like $70. And I mean, obviously they did it as a joke, but it's like that shouldn't even be allowed. Drink your coffee, or you know what? Just don't and go to work. You spend 20 minutes. You spend 20 minutes in line at Starbucks, and your commute is an hour and a half.
And there's a coffee pot at the office.
And there's a coffee pot at the office, and there's also a thing called hot water and little packets, or just man up and just go to work.
One of the things my wife and I have started doing about a year or so ago is we look up recipes for things we like from restaurants and stuff, and we see if we can make it. Mm-hmm. One of my best ones I've done so far is my beef and broccoli is really great. Awesome. And then the next one I want to try, because this was always my favorite thing at a Panda Express, was the Beijing beef. I love the Beijing beef. So I want to know how to make that.
We did the same thing with Kung Pao chicken.
and
Oh,
we
nice.
can make that at home. With I mean, rice is easy. We have one of those rice cookers. It's just the electric one. So the white rice, no problem. Soy sauce, there it is. And it's
sorry,
just
a rice
getting
cooker is a waste of money. Just
is
The best rice I have had.
it's not. It's not. It actually is not.
Was
It's not a
actually
waste of money if you don't like doing dishes.
And look
Hey,
at
and you're making
hey,
rice
Dave,
wrong.
Hey, Dave, you know what the best rice I've found is? It's one of the best rices.
Hey,
Hey, guys.
Hey, Paulie.
I pardon the rice interruption. But I wanted to I didn't know how to get a hold of MB Geek. I was trying to get a hold of you on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm still suspended.
I did not know that, so I wanted to chat with you. But so I apologize, panel. But
all good.
Hey, Paulie,
What's up, Paulie?
you did get permission from Santa to take a break from the workshop, right?
I do like the hat too.
Yeah, I like the hat definitely.
Well,
I'm going to go off for a second and try to find out where the hell my client is 40 minutes late. So go ahead and I'll still stay on the panel.
I was just going to say I'm a Mexican elf, so I don't stop working.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, I heard that.
But
actually, I was going to say the best rice I've ever had. Honestly, I'm going to say the best white rice I've ever had is the Goya. That stuff is fantastic.
Hey, bro, real quick, how do I chat with you? Are you on Discord?
Yes, I'm on Discord.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Carry on.
No, it's just you can get a hold of me on Discord. I'm pretty much.
Right now.
I'm on Loki's Valhalla. I have my own Discord. My Discord's called Den of the Geeks Den. But yeah, you can find me there. Yeah, sorry. I pretty much have been suspended now I'm going on, I think, day 6. So I just pretty much have been trying to get a hold of everybody via Discord.
Had no idea.
That's okay.
Let me know. And panel,
No problem, bud.
how you fellas doing? Good morning.
Doing well. How are you, Paulie?
It's an open case.
Yeah, it's an open case. I'm like, are you that backlogged? I'm like, anyway, whatever. Does this have to do with talking about Narcos?
Yeah, like talking about recording some videos together. Narcos.
Sure.
And now that I know you're a Civil War buff as I am, let's do some Civil War stuff as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We can definitely do that. Absolutely.
But that the Rebel one guy's Mrs. Slant stars as the actor in the documentary.
Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I do have that. I do actually have that up on my Amazon right now.
That's her in the poster. That's Mrs. Slant.
Awesome.
Wow. Yeah, bro.
Damn it!
Well,
now
here,
I got to use the word Mando on Twitter. I just saw a picture of Pablo Pascal without his helmet on. Shit! Damn you, people!
It's a great scene. I did a spoiler.
I have not seen it yet. I'm like, I muted the word Mandalorian, so my Twitter feed just basically shrunk.
Right.
My friend posted the word Mando on here. He's like, check out the Mando's new face. I'm like, oh, damn you, dude.
Well, why
I
did
haven't
you
seen
look?
it yet. I'm
Why
gonna
did
watch
you
it.
look?
It's
I'm
on
gonna
my
watch
Twitter
it probably in 15, 20 minutes.
He said Mando, not Mandalorian. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn it.
If
I just
you're
muted the
that
word
much
Mando.
into spoilers, you should black out yourself until you see the episode.
No, I just mute certain words every once in a while. And certain words I mute permanently, like Kardashian.
It's a great episode. I'm really excited.
I'm looking forward to watching it a little bit.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, my topic today is for Civil War today. Normally I do it on Tuesday and Thursdays, but because I've been recovering from a sinus infection. That's why my voice still sounds a little hoarse. We did Wednesday and Friday. So today we're doing the Battle of Fredericksburg. And the battle before that was the Battle of Annam, the bloodiest battle of the entire Civil War. And that's where the Union general was relieved by President Lincoln. And that's when Grant takes over.
Grant the alcoholic. His greatest moment.
McClellan was relieved because it was felt he didn't because he didn't pursue the Confederates, and because of so much loss of life in that, he was relieved of his command.
Yeah. Well, he plus Lincoln wasn't doing what Lincoln wanted. Lincoln.
That too. That too.
What is what's your name on Discord again? Sorry, man.
Oh, it's Jess_Reed. Are you on Loki's page, Discord page? Because I'm on there. I'm just I'm like it's under my name, Jess Reed, aka, and then you'll see Jess Reed, aka, and B Geek.
No, I'm trying to do a search in Discord. I'm like not Discord proficient.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Yeah,
What do you go by on Discord, Polly?
It's a Latino slant server. Latino slant. That'd be great if you can. And any of you gents, this is where I'll do the X Files once a week here on Discord.
Here, let me do something real quick.
So how you doing, Captain?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, I haven't heard any pain from Captain Trek this morning.
I did take my pain medicine earlier, and which is good. Let's see here, Dan.
That's why I'm wake and baking. Taking my medication. By the way, I'm smoking pure CBD with like 1% THC, so I'm not getting stoned. I'm just getting medicated.
Yeah.
Let's see here now. I got some finding you on my damn list.
I have two different strands. I have two different strands, CBD and THC, and I have the bags labeled so I don't mix them up.
I just use these for like a.
You guys aren't going to get me into trouble, are you?
Nope.
Okay. Captain, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And NB, I've gone ahead and sent you the invite to Polly's server.
Oh, thanks, Cap.
See, I smoke off screen on when my camera. I smoke when my camera's off on certain people's streams. My camera's off. I'm smoking right now.
Thanks, Cap.
You're welcome. Makes it a little easier to contact that way.
I'm courteous sometimes.
Of course you are.
Just sometimes.
So, Cap, is this your new morning show? I like it.
It kind of became. The funny thing is, it started out as like, oh, I'm going to go a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
5 hours, 45 minutes later.
40.
God.
We're almost done with our shift.
No, I think once the newness wears off, it'll cut back. But in the meantime, I figure might as well enjoy it while people are on and people are watching.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good time of day here for me. I mean, I'm on the East Coast here in the U.S. of A. And, I work at night and I don't go to sleep after I get off work. I go on and see what you guys are up to. And it's a lot of fun. And I go to sleep later at, 9 o'clock stream, not there. Morning stream, that's kind of my thing. So I like that. And I've been listening to everybody's stuff. I don't just do the live stuff. I like to listen to, for example, R&R and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
33
I
minutes.
catch up on pre-recorded stuff, and again, I didn't see whatever happened on Bill's stream, and he already took it down. But I wouldn't even look it up if it's so much angstful. That's not what I'm after.
That's one of the reasons I left a lot of the bigger names and why I don't go to them as much. It just I got tired of the negativity. It is. I'm not here to bitch, mope, and complain all the time. I'm just here to have fun.
Yeah. Welcome to the pub, my friend. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I was laughing at Tiki's comments.
Thanks a lot, MB. Gotcha, man.
CBD isn't drugs. Come on.
CBD is legal.
I like the drugs when the drugs.
It's legal where
like
I am.
me.
Exactly. It's legal here. So
It's not legal in every state yet, but I think it'll eventually get there.
By the way, if you're smoking, cannabis, if you are smoking cannabis on a YouTube live stream, YouTube cannot legally do anything about it. They can flag you for it. They cannot pull your video.
All right.
Yeah, because take for instance, Smoke and Scan. When he first started, the whole premise of Smoke and Scan is basically he smokes weed and he does police chases and police stuff, like helicopter stuff and police chases. And he got flagged for smoking weed all the time. He's like, "This is my thing. It's legal here. This is my medication. This is my license." And it became legal everywhere, and he still got notifications. Then YouTube finally stopped it. And he's like, "Okay, yeah, let's do my little smoking weed all day." So he smokes a bong hit. He smokes a joint. He smokes bowls. He shows his weed on camera. He's like, yeah, basically, YouTube cannot do jack shit about it anymore.
I can see, if he were, I don't know, promoting.
That's what I'm faced with. My pathetic little.
Yeah, but some people do not smoke or is not okay with that. So I'm like, okay, I'll mute my cam. I'll turn off my cam when I'm smoking sometimes.
Right. Well, I mean that's one thing to be respectful.
Yeah.
But he's on his own stream, and if you don't want to watch, don't go to the stream.
Exactly. I cannot show mine because mine is so green, dude. I tried before. Okay, I'll even show you how green it is.
Are we about to do the green screen thing again? This stuff was so green you couldn't see it on his green screen.
Okay, I fixed the screen. Now you can see it, okay?
Awesome.
Yeah, I fixed the contrast, so you can now see it, man.
I got no lights on, so that's.
Oh, nice.
That's just one little nug. It stinks to high heaven. I gotta close this.
Yeah, I know what
my
you
neighbor's got.
mean. I know what you mean, man.
Son, I'm
I have no
54 years
idea what
old. All I
my
have
neighbor
to
was
go for it
smoking.
is that car outside and a bag
don't
of
even have
sweet
to
thank
smoke
you
it.
weed. How much you selling that weed for, old man?
Dude, I get mine at a nice deal, okay? Very nice deal. I'll even put in a private chat, okay? I got this for that much. That was the THC.
Right.
Okay.
The CBD is a little shaky, so I didn't want to show you that.
Yeah,
So that's a pretty
somebody
good-
gave me
that's
an
a good deal.
edibles. These edibles that are being marketed. Let me see what it is. I didn't like it. I've had like edible brownies and stuff, but these things are. Hang on, I'm gonna try to find it. Here it is. Okay.
Did you get it from a dispensary?
Yeah. Truth RX Stoplights Hard Candy Doses Sativa. Handcrafted Los Angeles, blah, blah, blah. Finest. Yeah, I'm sure it is. 10 doses. It says 100 milligrams. So basically, they're like very large green round candies. They don't actually, they don't taste that bad, except they're coated with something because once the coating wears off, they taste really bad. And the effect was, I just felt really stupid all day. I didn't feel buzzed. I didn't feel high. I felt worthless. Like
Well, I can tell you, if it's
I
made
could
in
play a
California-
video game, but I don't want to. I could watch a movie, but I don't want to. I could get something to eat, but I don't want to.
Then it must have been mislabeled, because if it's made in California, the exact dose is what's on the print on the package, not the blend. That's what California does.
Well,
Yeah,
it just says
may have been
sativa. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it may have been
it might
mislabeled.
not even be from California. I don't know how reputable this is. Oh, here's the funny thing: the price tag that's on it is $0 because you can't sell it. What you have to do is buy like a T-shirt or a postcard, and this is a gift.
Oh,
You can't actually purchase it directly. You have to purchase a piece of junk, and they have to gift you that. But I didn't buy it there. It was a friend that got it, and was like, she said my husband is security agent and can't do this anymore. So here you go. Happy Thanksgiving. And my wife and I each ate one of these things, and we both didn't like it. It was just not. It wasn't any fun. It wasn't introspective. It wasn't mellow. It just made us both feel stupid for about a day. And then, if you smoke one, some flower, you can feel it happen. You know how much you're getting. You know if you want another one. When you imbibe it by consumption, by eating it, it just seems like it's out of your control. People used to tell me that in high school about eating a block of hash and how it upsets your stomach, but whoa, it really trips you out. And I'm like, well, why don't you just smoke it? Like you can smoke that little block of hash. You can pick that thing apart for, I don't know, a week, or you can just eat it and like have an upset stomach and a real high for a day. I don't know. But obviously I have no problem with I'm not conserving anything. Right. But
okay.
I can't wait. Speaking of that, I can't wait because obviously Trek knows and stuff. I have access. Let's just say that, and I'm gonna make some what they call bubble out of. You get these screens and put them in buckets and run ice water over the leaves, the stuff that you don't want, and it ends up being hash. It's called bubble hash because it bubbles when you smoke it. Anyway, and there are several different strains because there's about 5 screens in the little kit that comes with, and so obviously the most fine one is the best, but whatever. I've done this before, and
no, Captain Trek, you have not got flagged yet.
Why would you get flagged? This is totally normal where I come from.
No. You two would do some odd flags because
I know.
One time was talking on the stream, and all of a sudden it got flagged for flat Earth, and we never even mentioned Earth or the word flat.
Have a good day, guys. Gotta go.
Oh, already?
Later, Latino.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paulie.
Okay, Paulie, dude. Take care, man. Have fun.
Have a wonderful day, guys. Peace.
Later, dude. No, I just hit refresh. I'm like, okay, no flag yet.
I'm glad I shared that when I did. My client's running late, and I had to spray air freshener everywhere, so the whole house smells like Febreze.
Dude, use something called ozone.
Yeah, no, trust me. I shouldn't have opened that. No, I've got air scrubbers running all over the place, including HVAC. And man, just the fact that I opened that right then was probably a bad decision on my part. But I wanted to show you guys because I love what I do. But that's not what I do. That's a hobby, a good hobby. But yeah, this guy's not gonna show, is he? He didn't show yesterday either. It's funny, they always show up when they want something that's going to benefit them. They never show up.
Sounds like a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
more like a
known
cat.
The guy a long time. All I have to do is do a little audio work. I mean, it's half an hour, but I've been waiting 3 hours, and I waited 3 hours yesterday. I'm like, a little respect for my time, please. Sorry, I was at the gig lasted longer than I thought. I'm like, you could have just mentioned that, called, be decent,
Call, text, something would be considered.
I mean, it's only a couple of $100, but it's a couple of $100. So I'm like, all right, but how long am I going to sit on edge? I'd love to be playing a video game right now too. I love talking on the stream, but I don't know if I'm going to hear a knock on the door because he's one of these guys that shows up when we said without calling, even if he's an hour late. Ugh, God. Anyway, geez, if that's the worst of my day, awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, I'm going to do a shot. That'll do it. Well, I usually just got off work at 6, so it's okay. It's drinking time for me.
Oh, yeah.
Open up. It's the police. You got a warrant? No. Go get one and come back later.
Exactly.
Well, there's an old saying in my house. there's an old saying. If you're planning on breaking into my house, make your peace with Jesus because you're most likely going to be meeting him soon.
Yeah. How many guns you have available at hand at night? What, 3?
More than a little.
Yeah, you're not going to say the exact
Less
amount.
than
I know
too
that.
much.
I know you're not going to say
More
the
than a
exact
little, less
amount.
than too much.
Yeah, you're not going to say the exact amount for safety reasons, but you do have enough anywhere in the room to go, right? Basically, anywhere in the house you go, there's a gun handy
More
somewhere.
than one. Let's just say more than one.
Let's just say if you, like I said, my house is, there's a country song. It starts off like this. It goes, "Our house is protected by the good Lord and a gun. You might need them both if you come in unwelcome." We thankfully don't have that too bad a problem here. There's not too many. My rural town, we don't really have too many major issues. Open up, it's the police. I didn't invite you.
Well, how about a sign that says, "If you want to bribe the dog, use steak. If you want to bribe me, bribe the gun. Don't bother coming in."
Tiki says in California, we have to ask for consent before we shoot a home intruder.
Hey, can I shoot you? You're in my house.
He consented to it. Hey, he's in my house. He consented to getting shot.
Yeah, there's an implied consent rule that if you enter my home illegally, you've implied that you're consent being shot.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well,
I agree with that statement.
See, here there's a way around it. Put a sign on the door. By entering these premises illegally, you are consenting to being shot.
There are signs like that. I've seen them.
There are signs like that.
Yeah.
I
And
need
then
to
if you
get one
shoot
like that.
somebody in your house, then well, the sign was on the door. They knew exactly what they were getting.
I mean, the burglar has to case the place, so they saw the sign, right?
So,
what kind of idiot burglar walks into a place and opens a window without looking around? Come on.
So let me tell you what I did. So my daughter when I helped my daughter move into her apartment, we unboxed all the stuff, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna throw all this stuff down in the dumpster." I said, "No, we're going to take this stuff, we're gonna put it in the truck, and we are gonna drive somewhere else and dispose of it." And she asked me why. I said, "Because people know you moved in. If you go out, if they see, all somebody has to do is look in the trash bin and see what's in your house now."
Yeah. Look at the boxes.
And she was like, "I didn't even think about that." I said, "A lot of people wouldn't." So it's like Christmas time, all my stuff, the boxes are definitely not shown. You can't see what it is. And I take them to the dump. So, yeah, I mean, because she had quite a lot of new stuff and very nice stuff we had bought. And I'm like, if you go in there, somebody might look and they're going to know, all they have to do is ask the question, "Hey, did you get a new neighbor?" "Yeah, the person moved up over there." Boom. Now they know where your house, now they know which apartment to look.
Who's taking a dump? Yeah, MB Geek is taking a dump after dump. I'll watch that later.
A dump. Good question.
Not a clue. Hey, Cap, man, I'm gonna crash out here. I gotta get ready to have some lunch and then start the homeschooling.
Oh yeah. Well, I
will talk to you all later.
Thank you, and I would like to thank everyone for joining.
Later.
It's been nice having you. I think it's been over 6 hours. Wow.
6 hours and 2.5 minutes.
I know. I would like to thank everybody for joining. Do you have anything you'd like to promote, Elihu?
Not at this time, but this weekend I may be going live. I haven't decided yet. Do a little update on science.
Cool.
Like talk about the meteor showers, some new discoveries. If I do, it'll probably be on Sunday, but I haven't decided yet.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, Elihu,
Yes,
are you familiar with space weather?
a little bit.
Yeah, there's a great channel called Suspicious Observer that does daily space weather reports. You may want to check it out and even subscribe.
Interesting. You got a link?
Let me post it to you real quick on YouTube here.
Yeah, because I wasn't aware of the early auroras of the other night until the last minute. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, I just saw that, and sadly, it's not going to make it down to our latitudes,
Yeah,
and even
Washington,
and even then,
Chicago.
it's slim at best.
That is unfortunate.
But there are live aurora streams.
And thank you, Sci-Fi Guy. Yeah, again, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. And I'd like to thank everyone who's joined me on the panel, and which currently is Elihu Who. Let's get back to it.
And Nina's in the chat. She just popped in.
Oh, good. Hello, Nina. How are you?
Hey, Nina.
Of course,
And
you show up
Crimson
as
Mist
I'm
just
ending
popped
my
out.
stream.
Oh wait, sorry, you didn't.
So, well, again, Daisy Mist is back.
Hello. I just
Hello.
talked with my client. I was like, look, man. And he was like, oh, I should be there by 12:45. And I'm like, that's a long way away from 11. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I don't know. I was kind about it. I was
there,
like a couple $100, whatever.
Now Crimson Mist dropped out.
Uh-oh.
We understand
Sorry.
why Bird of Prey dropped out, because Sister Prey is there.
Yeah.
I have that effect on people, apparently.
And of course, Dicky Doom says, I'm going the distance with these last two streams. Yes, I am.
I'm trying to stay with you too, Cap. I mean, you've been on, what is it, 6 hours, 5 minutes?
Speaking of Aurora Borealis, here's
Almost
the link
6
to the
hours, 6
live
minutes.
auroras whenever they happen.
Cool.
Oh, I heard about that, the Aurora thing, and actually I'm above the little line where you might be able to see it.
How is your light pollution?
It's terrible. I'm in Arlington, where the Pentagon is. So
oh shit! Then that means you're at a light pollution of a 7 or an 8. Yeah, you can't see shit basically.
No. There's a place I know to go down by the river. There's a trail that goes to the river on some cliffs that has not been, I don't know the other word for it, but gentrified. Like they didn't put wooden paths for everybody to go there. I know the county very well, and I can go down to the river, and the light pollution there is not that bad. Because it's not it's just over Chain Bridge. The lights on the bridge suck, but depending on the atmospheric conditions and the humidity, because if you have any kind of mist in the air, it diffracts the light. But if it's a cold, clear evening, it might be okay. I've never seen the Aurora Borealis or what's the other one called? The
Aurora Australis.
Yes.
Corona Borealis.
And I've never seen it, and I've seen it in movies, TV shows, I've seen documentaries, and I can't fathom if that's what it really looks like or not because of the camera.
The link I put in the chat, it's the Polar Bear Cam. It's always streaming. It's always pointing at the sky, and it basically is like what the eye sees. The camera, when the Aurora Borealis starts, it's what the eye sees.
Okay.
Yeah,
because you know how cameras can change things. As a matter of fact, I noticed this with short story, photographing my dog. every time, okay, with a phone, you have the autofocus feature on your phone that's built into your camera. Same thing with most camcorders and things like that, modern cameras, that emits an infrared image just like your TV remote control does. Dogs can see that and they react to it, which is why you can hold your phone up there and they're not threatened by it, whatever. When you arm the camera, they notice it because they can see it. So if you take a video camera or even your phone and point one of your remote control devices at the camera and look at it, you can see it blinking, but your eye cannot.
Wow.
But the camera shows it. And that's what I imagine the dog is seeing, which is what makes them antsy when you're pointing a camera at them as opposed to doing the exact same thing without the camera armed. So what I was getting to about that is, I wonder, as you were saying, is as the eye sees, somebody who's seen it for real can verify that is what it really looks like, as opposed to anything that's happening within the lens of the camera.
Yeah,
or
my
the
friend has
capture.
seen it several times and recommended this website. That's why I posted a link.
Excellent. What is it
Yeah.
again?
It's the Roy Borealis link. It's in the chat up there. Sorry, I'm loading my bowl right now. Sorry.
Okay. Oh no. Priorities, man. Priorities. No, seriously. Oh yeah. My damn client's gonna be here in half an hour. Son of a. Never mind. Anyway.
It's the Northern
I'm
Lights.
gonna check it out because I
explore.org.
Huh?
It's featured by explore.org.
Explorer. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Northern Lights. So Explore Zenden. It's one of their little channels.
Northern Light. Okay. Now, is it live or is this recorded? Do they have like recorded ones?
This has been live streaming since December 23rd, 2018.
Wow.
This is why I love this site. It's always on.
So you get it's like virtual rail fan is kind of like that. If you like railroad stuff, you can actually you go on virtual rail fan and they have these cameras that are always on. If you just trains, you can watch trains pass through junctions and cross roads, and it's kind of cool, but it gets a little old. It's more fun to ride on them.
Yeah.
But no, I've never seen the Northern Lights for real, and from what you're saying, this will actually really show it, and it's not the Disney version. It's like that's how they look.
Exactly.
I've seen the Explorer shows and stuff, and I've seen variants of it. Sometimes it looks like it's waving very gently, wafting, and sometimes it's almost strobing. And I don't know what it's supposed to really look like without any camera or technology.
The auroras is kind of strange because every once in a while it'll just flash on like a light bulb, and sometimes you'll see a little streak here, then it'll stop. A little streak here, then it'll get brighter and brighter, then it'll stop. Then it continues on. It's weird. It happens differently.
Well, and the whole thing about the reason why I might be able to see it as far south as Virginia is they said something about we're passing through some kind of maelstrom of magnetic activity or tails of junk.
Yeah, a huge magnetic electrical field was released from the sun. It wasn't a CME. It was electrical charge. Thanks to Soho, I know Soho detected that. So that's why the auroras.
That's so cool. I know how they work, but I didn't realize why until they basically kind of explained, in layman's terms, of why we might be able to see it this far south. And it reminded me of a documentary that I saw regarding sun activity and how what's it called? EMP?
CMT.
Electromagnetic. So an electromagnetic pulse from the sun that could wipe out all technology on the Earth and disrupt the weather and basically be a planet killer. And all it has to do is burp.
Yeah, it's from a CME.
Coronal mass ejection. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, that happened in 1859 when the Carrington event happened, and the only electrical things in the on Earth was the telegraph. People were basically telegraph machines were working without power to it. The aurora borealis was seen as far as Miami and Cuba. Yeah, that was a huge CME. I mean, if one hits now today,
Yeah,
it'll
our
take
life
about
as we know it would definitely change, wouldn't it? I
it'll take
mean,
about
think about
18.
how we're communicating now.
It'll take about 18 to 19 hours for actually to reach the planet. And as soon as one gets detected, we're going to get huge major alerts on our phone. And basically, the dams will be closed, the power will be shut off automatically. It's like, hey,
Yeah,
we're shutting off the power. Stop
yeah,
complaining.
yeah. They're gonna try to mitigate as much as possible beforehand.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the thing is the problem with it being unless you have a Faraday cage or something like that, some kind of something that's going to. I mean, I guess you could wrap your phone in tinfoil, but no, really, no, really, but unless you have some kind of Faraday cage, your electronics on or off are going to be fried.
Yeah. There goes my
Because
PlayStation.
it has to deal with the magnetic field regarding it, not the power running through it. It's not
Right.
like a power spike. It has to do
Yeah.
with like the magnetic field that's held in a chip that's not powered.
That is why
And,
telegraph machines were
right. Well,
working when they had no
yeah.
power to it. Yeah, there was power in the lines and they had no actual power on.
Right.
Yeah, that's why you want to basically is like, okay, how do I protect my PlayStation? How do I protect my computer when this happens?
Yeah.
I don't want to go on and all of a sudden steam up and fry.
Actually, if you can go into Indiana Jones movies and find a lead-lined fridge, it'd be fine. You just throw your shit in there, just like he did himself.
Yeah, that'll work.
It would. But you know how lead and food are so good together.
I know. They knew well in the 50s.
I just thought that whole scene was amusing because you knew what was happening, and the fact. Now, here's what's weird. Okay, yeah, he had government access and is this brilliant guy, but the fact that he figured out what was going on right before the detonation. How do you even know these things are happening?
I know.
Oh well, I guess you're a government authorized scientist that gets accused of being a spy and whatever. Plot holes, plot holes, plot holes. But yeah, so that I'm fascinated by solar activity as well, and they just recently, I mean, they keep doing these compilations of um, different types of telemetry to show solar flares up close and stuff. And again, it's the same question I have with the aurora: is that how it looks, or is that just like a drawing of scientific? You know, it's like drawing a map is not the way that the land actually looks.
No, that's why I put the link in there. This is actually
Yeah,
how it actually looks.
I'm definitely gonna. I'm gonna check it out. I definitely am. But I'm asking. You know, so that's why I wouldn't say skeptical. I'm skeptical about not the link or anything, but the reason of like, doth mine eyes deceive me when I see this or that, and it's like, okay, is that a representation or is that really it? And I think the link that you gave me is going to show me what it really looks like, as from what you've said, from somebody who's seen it. It's as the eye sees, and that's what I want to check out. So that's cool. I'd love to actually see it myself, but by the time it gets dark here, I'll be asleep.
Yeah.
So I have to go to work.
I still want to see the Northern Lights for myself.
Yeah, I thought about before all this world-ending bullshit is going on. I thought about a great vacation for my wife and I would be Iceland, because one of the things that you can see there is that. The other thing you can do there is, well, basically, apparently everybody's really nice and speaks English. But like they're like, oh, do you want to? They show you again as the eye perceives. They show you these pictures of these hot baths in the middle of nowhere. Well, I did some research. Okay, so it's a big bus ride with nothing to do for 2 hours in order to get to these little hot baths, like these natural hot springs. And when you get there, you might as well be in Lake Powell on college break, it's full of people screaming and yelling and jumping around, and it's not at all like the relaxing, nice spa, natural
Oh,
spa.
that sucks.
It's basically like a water park. Yeah, I mean it's not a man-made as such, but from the photos I've seen, it's like you basically, even the tourism board is like, this is not something you really, this is not our country. You don't want to do this, you know. So
Yeah, you're better off just heading up to Lava Hot Springs in Idaho.
yeah,
at that
I
point.
went to one. I went to one that was actually made into a water park. I think it was actually called Hot Springs in, was it Arkansas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have them there. Yeah.
And basically, it's a big, gigantic, rectangular building, and you go in, and it's basically it looks like a swimming pool with rocks on the bottom, and they have water slides and rope swings, and crap like that. But a lot
Tiki,
of
put on your glasses.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But it is. I was like, "Is this like the natural hot spring?" And people look at you like you're an idiot. It's like, no, the hot springs are like somewhere under the ground. We just pump the water up here and heat it up ourselves, and it's, you know, it is what it is. Okay.
Well, let me tell you about how it's set up. They got the hot springs in one area, and they have different pools with different temperatures. So that way you can go into one pool that's either very hot or one that's not, just a little more on the warm side. That's not baking hot. They also have the water slide over on the other side of the river for people to have fun. But another cool thing is, right near they have the Port New River that goes right into town. You can go river rafting on that as well on a little tube.
We're talking about Iceland.
Teenager.
No, we're talking about Lava Hot Springs in Idaho.
Okay. Oh, Idaho. Oh, okay. Big difference.
Uh-huh.
By the way, if you guys have clear skies this weekend, look up meteor shower.
Oh, damn! We're going to get some storms this weekend.
We got auroras and meteor showers, and we got also Jupiter and Saturn, right?
The Great Conjunction on the 21st.
It's going to be like the Christmas star, the first time in 800 years, and the next one.
No, the last time it happened.
Conversion.
The last time it happened was 1687.
Right.
Basically, here, let me turn my camera on to give you an example.
But I do know that the next real one is going to be in the year 2400.
Yeah, you have Jupiter and Saturn. They're basically coming down this way. If you hold your arm at lengths, you put your arm at lengths and put your thumb up. That's about the distance between Saturn and Jupiter will be. That's how close it would be.
Zeus and Kronos are going to battle it out again.
Basically,
that's how I see it.
Basically, if you hold a dime up in the sky, a dime, it'd be that distance, like your thumb.
Isn't that supposed to be today or tomorrow? Like the apex of that?
The apex is the 20th to 21st.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. So that hence the Christmas star, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Cool.
basically.
Great. I love stuff like that. It's going to be rainy and cloudy. I won't be able to see shit under the streetlight, but whatever.
If you have some powerful binoculars, you don't need a telescope. You can actually see the planets. You can actually see.
I'm lucky to have both.
Yeah, in the city where I live, I can see the planets pretty clear. I always see Mars and Venus, so you're not going to have a problem seeing Jupiter and Saturn. It's going to be that bright.
Around the 16th or around the 16th or 17th, every single planet will be in the night sky visible at one time.
Cool.
That's cool.
Definitely cool.
All right, I'm going to have to pull the telescope out, I guess.
The only one you cannot see is Earth. So.
Yeah, you can look down.
Yeah, you just have to look under your feet.
Or underneath the floor. There it is. Yeah, man, this is great. I mean, I'm gonna definitely get the telescope out and have a look. I don't use it very often. I usually use a pair of binoculars just to look at stuff. But the last time I used my telescope, and it's a cheap telescope. I mean, it's sub $100, large telescope, large diameter telescope. Everything's upside down with refractor, I think.
I just bought a camera lens that I can put on my phone, so that way I can zoom in a little closer. I'd like to try that with some astronomy pictures that I've been itching to take.
then you guys should check out the website I put in. It's called Stellarium. It's compatible for PC, Mac, Android, iPhone. It'll tell you what's in the sky, where it is in the sky. If you see a moving light, you click on that, and it'll tell you if it's a satellite. It'll tell you what kind of satellite. It'll tell you if it's a satellite.
Cool.
If it's a classified, it'll say the military classified, and that's it. But it'll tell you if it's a satellite or not. It'll tell you if it's
That
the
is cool.
ISS.
Oh
This is why I
man.
love Stellarium. It's totally free.
Now I assume that because for I think it's around like $400 or $500 you can get a fairly small in size but functional telescope you plug into your computer and it can track automatically
Yes.
and follow and so the image remains stable and you can do photos and downloads and stuff. And I assume that probably hooks into Stellarium.
It does.
That sounds like it would be a lot of fun to mess around with. I could imagine many a cold night doing that.
Hey, this is the only website, the one that I actually promote for free. I'm like, I don't care, pay me or not. It's a nonprofit. I don't care. Use Solarium. I'll promote it left and right.
Well, you just
As
got
long
another fan.
as long as you have your location on your phone, if you're using it on your phone, please
Mhm.
turn on please allow a location.
Mhm.
Because you may be looking west and it's like, wait, that's not Andromeda.
Yeah, this is exciting for this stuff. Yeah, because we actually have an old dome planetarium that's closed down for not to be decommissioned, to be redone. Luckily, and we had to fight for it. Like the citizens of the county was like, yeah, we don't know. We want to rebuild the building that's surrounding it, and it's just a planetarium. And it's like, where's the next one? Where's the next closest one? New York. Like, where's the next closest planetarium? There isn't really.
Poor Arecibo.
It's like, man. So the citizens came. The county was like, well, it's gonna cost about $300,000-$400,000 in initial fees. It was raised in a day. It was raised in a day by people that grew up here saying, and no, I learned about space in that building. It wasn't even at my high school. It was at Washington Lee, the other high school in the county, or one of the others. And we'd all get bused there and get the planetarium program. And you could go there at night and, just do family programs and stuff. And the presenters were good. The I don't know what you call aperture, the device was antiquated, so they probably are going to replace that. But man, I mean, one thing we did, because it was a small domed building, we as teenagers painted a nipple on the top of it.
Teens.
Well, damn fucking kids. had to be done, dude.
Did you see the video of the Arecibo collapsing?
Yes.
Do you know how they
Yes, I
got that
did.
video footage?
It was from a drone, wasn't it?
Yeah, they just happened to have a drone, and they were going to inspect the cable to see if it could be saved, and just happened to catch it falling.
Jeez.
Yeah,
that was kind of a smack in the face from 2020, wasn't it? It's like,
Oh
what
my
else?
gosh.
What else? It's like the best, biggest in the world of what it can do and has done is just cracked in half, just break the egg.
Carl Sagan sent his message from that Arecibo.
Yeah, I mean, and the only closest similar thing I think is an array in China that can do something as similar to that. I mean, I know we have other arrays that are out there, but in the U.S. and I'm getting Russia and stuff. But I think the next one they said that it was left to would be the Chinese one. And say what you want about them controlling their media, because we do it.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
like they were talking about the moon rocks. And they were talking about the moon rocks on NPR, and like, are we going to get any info about it? And the scientists were like, we don't know. I mean, if they're good scientists, then yes. But if they're government scientists, it's possible.
Yeah.
Is it going to be accurate info? It's possible. So, like, I don't know. I still think it's exciting. I think I think that it was I thought it was Chinese, but it landed in Japan.
Are you
With the
talking about
rocks?
the
The moon
Hayabusa?
rock.
The Hayabusa landed in Australia from the asteroid.
Okay.
The China probe from the
No,
moon
no,
hasn't
no,
came
not
back
the
yet.
asteroid. The collecting rocks from the moon.
Yeah, it's gonna land a couple months.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's the asteroid collection that's landed.
Yeah, in
Okay, that's
Australia.
cool.
Yeah.
Do you remember if they got enough material? Because they were thinking about doing a second collection, I remember, but I didn't hear anything more.
I believe they got enough material and more.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it was a 100% successful mission.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
So they say.
And I recently heard something about SpaceX rocket exploding. Unmanned.
Yes, that was funny. That was kind of funny.
Why? Why? What happened?
Everything was going fine till about 4 minutes into the flight, till one of these secondary hoses caught on fire, and it was just all fire.
Whoa.
Sorry. Then the
Priorities, man.
The second rocket started to destabilize a little bit. Then the thing ended up cutting off and leveling out like it was supposed to, and do the belly flop with the slow down with the flaps. And that basically means everything's going fine. Then it started to rotate, and you see a huge leakage. All that
Did they
white coming out.
destruct it or did it crash?
It basically, when it came down, there was too much methane leaking, which means they didn't have enough fuel to slow it down. That's the only problem with it. Everything else was successful, but I thought the explosion was funny. Yeah, they just had to fix that leak. So
Was this a test or something, or was there a satellite attached? Or
this was a unmanned. This is the rocket they're using to launch humans into space. It was the very first model. They did not make anything from any subsidy parts, any NASA parts. It was all from scratch. It's basically a huge tube with a cone on top.
Huh. I'm still just super impressed. The first time I ever saw a pencil land on an eraser on a moving goddamn ship.
When the thing was
I was just thinking about the physics involved and calculating that, and the conditions that had to be perfect, and the fact that it just plopped right down and sat upright, and that's mind blowing.
Yeah, when the rocket was flat, belly flopping, falling down, the sensors on the cone were detecting the size of a postage stamp where to land. And as soon as it got the reading, that's when it leveled up.
That's just crazy shit. There's some funny footage of a SpaceX vehicle landing, and as it comes in, it's on YouTube. It's these guys at an air park. They all flew their planes to watch it land. I mean, they're on the ground, and so they show it coming in, like it's way in the distance. They show it coming in, and you can actually see. I've seen the sound barrier broken, like you can actually visibly see it. And then it lands, and everybody's like, "Yay!" And this one guy's like, "Wait for it!" And everybody's like, "What?" You hear the sonic boom, like you can hear it on the tin roofs of the hangars and stuff. And this guy who's in the camera shot, this guy jumps out of his pants. There's dogs there that freak out. What the hell was that? And the one guy's like, "It's sonic boom. I told you."
Did you see the episode where the Mandalorian trolled Elon Musk?
No.
Yeah,
I'm not watching Mandalorian or anything. I'm listening to you guys talk about it.
You see the ship coming down, looks like a perfect landing, all of a sudden goes right in the water. It just that was a troll to Elon Musk. Control land.
Wah, wah, wah.
I love that part.
That is funny. Oh man, I love a little nod to pop culture and these things, the way they do it with taste. It's a hint to the people that can figure it out. That's cool, man. I love it.
Oh, that launch has been pushed back. It's a high wind, so it should be happening in about 25 minutes.
Did you say high winds?
Yes, high winds are preventing the launch.
Here we go.
Serious. Sir, it's SXMS7 mission. Not high wins.
Yeah, I got it. Damn. Well, I better spray some more air freshener now. That was kind of a dumb thing to do, but it was sitting right there looking at me, and you said the word. The word.
Bird. Bird is the word.
Hi was the word that you.
Grease is the word.
Grease is not the word. Grease lightning.
Grease is the word. It's the word. It's word.
Bird is the word.
I always thought it was the time warp.
Okay. Yeah,
I
whatever.
wish to do the time warp again. Thank you very much.
We're not
I've
putting our
already done
hands
it.
on our hips. We're not taking a step to the left and a jump to the right. I don't feel like jumping. I'm sitting down.
You know, one of the gigs that I did, I am not because I'm married to my lovely wife, but I am an honorary member of the Gay Men's Chorus of Washington because I've done so many gigs with them. I didn't actually sign up with them. It was at Lisner Auditorium, and I did so many gigs with them. They gave me a little plastic chandelier crystal necklace, making me an honorary member. And they did this whole thing. It's a huge ensemble. And they all stood up and on the chorus, and they asked me to come out onto the stage. And there was no audience at the time, and they like made like this big award, and I was like, "You guys know I'm not gay," and the entire ensemble was like, "Yeah, all right, we know." I was like, "I'm sorry." The way you guys make it obvious, did I make it that obvious?
Yeah, they got.
I mean, that's Gaydar, man. They knew.
They
were like, no,
Yeah,
no,
they got
it's
the
cool,
Gaydar.
man. You're good. And they were a lot of fun to work with. They were definitely on the Queen side of.
It's like, yeah, we know you're not gay. We don't care. You're just one of
But
us.
the thing is they really took it so seriously. Like this was Broadway, and they made it like Broadway. Like the planning for the shows, the meetings. We actually brought an electric car onto the stage when we did Grease. And God, I'm like, why can't you just use like a prop? And they're like, nah, that won't do. We gotta get a car. Really, a car on the stage? We had to have engineers come in, check out the stage, the logistics, and they were like, no, we're doing this. We got the money because everybody in the Gay Men's Chorus is like a lawyer or a realtor. They're like all super rich, and that's why they have these fantastic productions. Now, what I can say is they definitely were on most of them anyway. We're on the more flaming side, which didn't bother me. They didn't harass me or anything. They weren't grabbing my butt or anything, which is fine. A couple of the other techs weren't down with it. They were like, man, these fucking fairies. I'm like, what are you afraid of? This is art, man. This is like, have you ever listened to any music? I guarantee you there's a gay guy in there somewhere. Nah, man, not the bands I listen to. I'm like,
dude, wake up, man.
like, look, man, they're not after you.
Is he like Liberace was gay?
Yeah, right. Liberace, the ladies.
Barry Manilow was gay. Oh my God.
I mean, like who gives a shit? And it's just like, and that's the thing is, it was so damn blatantly obvious. They didn't have to put it, no pun intended, put it in your face. It was like, yeah, this guy's flamingly gay. You didn't have to come out there and go, I am gay.
I'm like, this is who he is.
It was written all over him.
He's who he is.
When the drag queen comes out, and you're like, damn, it's Tyrone. Damn. Yeah. They were great, very, very professional. And you know what? We stopped using the term break a leg because okay, we're talking about by dressing room, I mean like a large lunchroom style dressing room, not like a private dressing room. All dressing rooms full. We're talking 300-person cast, and they're partying. They know their gig, and they're relaxed about it, and they're partying. So there's some alcohol, and guy goes out on stage, does a dance move, jumps off of the risers, the chorus riser, to do a spin, audibly breaks his ankle, visibly breaks his ankle, and dances off stage.
Oh man,
This is goddamn commitment. We had to have the medics come in. He had to have his ankle set. I mean, like in the hospital, and he was because he was drunk. He didn't feel that much pain initially, but dude, didn't fall over, scream, squeal. He sat there. The audience members, I talked to them. They were like, "Oh yeah, you could hear it crack." Right when he hit, because I was like, "Why did the audience gasp then?" And like. Because he was supposed to dance off stage anyway, and he did just as in rehearsal. And I was like, "Why did the audience react like that?" And I talked to a couple of the ones in the front row, and they're like, "Oh no, he snapped his ankle." And I ran backstage, and they were like, "This during the break," and I ran backstage, and the medics were there and shit. And he was totally fucked up in his ankle. I mean, and he was just sitting there like, "Man, it hurts. That sucked. Damn it. I wanted to finish the show." He wanted to finish the show. Total professional, man. And I have nothing but respect for those guys, Like that was, yeah, they make a lot more money in their regular jobs and they're on stage and they're the stars. But man, that dignity of wanting to do the show and the show must go on, And I was just taken by that. I was like, man, that's the way it's supposed to be. You don't stop the show and say, hold on. My monitor's not at the right level. Stop the show. It's like you just do it and then you bitch afterwards and say, I'm not going to pay you afterwards or something, You don't do it in front of the audience. And the guy was a pro, man. I don't even know his name. And I was so astonished by the professionalism of the pageantry and professionalism that they were trying to do. And I don't know if it was because it was their cause, you know what I mean? Or if it was just that
it's
ingrained
the theater.
into their association.
Basically any theater actor who's like that. It's like, okay, they are a thespian, not an actor.
Yeah.
They are true thespians.
Yeah, and I was just so taken by that the strength of the character that yeah, fine, alcohol, yeah, you could argue, oh well, you shouldn't have been drunk. Fuck it, come on. We've been rehearsing it for 2 weeks and it was the third show.
Yep.
But man, nothing but respect. But again, I mean, I've seen other theater troupes do that. That was just one story I wanted to share because it meant it was so powerful about just like the guy really compound fractured his ankle through his sock and danced off stage just when he was supposed to. Didn't like run off stage, didn't scream and get carried off stage, did his job. And wow, it affected me as far as professionalism goes. It's kind of the way that I like to look at doing any job. It's like, man, if that guy can do that, he's dressed in a tutu as a man with a mustache, drunk, jumping off the stage, breaking his ankle, and still is a pro. What in the hell have I got to bitch about? Like, oh man, I don't feel like going to work today. Really? Get your ass to work, you piece of shit. Speaking of which, where's my client? Been waiting an hour and a half. Gotta put this away. Yeah, hang on.
I gotta eat.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to like whinge on about the story, but it really did mean that much to me. It was
it's a
that
good story.
Powerful thing.
I mean, you hear the story with athletes playing hurt.
Yeah.
But we never hear anybody else do it. And so, yeah, this is a great relatable story.
I mean, and the thing is again, the fact that it's the gay men's chorus, and yes, they're flaming queens, and they want to be, and they are. Hey, darling, and fine, I have no problem with that. If somebody has a problem with that, they can go through me. I don't have a problem with it. What could be the problem with that? That's the way they want to be. It makes them happy. That's fine. They're not stealing your children. Like,
no.
I mean, what's the problem? The problem is
Now, these were most definitively, I'm going to go back into our realm now. These are most definitively not SJWs. I'm sure they know some, probably a lot, but they were not that. They were not the ones saying, we're going to openly fight and claim and this and that and the other thing. They were just doing their thing and being gay about it. And that's what I thought was weird. I'm working with other professionals that were like voicing, in the back room, voicing, I don't like this. I don't like working with these guys. It's a bunch of, fags running around. And I'm like, you are in show business, dude. Do you really? You can't be that naive. Not everybody is Steely Dan. All right? And it's you got to get over that shit. And that's the SJW thing. Same thing. Gayman's Course is a great example to follow. I'm, again, not gay. Great example. Look at that. You don't have to whine and bitch and bleach your hair green all the time and scream at the top of your lungs at everything, how everything is unfair to you because you feel like you don't have to do that. That's why people are harassing you. That's why people are messing with you. Just be yourself.
Hey, the countdown clock is going to be started. It's now at 10 minutes and 40 seconds to launch.
Oh.
Cool.
Let's change subjects then. That's awesome. I'm gonna turn it on my tablet since my client may or may not show up. He said he would. God damn it. I hate this. Waiting. So you're on the NASA channel?
I'm on the Space Googleverse. Or I could go to NASA. Or
I'm gonna put it on my tablet.
Let's see what NASA. Here's NASA. No, NASA doesn't have it.
No. What's the channel you're watching?
You can go to SpaceX.
SpaceX.
Yeah, unfortunately, NASA doesn't have it, or we could show it. But
yeah, I know. That's why I'm not sharing the screen on this.
Because
SpaceX launches. I'll try that.
I can play the SpaceX mission control audio. I can do that legally, but I can't show the footage.
Oh, here we go. Upcoming launch. Watch. There we go.
Either Space Googleverse or SpaceX itself on YouTube. SpaceX has the wide angle, the high altitude, and the Googleverse has the close up of the rocket.
Here we go. Yeah, XSM7, 8 minutes 40. Cool.
Yep. When I was a teenager, I for many years diddled with model rockets, and that was fun. I get to get some tubes and balsa wood, paint them, and then launch them. And I had quite a few rockets. My first rocket was like this big, like 3-footer, and it flew like 500 feet, and it flew like 500 feet into the air, and it went far. So, and it was in a competition. You only got beat by a 2-stage rocket, which was, but it was fun, and eventually
I went
got the
to
whole
a
family
model rocketry thing when I was a little kid. My dad took me up to the Goddard Space Center in Maryland, and because they do a lot of model rocket stuff there, and I wasn't a builder at the time. I was too young, and I think we were just going to the Space Center just to look at it like a museum, and that happened to be going on, and it was it was really intense. It was really cool to see these things. I mean, they some of them really, because they also had, instead of just like the solid style like RPG kind of, they had some slow burn ones that actually looked more like a real rocket taking off.
Wow.
And I have no idea how they did that. I guess some kind of chemical mix in the engine. But,
yeah, it would be a chemical mix.
Yeah, it was really cool to watch. And then and I'm like, why don't they just blow away? Because it wasn't windy that day. That's why. Oh,
Okay, one link worked, the other one didn't.
So anyway, I had a few rockets. Like I had one that was made like the shuttle and named it the Challenger, and also had a UFO rockets. Let's couple two stagers,
Mm-hmm.
and I even built a few in my shop class as well. And everybody got into the act. And to this day, and I even had one that actually allowed you to take pictures while it's in flight.
Oh yeah, that's kind of newer tech from when I was doing that stuff. But yeah, you could take the. I've actually seen a couple of those that have well, now with RC with drones and RC planes, especially RC planes, since you can use virtual reality to fly. So you have a camera, so you can actually
or
fly
GoPro,
in game or something.
This small rocket, you have to load in an 8mm film and then rig it to where it would take the picture after just before the top goes off and the parachute flies out. And I only have one rocket that I've never flown.
Hey, SpaceX is really advanced space flight and everything like that. You'd think they could get a stream that's not stuttering. I'm looking at the smoke, and the smoke is like bouncing around.
Mine's fine. You got a bad connection.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to reload it.
I'll be right back. I need to, Jaloja.
Yeah, I think they're more concerned with the rocket than with your live stream there.
Well,
Anyway,
in that case, I'll just keep my money then. I was going to donate about $16 billion, but if I can't see it clear.
By the way, that one rocket I haven't flown yet, it's the Enterprise. The Enterprise E from the movies. I don't know if I'm going to fly it or not, so
I don't know. I probably wouldn't, but
let's try and reload this. See if we work. No, it's still stuttering a little. Let me try it on. Well, I can't on TV. No, I'll just watch the stuttering one. It looks hilarious, man. It's like watching it through a strobe light. I mean, the smoke is just gonna. No, you guys got a clear version. Damn it. Only 4 minutes. Let's see. Oh, no, that's on. I can't do it on the TV. I'd be much more excited if it was smooth.
Okay, I'm back.
Cool.
Client just messaged, on my way. Great.
On my way, time to spray.
Yeah, well, I'm 2 hours late today and couldn't show up yesterday, so better be worth my time. Watch him. He's gonna be pounding on the door right in 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes for launch, but well, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 58 seconds later. Knock, knock, knock.
Be another stream than this one. This one's actually terrible. Let me see. SpaceX.
Dude, I put the video launch. Click on that link. The one that says video launch. Video.
Okay.
Because right now mine's at.
Okay, this one, because the one I clicked on says watch. Where's
1080.
video watch? Video watch. More. How about YouTube? I'll click on the YouTube link at the bottom.
Yeah, the one that says video launch. Click on that one.
Featured video. Right. Only 116,000 people? Huh.
Yeah, only.
Yeah, this is much better. I got it. The link from their site on YouTube. Is the time right? 2:10?
Hang on, let me go back to the little launch thing there.
Right now it's at 2:03, 2:1.
Okay, I'm at.
I was talking 2:04, 2:03.
I got
2:02.
Mark 2.
2.
So
yeah, that's
good.
where I'm at.
All right, and this one's not stuttering. This is sweet. I love
Let me
it.
refresh this page. I'm
I
at
sure hope everything.
152.
Now, is this unmanned?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it up in speed. Speed it up to 2 times. That'll catch you up to the absolute live feed.
Okay. All right. I'm at 130 mark.
Yep, so am I.
Good. Now this one's blurry. Damn it. I guess it is a connection. That's okay. I can see it. Do you know what it is? Is it just supplies or a satellite or?
It's a Sirius XM satellite.
Now at 1 minute.
There we go. Look at that. Love rockets.
What does the audio mission control have?
Oh, good point. I didn't even try that. It's a rumbly kind of sound.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Coming up on
37,
40. I got
35,
40.
34, 33. Whoa, it just reset to 36. What the hell?
30
I'm
and
at
holding.
he said hold. Yeah, at 30.
30 and holding.
Okay, I see that now. Not high winds again.
This is exciting. Come on. Let's do it.
They got postponed a couple times for high winds. Come on. The winds were steady.
We did hear a hold called out today. The clock is stopped at T minus 30 seconds. We're going to check in with the teams. Give us a moment and we'll see what we can get you.
Shake.
Shake the shake the body and swing.
Shake your rocket. Shake your rocket. All right. I think my client's here.
I forgot to grab my croissant. Damn it. Oh. Ow.
Yep.
Oh.
Hey, Mikey. Come on in, buddy. Hang on. I got to go, guys.
Okay, man.
All right,
Enjoy the
Vader.
rocket.
15 minutes. I think I reset to 15 minutes. Damn.
15 minutes, yes.
I win.
Excuse me.
No excuse for you. Ow. Oh. Okay, that's better. Chocolate croissant.
And we are currently watching the SXM 7 mission at T minus 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. Am I reading this correctly?
What?
Tommy Tiny Lister dead at 62?
Yeah, I saw that this morning. Zeus is
Damn.
dead. Yeah, he was in quite a few movies.
Sheesh. I didn't feel like cooking pancakes. Good thing I had that croissant left.
Well, that's definitely a good thing. I wouldn't mind having pancakes. Been a while.
I have real maple syrup.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had some mini frittatas for breakfast.
That sounds good, but
Well, it's almost lunchtime anyway.
definitely lunchtime here.
It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning here. I tell you, your nephew calls chocolate croissants chocolate bread.
Oh, yeah. Well, isn't it?
Technically, yeah. The chocolate bread is made of chocolate. It's chocolate filled bread.
And a stupid commercial for Sasquatch.
Well, for now, I've. Oh, man.
And they canceled the launch for the day.
Yep.
Boo.
Oh, better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I know. But it's
High
a
wind.
bummer. Yeah, you can't help it. Better the high winds and cold temperatures.
Yeah. Got to be careful there. So.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, at least has a meteor shower this weekend.
Absolutely. And Elihu, who yes. No, Elihu, who? When can we see those meteor showers?
Sorry, eating. This weekend, 13th and 14th, basically, it's the Geminoid meteor shower. And where do you need to look?
Yes.
Up. You don't need to look east, west, north, or south. Just look up.
Just look up.
Yes. You should see about 80 to 120 stars per hour, depending on your light pollution. Just take a lawn chair or a blanket and just look up. Sorry, I'm enjoying my croissant, my chocolate-filled bread.
Of course. That is quite all right. I would like to thank everyone for coming today. I think finally now that we've reached the 7-hour mark, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. I'm going to go get some lunch.
Actually, sorry, one other thing. I found I found a little chart for the Great Conjunction.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go to the. There we go. All right.
Oh, I was looking for this. Sorry. This is how close they're going to. You guys can see my mouse, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is how close they're going to be. Here is Jupiter, little dot Saturn. Of course, Jupiter's bigger. That's why they're going to get closer and closer until the 21st. The Christmas star will appear basically right next to each other.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, New York's about the same latitude as I am right now, so close enough.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I'll trust DeGrasse Tyson on this. Come on. I mean, it's not Michio Kaku. Michio. This is New York. This is city college. This is Michio's map. Sorry, I'll trust Michio.
Yeah, Michio's cool.
Yeah, if COVID wasn't going on, you'd catch me Rockefeller Square ice skating right now.
Mm.
That's where he does his thinking. He goes to Rockefeller and ice skating. He thinks.
Oh, I'm not. That's a good place to think. You know, people have their thinking spots. I'm not just.
Just look up what? Oh, you look up. Just look up what? I didn't say
sorry. For a warning.
I forgot Tiki was still here.
Oh, yes. Tiki's always around.
Yeah, my luck. I'll be on Barton one day. He'll go, boo.
Yeah.
That's why I do not go to East Bay.
Why's that?
Yeah, I got no business. Nothing over there. Everything's within a bus ride or walking distance from me.
Cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Wish I could say the same.
Yeah, likewise too. I mean, geez. And I'm on. I use public transportation and bike as well.
Hey, public transportation is best in San Francisco. It can get you anywhere.
Yeah, I wish it was a little better here in Salt Lake because it should be running a little more frequently. But it's pretty nice. We have a light rail. We now have the commuter rail that goes all along the Wasatch Front.
I mean, when there's a Giants game, the idiots drive the cars. The smart people take the bus, the train. Well, the smart people take the train. The geniuses take the bus a block away from the ballpark because nobody catches that bus.
Yep.
Oh, we have the geniuses. They're taking the train up to Rice-Eccles or over to Rio Tinto and Sandy for their respective games. So there, no problem with that. I wouldn't mind doing that myself. All right, I'm going to take off here. So
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end it. Thank you again for coming, and you all have a great day.
You too. Take care.